Good afternoon, members of parliament, support staff, radio listeners, TV viewers, those following via social media, and members of the media. Welcome to the continuation of public meeting number 9 for today, Wednesday, January 15, 2025. We have established a quorum of 10 members. Please stand for a moment of silence. Yes. I have received notice of lateness from MP York. We are here to handle the budget, the draft budget of 2025. The Council of Ministers have informed that they need 30 minutes extra, and therefore I will adjourn this meeting until 2:30. Meeting adjourned. MP Peterson. MP Peterson, you have the floor.
Yeah, good afternoon to yourself, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to the Honorable Minister of Finance, to my honorable colleagues, and to everybody else tuned in. Madam Chair, just to clarify something yesterday in my speech, there was an interruption by MP Lewis. We had a little back and forth. But in my response, I just wanted to make it clear that my statement on the MP then was solely my own observations. And like the MP said, I was not part of that comm. So I just wanted to clarify that because there was some confusion on that yesterday. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Peterson. Is there other member that would like to make use of notification? That seems to be the case by MP Lewis. MP Lewis, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair. Good afternoon, Honorable Minister and your support staff. Good afternoon to my honorable colleagues here in Parliament. Good afternoon to those in the Tribune, and good afternoon, St. Maarten. I would just like to notify that we are here to work in the general interest of the people of St. Maarten, and I would like no one here to take anything that I say personal, because it doesn't matter who sits where, anywhere. I will be coming for anyone when it comes to the people of this country.
Thank you, MP Lewis. There doesn't seem to be any other member that would like to make use of their notifications. So therefore, we now go over to agenda point for this public meeting. Ontwerplandsverordening tot vaststelling van de begroting van het Land Sint Maarten voor het dienstjaar 2025. Landsverordening begroting 2025, Zittingsjaar 2024-2025, 182. IS number 371, 2024-2025, dated 11th of December 2024. Before we go over to the agenda point, as this is a public meeting, allow me to remind you of the introduction of the usage of the interruptions during the public meetings. The following guide applies in accordance with Article 43 of the Rules of Order. The chairperson may permit interruptions. These interruptions should aim to seek clarification, challenge assertions, or contribute additional information, and should consist of brief remarks or questions without introduction. The chairperson will ensure order and decorum during the meetings and the use of interruptions. Members, ministers, and guests must maintain parliamentary decorum and refrain from making offensive or dishonorary interruptions. Members will be allowed 3 interruptions per agenda point. The interruptions are to be posed from the lectern placed in the Legislative Hall. It is important to know that this meeting commenced on January 13th, handling and closing agenda point 1, 2, and 3 of this meeting, and continued yesterday, January 14th, with agenda point number 4. We now go over to this agenda point. Ontwerplandsverordening tot vaststelling van de begroting van het Land Sint Maarten voor het dienstjaar 2025. As mentioned, Landsverordening begroting 2025. Zittingsjaar 2024-2025, 182. With IS number 371 from 2024-2025, dated 11th of December 2024. Parliament received the national ordinance stipulating the budget of the country for the year 2025 on December 11th, 2024. All members have received a copy of the draft national ordinance, and it can be found on the Parliament General Team. A central committee was held on December 18th, 19th, and 20th of the year 2024 on this subject matter, in which the members of Parliament posed their questions and the ministers answered these questions. A report has been made on the deliberations in the Central Committee. The final report was also received and was sent to the government, as well as to the members. The government answered this report with a so-called nota naar aanleiding van verslag. IS number 445-2024-2025, dated January 13, 2025. On January 13, 2025, Parliament also received a memorandum of modification from the government, registered under IS number 447-2024-2025. This document has also been shared with members via email. As mentioned earlier, the meeting is a continuation of the meeting that commenced on January 13th. At this agenda point, all ministers of the council gave a presentation concerning the budget of the ministry related to the draft budget 2025. The meeting was then adjourned to reconvene yesterday. And yesterday, on January 14th, the meeting commenced with the members of parliament speaking and asking questions to the government on the draft budget 2025. Today, the Council of Ministers is present. At least we start now with the Minister of Finance, and to answer the questions that were posed by the members in the first round. I have some general remarks. For today, we will have a supper break around 6 p.m. till around 6:30 p.m., during which supper will be served. Seeing that we are currently where we are currently with the handling of the budget, we will most probably go beyond the 9 p.m. mark. Additionally, in our last meeting, we introduced commitments, toezeggingen, during the public meetings of Parliament. Ministers often make commitments during meetings in Parliament. In these instances, a minister may promise to send a memo, a letter, or a report, or even legislation to Parliament for notification, information, or further handling, based on a request of a member of Parliament. At the end of the meeting of today, I will make a recap of the commitments made during this agenda point of this meeting. I will now go over to the interruption status of the members so that everyone is aware if and how many interruptions they still have. MP Sarah Westcott Williams, 3 interruptions. MP Egbert Doran, 2 interruptions left. MP Irian, 1 interruption left. MP Veronica Jansen Webster, 3 interruptions left. MP Viren Kotay, 2 interruptions left. MP Dimar Labega, 3 interruptions left. MP Francisco La Cruz, 3 interruptions left. MP Lyndon Lewis, 2 interruptions left. MP Franklin Myers, 3 interruptions left. MP Omar Isi Utley, 2 interruptions left. MP Rayon Peterson, 2 interruptions left. MP De Weaver, 3 interruptions left. MP Waver, 3 interruptions left. And MP York, 2 interruptions left. I will now go over to giving the floor to the Minister of Finance. Minister of Finance, you have the floor.
Madam Chair Lady, honorable members of Parliament, colleagues watching, and esteemed support staff, members of the media, distinguished guests in the public gallery, radio, and social media viewers, residents of our beloved island, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I am here to respond to the questions posed by our honorable MPs yesterday, and at this time, I will go right into the questions posed by MP Ludmila De Weaver. MP De Weaver, Madam Chair, through you, wanted to make sure that the budget that is to be approved will have accurate figures. There are still columns mentioning 2024 and not 2025. It was mentioned in the Central Committee meeting, but it is still not corrected. The specifications of the concession agreement page mentioned are made of 2023 and 2024. Additionally, MP De Weaver mentioned, Madam Chair, will you provide an amendment, to the budget correcting the errors of 2024-2025? Verlander concessions, page 82. Nothing is mentioned for the government-owned companies for 2025. And the MP stresses the importance of columns not being correct and the consequences. Through you, Madam Chair, any adjustments must be made via an amendment note, which has to be reviewed by Yazet and Way and approved by the Council of Ministers and subsequently sent to Parliament. The government is currently preparing a second amendment note, which will address the error in Chapter 9, VROMI, where both columns are labeled as 2024. This will be corrected to reflect 2025. This also applies to the concession column on page 82. It is important to note that the current budget is composed of multiple Excel forms which can occasionally lead to such errors. However, under the SPARE project, a new budget system will be implemented. This system will address these challenges and significantly streamline the budget preparation process. In addition, as stated in my presentation, this amendment note will include the adjustment to the interest rate for the CAPEX loan of $132 million, which is 2.43% rather than the 3.4% initially budgeted. Furthermore, there are 3 amendment notes that will account for the dividend to be received from the central bank for the year 2024, amounting to 8 million guilders. Both pieces of information, the loan interest rate and the central bank dividend, were received in December 2024 and are therefore being incorporated into this budget through an amendment note. Mention was made about a negotiation, a debt swap with the Netherlands to move forward with green energy. What is the correlation of how that will be manageable for this year? Is that even on the books considering the loans we took for diesel generators? Madam Chair, the debt swap as outlined in my presentation represents a strategic opportunity for St. Maarten to address our financial obligations while tackling the pressing challenges of climate change and sustainable development. Drawing from Barbados' successful experience, I believe we can streamline our approach and capitalize on the global recognition of the disproportionate impact climate change has on small island nations like ours. Larger nations are the primary contributors to climate change, yet we bear its devastating effects due to our location in a hurricane-prone region. This proposed debt swap would encompass all existing loans, not just the most recent ones. Currently, we allocate approximately $10 million annually to loan repayments while simultaneously accruing new debt for critical investments, a cycle that hinders our progress. By redirecting these funds toward green energy, alternative energy projects, and climate resilient initiatives, we can foster sustainable development and strengthen our long-term economic and environmental stability. What I desire is to negotiate with a clear and comprehensive plan outlining the total outstanding debt and identifying areas where redirected funds would have the greatest impact. These areas include green energy, sustainable infrastructure, climate change, mitigation, roads, and hurricane resistance. Importantly, redirecting this debt to address these critical matters will alleviate the burden on our local budget, freeing up resources to support other pressing needs. These are conversations I intend to have with the Netherlands, and while I remain hopeful for fruitful negotiations, I am fully aware that this process may take years to yield tangible results. Therefore, preparation is key. We must be ready to present detailed, actionable plans that substantiate our position and demonstrate our commitment to these initiatives. With persistence, vision, and thorough preparation, I believe we can achieve meaningful progress for St. Maarten. I now move on to questions by MP La Cruz. Is there an overview of unsettled claims or bills of works done by companies for government per ministry? Please provide. The MP, Madam Chair, through you, did not see these numbers integrated in the budget. Are there any plans to pay? The companies are not getting a break from the tax office while government owes them. Madam Chair, through you, I would like to clarify that paying taxes and receiving payments from governments are 2 different matters. As such, we have to keep these matters separate. Currently, it is challenging to provide this information per ministry. However, Madam Chair, through you, I can share that the total outstanding amounts for the 5 largest ones are SZV outstanding, 113.7 million, unaudited, APS outstanding 11.2 million, SWAB outstanding 1.8 million, SKOS outstanding 3.1 million, and Telem outstanding 3.4 million. One of my key priorities, as previously mentioned, is improving the Treasury management process. To address this, we have made changes to enhance financial tracking. Often, invoices were not well documented, so last year we implemented a central invoicing system where all invoices are now registered with the Finance Department. This allows for a clearer understanding of outstanding payments and ensures timely processing of invoices. In addition, outgoing payments are no longer offset against outstanding taxes, which was a previous practice. I repeat, outgoing payments are no longer offset against outstanding taxes, which was a previous practice. This approach caused numerous issues due to the tax office's administrative processes not being fully up to standard. Next question. How does government ensure that these fines are being paid? Madam Chair, the MP asked around and was told that there are people that have not paid a fine for years. Does government have an idea on how to do that? For fines concerning vehicles, that is simple. According to the MP, Madam Chair, he is suggesting attaching that fine to that number plate. The MP proposed the following. You cannot pick up the number plate when the fine is due. That way, the fine will be paid at the receiver's office and not at the prosecutor's office. Madam Chair, through you, this could be a very practical approach. An alternative could also be to check departing residents on the airport or harbor or include administrative enforcement. For any of these initiatives to be implemented, discussions with relevant stakeholders on a system and any legislative amendment have to take place. Question 3. Madam Chair, the MP heard regarding the banking law. It was at the central bank and something had to come back. The Honorable MP asked if the minister, if I can give an update on that. Madam Chair, last week, the central bank updated the Ministry of Finance and informed us that the answers on the questions reflected in final report are being finalized for my review. Question 4. The supermarkets, once you are paying with a card, they are asking for a minimum. Some supermarkets stopped and others adopted a new trick stating the machine is not working. But when you pick up enough groceries, it will work. This is also a way to pay less TOT as it is cash. MP hopes that the minister realizes this. Madam Chair, please be informed, as I previously mentioned, that the merchants operate under contracts with the banks. That is not governed by a legal statute. Consequently, the government cannot, unfortunately, directly penalize merchants for non-compliance. However, any penalties can and will be enforced by the banks themselves. I have been in contact with the Bankers Association regarding this matter to ensure a proper follow-up and enforcement. Question 5. The minister mentioned the taxation of gambling winnings as a key component of her broader tax improvement initiatives. Can she further elaborate on this and what will be done in 2025 to achieve her vision on the taxation of gambling winnings? Maybe we will see this in the amended budget 2025. Madam Chair, at this stage, draft law proposals are being created, reviewed, assessed, to be made final, which includes taxation of gambling winnings. However, the underlying data and financial analysis necessary for determining the appropriate rates on these winnings have not yet fully been evaluated. Once the required data and financial analysis are completed, I will decide on the specific direction to take, and the legislative process will be continued. While we anticipate that the draft proposals will be finalized by the second quarter of 2025, we cannot provide an exact timeline for when the Council of Ministers will initiate the legislative process. Next question. It was mentioned numerous times that sin tax will not work on the dot side due to open borders. Was anyone consulted for the legislation of CBD or anything else from the front side? When the front side wants to do something, they do it. They don't consult with us. Madam Chair, the Honorable MP mentioned that when the front side wants to implement something, they proceed without hesitation. However, it is important for us to carefully consider the potential consequences of implementing taxes that could inadvertently reduce our revenue and negatively impact dot side vendors. Such measures could drive residents to cross the border to the front side for their purchases, thereby diminishing revenue on the dot side. We must take into account the economic implications of open borders on our revenue streams and the viability of businesses on the dot side. As I previously stated, I am not opposed to the introduction of a sin tax, particularly given its potential health benefits. However, it is crucial to fully understand the broader effects that such an implementation might have before moving forward. Next question. Yesterday, Icon of the Seas was here at our ports. Does the minister know what government could have received if Icon of the Seas was able to plug into our grid? 67,500 kilowatts for 11 hours, amounted, according to the good MP, $33,750 per hour. And in the question posed by the MP, Madam Chair, it also alluded to the trip to Parlatino, discussions on LNG, and also what was alarming to the MP was that Royal Caribbean was a partner. And the MP also suggested that if I am not able to make the calculation, that GEBE can be consulted, or that I can consult with other MPs that were present and heard it firsthand. Madam Chair, I want to thank the MP for providing revenue-generating measures. This is something to look into. Such a development needs, of course, discussions with relevant stakeholders with expertise and authority. Next question. CFT report, it states that St. Maarten is working on a plan to compensate the realized deficits of previous years. The CFT requests to submit this plan as soon as possible. Once this is finalized, can the Parliament of St. Maarten also receive a copy? Madam Chair, through you, yes, of course. You can and will receive a copy once completed. I now move on to questions by MP Lyndon Lewis. Regarding the issuance of business licenses, what did government receive in fees from January 1, 2024 to December 31st, 2024? What is government expected to receive in the fees from business licenses in 2025? Through you, Madam Chair, in 2024, we collected 9.2 million guilders from business licenses. For 2025, the budgeted amount is set at 15 million. However, it is important to note that business licenses are accounted for using the accrual accounting method rather than cash collection. In other words, the budgeted amount reflects what we expect to receive, not the actual cash collected. Next question. Has the ministry ever considered expanding the list of TEATT exempted products to match that of those on the maximum price list? Madam Chair, through you. The TEATT ordinance does not include exemptions for these products. As such, the maximum price list is based on the maximum price list ordinance. I move on to questions by MP Waiver. A major bank would raise their credit card terminal fees this year from $40 to $60 and e-commerce from $20 to $40. How can the ministry regulate these fees to ensure the small businesses are not overcharged and give them a fair chance to survive? Through you, Madam Chair, with regard to MP Waiver's question, the central bank can, of course, try through persuasion to convince the commercial bank that it is better to lower the rate, but the bank is not yet legally authorized to do so. This authority will arise when the new national ordinance oversight has entered into force. I think it will be possible to submit a draft national ordinance to Parliament mid this year. The draft is currently receiving a final update. The National Payments Council, NPC, has been launched. The legal basis for the NPC is also stated in the National Ordinance Oversight. The NPC was established by the Central Bank of Curacao and Sint Maarten and functions as a platform for cooperation in the field of payment transactions. It brings together representatives from banks, fintech organizations, consumer associations, governments, and utilities. At its second meeting in December, the NPC stressed the need to reduce bank card transaction fees. These have risen considerably, as MP Waiver rightfully noted. Due to the switch to MasterCard and Visa cards, transactions are no longer always processed locally, which causes higher costs. The solution provided by the NPC is to uniformly configure payments, devices, and ATMs, but it is not yet clear whether this is indeed the best solution. All over the world, banking costs are increasing, mainly due to the cost of protection against money laundering and criminal fraudsters. I now move on to questions by MP Darrell York. Madam Chair, MP York noted he's not seen a clear vision. A lot of the plans that, according to the MP, that the minister alluded to, is not time-based. Tentative timelines need to be added. For example, relief for the pensioners. When does the minister plan on putting that on the list? Is that something imminent? Is it something for 2026? Is that something that still needs to be discussed within the coalition? Through you, Madam Chair. Next to all the key goals I presented, my vision for 2025 is to, 1, finalize the tourist tax. While we are looking on the legislation, we simultaneously will prepare the implementation. 2, focus on the legislation to reduce profit and wage tax. This can only be finalized once tourist tax legislation is finalized and implemented. 3, improving the process at the tax administration and the receiver's office. 4, improve collection and compliance by enhancing measures. And 5, improve the financial management system, as these matters have to be prepared thoroughly. It is not sure if these matters can be implemented in 2025. However, I will make sure these matters will be worked on diligently to ensure implementation as soon as possible. Regarding relief for the pensioners, I am exploring options to ensure that AOV payments to pensioners are no longer considered taxable income for income tax purposes. AOV is not taxed because it's lower than the to-be taxed threshold. Because it is so low, our pensioners who receive AOV solely are suffering, and those who cannot receive extra income are being unjustly taxed. I commissioned the drafting of the law, and currently we are in the process of gathering relevant data to substantiate and determine its potential effects. To clarify, AOV benefits alone are not taxed, as the total income typically falls below the taxable income threshold for the year. However, when pensioners receive additional income, the AOV is currently included in the taxable income calculation. The intention of the drafted law is to ensure that only the additional income is taxed, while the AOV itself is excluded from taxation. This adjustment acknowledges that given the low amount of AOV benefits, most recipients have no other option than to rely on the supplemental income to meet their basic needs. The timeline will be forthcoming to Parliament once this is established, as we need to discuss and determine this internally, and will then be provided to Parliament in writing. Question 2. Retracting of outdated taxes. What is the scope and what is the timeline for these actions? Madam Chair, through you. The scope is to retract the inheritance tax ordinance, the land tax regulation, the national ordinance regulating the levy of surcharges on land tax assessments. There is a draft law at Legal Affairs, which include also tax holidays. However, as I informed Parliament previously, I am looking to improve this tax facility instead of withdrawing it. Question 3, tax holidays. Does the minister have any new requests since then, or any old requests that are still pending? Madam Chair, through you, there are currently 2 tax holidays requests in the pipeline. Next question. The MP mentioned, Madam Chair, through you, that the minister agreed with the MP on the need to look out for the small man and express openness to ideas and action. The MP questioned what steps the minister has taken since the budget amendment meeting, including whether the policy department or a third party has been instructed to address the issue and work on making corporate responsibility requirements legally enforceable. Madam Chair, through you, prior to this meeting, this matter had already been raised for further review by the Tax Improvement Working Group. A follow-up meeting will soon be held to discuss the tax improvements, including this specific issue. As previously mentioned, while we anticipate that the draft proposals, such as the analysis of the improvement of tax holidays, will be finalized by the second quarter of 2025, we cannot yet provide an exact timeline for when the Council of Ministers will initiate the legislative process. Question 5. Madam Chair, the MP feels that he receives more information about the plans or ideas of government when he reads things on Facebook or newspapers, but not seeing the same thing reflected in the presentations provided to Parliament. For example, if adjustment to vehicle tax is announced but not explained, when an idea comes to mind, it is posted before due diligence is done. And we find it quite alarming that the minister cannot explain what was meant by the article. Madam Chair, through you, yes, I have mentioned this during a press briefing. However, neither I nor my team wrote an article in any newspaper or on Facebook regarding this topic. When an idea comes to mind, I share it with the public to keep them informed of possible developments. However, proper planning and data are required before any definitive decisions can be made. Once this information is received, I will further elaborate and share the details with Parliament to ensure you are kept updated. Next question. In 2024 budget amendment, MP requested different years of the debt to GDP ratio. MP was told that the information was not readily available. How much taxes does the country have compared to the GDP? What is the plan? Where do we want to end up? Where are we saying that this is the ceiling? What is the plan? What is the vision? If the minister does not have the answer readily available, the MP would like the answer in writing sometime in the near future. Madam Chair, through you, the GDP is $3 billion and the tax revenue is $453 million, which reflects a ratio of approximately 15.1%. The plan is to increase our tax revenue, but the question remains, where do we want to end up? Or where can we realistically aim to be? To provide this information, it is crucial that we have the necessary data. In November, I met with the work group that had drafted legislation, while the Honorable MP Arian proudly presented on this topic in Parliament. It is important to note that as of October 2024, the team drafted the laws had not yet received substantiated data from the tax office to support these laws, something that is key to their success. Once this data is available, we can realistically determine as a country what our goals should be. When I have this information, I will share it accordingly. Next question, succession land. What is this government going to do to assist or to change, amend the laws to make such things a bit easier and more accessible for our people? Madam Chair, We are currently looking into the possibility of abolishing inheritance tax. Next question. When can we expect a plan for the new vehicle tax idea? Through you, Madam Chair, I hope to provide more information on this matter in Q2, following a thorough review during Q1. Next question. Asked the minister, the MP, Madam Chair, asked the minister if I will be able to, if I caucused with the Minister of Romy, as I stated, not, but when the Minister of Romy was asked the same question, he mentioned yes. Did someone misspeak? Through you, Madam Chair. Both the Minister of Romy and I are aligned on the matter of vehicle tax and adjusting it based on the weight of vehicles, as this will also benefit our roads. As previously stated, allow us Q1 to conduct further research, and we will update Parliament on this topic in Q2. Next question. It was a question that was posed to myself and the Prime Minister, and the question was, debt for climate change swap. MP finds it a good idea. Another idea is reparations. What is the current plan for reparations? What is the proactive approach of the PM, seeing that he has taken about this, he has been talking about this for 2 years, and why was it not in his presentation? Well, the latter part of the question I cannot answer. That would be for the PM. However, Madam Chair, through you, I am glad that the Honourable MP brought up the issue of reparations. The former PM had established a committee to study the matter in the wake of the royal apology and come with recommendations on how St. Maarten should proceed. I do not know if the committee concluded its assessments, and if so, what its recommendations are. What I do know is that debt cancellation and monetary compensation forms part of the CARICOM 10-point action plan on reparation justice. Although St. Maarten is not yet part of CARICOM, we have to join the international movement for reparation justice. I know there's a St. Maarten NGO with observer status in the CARICOM Reparations Commission, but I think as a government, we have to move in that direction. In the meantime, I personally believe that we must begin the conversation about reparations as a council of ministers with a clear position, and then with the kingdom government without delay, no matter how difficult and complicated it may be. However, with specific reference to the 2025 budget of stabilization, reparations have not been factored into it. Next question. What steps has the minister taken to address the issue of businesses imposing minimum spending requirements for credit card purchases? Have any meetings been held with merchants or banks to resolve this matter? Through you, Madam Chair, yes, I have had several conversations with both Central Bank and the Bankers Associations on this topic, and will continue to do so. Additionally, I will continue to remind the public to report any non-compliant merchants to the Bankers Association via email, as this enables them to take the necessary actions. I now move on to questions by the Honourable MP Arian. Where in the budget 2025 is any of these revenue-generating measures reflected? Madam Chair, through you, as previously mentioned during the Central Committee meeting, budget items will only be included once there is a clear indication that the proposed measures can be effectively implemented. Allow me to reiterate, Madam Chair, why we chose to include revenue only when we are certain it can realistically be realized. This approach ensures accuracy, transparency, and proper fiscal responsibility. To clarify, the budget serves as the foundation for the government to make financial commitments. It would be impractical to submit a budget that includes uncertain revenue streams that would not, or that may not, be achievable in the coming year. A budget based on realistic revenue projections supports sound financial planning, ensures compliance with legal and policy frameworks, improves cash flow management, and strengthens accountability. and transparency. By focusing solely on implementable revenue, the budget remains a reliable and practical tool for managing operations and achieving our objectives. Additionally, Madam Chair, I would like to emphasize once again that the exclusion of certain revenue streams from the budget does not mean the ministry will not pursue revenue-generating initiatives. As I've stated before, once these initiatives are fully developed and can be realistically implemented, they will be incorporated into the budget through a formal budget amendment. Through you, Madam Chair, to give a simple example, imagine you budget for a salary increase because you expect to get a raise. Based on that assumption, you rent a more expensive house or apartment. However, when the raise comes, it's not as much as you expected, and now you're stuck with rent you can't afford. You should have waited until you had all the facts and data before making such decisions. This is why it's critical not to include unrealistic revenue projections in the budget. If ministries base obligations on such projections and we cannot meet them, the government will face serious challenges. Question 2, when can we expect the 2025 budget amendment for all of the wants, wishes, and revenue-generating measures? Madam Chair, according to the Accountability Ordinance, there are 3 designated periods for submitting budget amendments in the months of May, August, and November. If there is an indication that we will be able to implement these revenue initiatives within the current year, we will present the necessary amendments during the legally specified timeframes. Next question. Looking at all of the current projects from the previous government administration in the 2025 budget, what are the plans for this current government? What do you want to execute? What is the vision of the current government for each one of you, since these projects represent the vision of the previous government? Madam Chair, as included in my presentation, my strategic focus areas are 1, financial stability and efficient resource management; 2, transparency and public trust; 3, a stable economic environment; and 4, inclusive growth and development. Question 4. Every article that comes out of the ministers or comes out from the ministers, almost every answer is we don't have money. But does the government actually want to generate revenue, especially noting the concerns of MP York for the government waiving casino and lottery fees of $10 million US? Do you really want to generate revenues? And why is it always the bigger companies that get away with it? This question was posed, Madam Chair. However, I would answer a part of the question as it pertains to, do we really want to generate revenues? The answer to that is yes. However, in reference to the waiving of casino and lottery fees, that would be posed and answered to the relevant minister of TEATT. Question 5. Were any fees waived from any casinos or lottery companies? Are there any plans to waive fees of casinos or lottery companies, or has this idea been done? If so, were they approved by the current Council of Ministers or the previous Council of Ministers? And if so, and if it was done, what years was it done for? Again, this question will be posed and answered by the Minister of TEATT. Next question. It was mentioned that part of the vision where the tourism tax is estimated to be around 18 million to potentially reduce wage tax, but it is only 18 million guilders. What percentage is the minister looking to reduce wage tax by? If this is the intention, then where is it reflected in the budget? Wage tax was estimated at 174 million. Thus, this is not a significant reduction in wage tax, and does this mean that we will get a wage tax reduction in 2025? Through you, Madam Chair, this was indeed mentioned, but it mainly emphasizes the necessity of generating additional revenue to enable a reduction in wage tax. The study needed to determine the appropriate percentage has not yet been finalized. Once we are ready to move forward with implementation, Madam Chair, this will be incorporated into the respective budget. What is the estimate amount of the airport flyover fees, and is this reflected in the budget? Madam Chair, as I mentioned previously, we will explore the possibility of this initiative in discussion with the air traffic controllers. It is deemed feasible, and if we can proceed with implementation, it will be included in the appropriate budget. During the Central Committee meeting, the Honourable MPs expressed eagerness to hear the Minister's views. Now that those views have been shared, I am being asked, why is it not in the budget? As stated before, the absence of an initiative in the budget does not mean we are not working on it. However, such initiatives can only be included in the budget once they are realistically achievable. This specific matter is something I will be exploring as a potential revenue stream. Once it is verified legally and assessed for feasibility, it can then be included in the budget as a realistic and actionable initiative. Are there any plans for this government to increase TEATT, and if so, by how much? Madam Chair, through you, currently there are no plans for the increase of TEATT. Next question. Part of the cost savings for government would be dealing with the vehicles of government, among others, and will not address this until the data was available, according to the MP. What was done in 2020 and 2021 by the MP, as the previous Minister of Finance, was shared to the Secretary General of Parliament for the gas card, moving on from the gas bond, and provided the data using per ministry, per department, per vehicle. Every quarter, the ministries were questioned on the usage per quarter. Thus, the data system is there, including the cell phone for the Minister TEATT to execute via the Stats Department. Madam Chair, through you, I would really like to thank the Honourable MP for sharing this information with my person, and this will be further looked into and used. Next question. Isn't it already the case that a system is in place before an auction or lien is done with multiple steps? Through you, Madam Chair, yes, there is a system in place. However, clearly the system is not working optimally. As I previously mentioned, there is currently a policy in place that adheres to a 9-month payment term. In some cases, no exceptions are made to allow for a longer payment period. Sending out tax assessments to businesses that no longer exist, to incorrect addresses, or in situations where the overall output does not yield the expected results, highlights significant inefficiencies in the system. Reason being why it is important to adjust the system that is currently in place. Next question. Is the minister going to instruct the tax office to put a halt on auction and liens for the rest of 2025 until a policy in my presentation, is drafted? It would be unfair for some in the beginning of the year to be fined, while others in the end of the year being affected. When will this happen? How do you see this affecting government's revenue? Madam Chair, through you, no. I do not intend to instruct the tax office to halt auctions entirely. As I emphasized in my presentation, and I quote, last resort policy. Define auctions and business closures explicitly as measures of last resort to be used only after all other revenue avenues, such as payment plans, mediation, or restructuring have been exhausted. While I recognize the importance of the receiver's office task to collect funds, it is equally essential that a one-size-fits-all approach is not applied, leading to auctions or business closures prematurely. Each case should be assessed on its specific circumstances, ensuring fairness and balance in decision-making. That said, auctions and business closures will remain measures of last resort, to be employed only after all other avenues have been fully explored and exhausted, including offering realistic payment plans, and engaging in mediation or restructuring efforts. Next question. There was no update on the not filing of taxes. It is soon filing season, and it needs to be clear from the ministry about the non-filing of taxes for individuals. Will we see a campaign or explanation about this to the public? Can we get a clear indication about this? How will this affect the government's revenue? Madam Chair, through you, I cannot emphasize enough, if you receive a letter from the tax office, you are legally obligated to file your taxes. Additionally, it is unwise to advise individuals not to file their taxes, particularly if they have deductions or other tax benefits that could work in their favor. I will be discussing this matter with the tax office to review the process of sending batch letters and to explore potential improvements where possible. While the law stipulates that certain individuals may not be required to file under specific circumstances, receiving a tax letter overrides those exemptions, obligating the recipient to file. It's important to note that many individuals receive refunds annually due to deductions such as mortgages and other eligible expenses. Therefore, it is the responsibility of each individual to, 1, determine whether the filing exemption applies to their situation, and 2, assess whether it is beneficial to file, particularly if eligible for tax reductions. However, if a letter is received from the tax office, filing becomes mandatory regardless of the exemptions. I now move on to questions by MP Veronica Janssen-Webster. The MP reflected on leading the 2005 Tourism Plan, Master Plan, emphasizing that many recommendations, including cleanliness, safety, and revenue generation, remain relevant today. Highlighting the growth in Airbnb and VRBO stays, the MP stressed the need to tax villa bed nights and asked whether the Minister of Finance would address this revenue-generating opportunity in the current year. MP Kotai also emphasized the need to broaden the tax base by targeting undertaxed sectors, such as room tax on properties rented via platforms like Airbnb, and inquired about plans to implement this. Madam Chair, through you, I would like to answer both MP Janssen and MP Kotai. Yes, it is my intention to establish a work group specifically focused on ensuring that all rentals via online booking platforms, including villa owners, are paying their fair share of room tax. You are correct, MPs. Through you, Madam Chair, that the use of short-term rentals through online platforms has increased significantly. It is unfair to the hotel industry, which complies with its tax obligations, while the government is not receiving room tax contributions from many of these rental owners. This issue is indeed challenging, as some property owners are based off island, and while the property locations are known, identifying the owners can be difficult. Additionally, some properties are managed by agencies, which adds another layer of complexity. To address this, I will form a work group and collaborate with the SHTA as a major stakeholder. Their expertise and knowledge will be instrumental in developing an effective approach, with a focus on targeting the larger players first, ensuring that all villas and room rentals via online platforms contribute their fair share of room tax is a priority, and I am fully committed to addressing this issue. Next question. The MP highlighted the potential benefits of introducing a small remittance fee, noting that Sint Maarten's annual worker remittances increased from 24.9 million in 2015 to 75.8 million in 2023, with projections of 92.4 million guilders in 2024. a 4 to 5% fee could generate significant revenue for government initiatives, as outlined in the Tourism Master Plan, and the MP urged the Minister of Finance to explore this opportunity without the need for a formal motion. Through you, Madam Chair, this is an excellent suggestion, and I will certainly explore it further. I am fully aware that a substantial amount of funds leave our island, and implementing a small fee on these transactions could be an effective strategy to generate additional revenue. MP Duran, I move on to questions by MP Duran. Where in the 2025 budget can we see that there are efforts to acquire Mullet Bay? If Central Bank of Curacao and Sint Maarten put Mullet Bay up for sale and we happen to win, how do you plan to acquire it? Will you rush to Parliament and ask for a budget amendment? If it is not in the budget, what steps are taken for the Marcelina II cabinet to secure funding to acquire Mullet Bay? Through you, Madam Chair, as previously stated, we are in conversations with various stakeholders to explore the possibility of purchasing Mullet Bay. It would not be prudent to include an amount in the budget at this time, knowing that this will involve a public bidding process, and revealing how much we intend to bid could compromise our position. Our priority remains involving the country's financial standing and addressing current fiscal challenges. This approach will allow us to better position ourselves to act on the acquisition of Mullet Bay in the mid to long term. While the acquisition of Mullet Bay is not reflected in the current budget, we recognize its significance for St. Martin's development. As part of our strategy moving forward, we are exploring alternative funding options and partnerships to assess feasibility and identify pathways to pursue this initiative in the future. Nevertheless, if deemed necessary at the appropriate time, we will come to Parliament with an amendment or any other necessary measures. What is the vision of the Marcelina II cabinet for the development of Mullet Bay? Madam Chair, through you, it's amazing of me to hear all these questions about Mullet Bay, especially considering that in the initial proposed agreement pertaining to ENIA, nothing was included regarding Mullet Bay. Nevertheless, through my amendment, I managed to secure first rights for Mullet Bay, yet now suddenly there is a heightened interest in the matter. As I have previously stated, Parliament will be informed of developments once we are further along in the process, and this will be done via a closed-door meeting. However, it is important to note that the sale of Mullet Bay will remain a public sale conducted by a private entity. Next question. The Minister mentioned adjusting the function book to offer more competitive salaries, where in this budget has an increase as it relates to personnel costs to create more competitive salaries. Madam Chair, through you, as the Honourable MP, who previously served as Minister of Justice, is well aware, the process of finalizing a function book is lengthy and complex. In fact, the Justice Function Book was only completed shortly before the elections in January 2024, after an extended period of work, and yet still has to be adjusted again. It is important to emphasize that adjusting a function book takes time. The issue of non-competitive wages within the government apparatus is a well-known challenge and significant factor contributing to the departure of many skilled individuals from government roles. Yes, addressing this matter is a priority. It has been brought to my attention, particularly within departments such as wages and salaries, among others. We will work on this issue, but the process requires thorough research and careful planning. Once we have the results of our research and updated figures, we will ensure they are incorporated into the budget. As I have consistently stated, accurate data is a prerequisite for including any changes in the budget. Next question. Concerns were raised about the CBCS's operations and how its policies may hinder rather than support local people and businesses, emphasizing the need for tailored solutions rather than a one-size-fits-all approach. Parliament, potentially through the Finance Committee, should thoroughly review the CBCS's practices by hearing directly from impacted stakeholders in closed-door sessions to determine necessary actions such as introducing or revising laws to ensure fairness and prosperity for the community. Through you, Madam Chair, to support the people and businesses, I will bring key legislation to Parliament, including the banking law and several draft national ordinances. These include the National Ordinance on Payment Services Providers, which introduces a licensing system for payment services providers under the supervision of the Central Bank of Curaçao and Sint Maarten. Additionally, the National Ordinance on Payment and Securities Systems Oversight aims to anchor the CBCS's oversight of payment and security systems in law, facilitating modernization of the financial system. The National Ordinance on Virtual Asset Service Providers propose a licensing framework for virtual asset operators, ensuring compliance with international standards. Finally, the National Ordinance on FMI System Oversight embeds international principles to regulate clearing and settlement, safeguarding Sint Maarten's global financial connectivity and preventing isolation from international markets. Together, these legislative efforts aim to modernize and secure Sint Maarten's financial systems while promoting economic growth and stability. Next question. What are the top 5 priorities of each minister in the Council of Ministers for 2025? Madam Chair, through you, my top 5 priorities for the year 2025 are: 1, tourist tax. While we are working on the legislation, we simultaneously will prepare the implementation. 2, the legislation to reduce the profit tax and wage tax, which can only be implemented after the tourist tax has been implemented. 3, improving the process at the tax office and the receiver's office. 4, improve the collection and compliance. And 5, improve the financial management system. I now move on to questions by MP Kotai. Are all hotels compliant with their room tax? Madam Chair, through you, as far as we know, yes. However, I cannot confirm if the correct amounts are being paid, as this can only be determined via an audit. Question 2. The 2024 budget indicated that 13 million in accommodation tax will be collected, which is 5 million guilders more than budgeted in the approved budget of 2023. This was attributed to the Ministry Finances campaign to educate the public about their obligation to declare income, such as income from shared service platforms such as Airbnb. How are we working on the front to secure or ensure that the same websites can collect taxes on behalf of government Sint Maarten and pass these collected taxes onto government of Sint Maarten? Madam Chair, through you, we aim to ensure that online travel agencies such as Airbnb, VRBO, and Booking.com can collect and remit taxes directly to the government of Sint Maarten. This includes pursuing partnership agreements with those platforms, implementing legal provisions to make this possible, and integrating these processes into our upcoming and updated tax management system. These efforts will streamline collection, increase compliance, and ensure that the taxes owed are transferred transparently and efficiently. I move on to questions by MP Peterson. Tax legislation, are we finally going to answer or going to actually get the tax legislation to peruse and discuss in Parliament? If so, can the timeline be provided? Through you, Madam Chair, yes, I will come back to Parliament with actual tax legislations. At this stage, draft law proposals are being created, reviewed assessed and finalized. However, the underlying data and financial analysis necessary for determining proposed reductions or increases have not yet been fully evaluated. Once the required data and financial analyses are completed, I will decide on the specific direction to take, and the legislative process will be initiated. While we anticipate that the draft proposals will be finalized by the second quarter of 2025, we cannot provide an exact timeline for when the Council of Ministers will initiate the legislative process. However, my aim is to provide Parliament with a timeline in the second quarter. Next question. Can an update be provided on the LBHAM that is needed to regulate all government tendering as per Article 47 of the Landsverordening? Madam Chair, through you, this initiative is part of the SPARE program, which is currently scheduled to begin in May as per the planning. The project outline, which is still in draft form, is expected to include several key components. These include the review and revision of the draft public procurement decree and operationalization of public procurement procedures. The development of standard bidding documents, templates, and contracts, as well as capacity building for public sector employees and stakeholders on the updated procurement decree. Additionally, it will cover the implementation of a basic e-procurement system and stakeholder engagement to emphasize its importance, along with support for implementing a contract management application and its integration with the financial management information system. Once the project plan is finalized in the first quarter, we will have a clearer understanding of the full scope of the program. I move on to questions by MP Westcott. Central Bank. Can the minister ascertain from the central bank how, with a net result in 2023 of less than 150,000 guilders, that between now and 2027, this can translate in results that will make possible for St. Maarten and Curacao to get dividends sufficiently to pay into the ENIA agreement? Madam Chair, through you, the annual contribution of 15 million guilders by the central bank for 50 years is based on a total dividend distribution of 18 million guilders, determined using the central bank's distribution key and the ENIA distribution key. To ensure consistent dividend payments, part of the central bank's gold reserves will be converted into interest-generating bonds, and measures will be taken to enhance profitability. These include amending the central bank's statute to allow broader investment options under the prudent person principle and enabling the central bank to fully pass on supervisory costs to regulated institutions, aligning with international best practices. In 2023, most of the proceeds from the sale of gold were placed in a reserve, resulting in a net outcome of less than 150,000. Based on the budget received from the central bank in December 2024, the expected dividend for the year 2024 is 8 million guilders. This amount has been incorporated into the budget via a budget amendment note, which will be sent to the government later today. Question 2, tax reform. The MP encouraged, Madam Chair, through you, that the minister, my person, who has a tax reform plan to follow the process that has been followed on Curacao. I apologize, on Aruba. Through you, Madam Chair, MP Westcott's remark is noted, as I do not intend to reinvent the wheel. Question 3, profit tax. The correction to the law where foundations and associations are concerned, where do we stand? Through you, Madam Chair, where the draft law of the foundations/associations are concerned, the following: a draft follow-up report, NADA report, must be prepared by the Department of Fiscal Affairs regarding the proposed amendment to the National Ordinance on Profit Tax. This amendment pertains to the tax treatment of associations, foundations, trusts, and private foundations, which has already been anticipated by means of a anskriving. Consider other portfolios with higher priority for the Ministry of Finance. This has not been addressed as yet. Once the report is finalized and the comments and recommendations from the Department of Legal Affairs and legislations are addressed, the draft document will be submitted to the Council of Ministers for approval. Subsequently, these documents will be sent via the Governor to Parliament for further legislative handling. Question 4. What has been the result of the research into the acting position in government overall speaking? Through you, Madam Chair, we are currently looking into this matter and what can be done. However, this has my full attention. What does Minister believe, next question, that her vision for tax collection reform, when can the Minister believe that her vision for tax collection reform can be implemented? Through you, Madam Chair, I am currently in discussion with the head of the receivers to adjust the current policy, address inefficiencies with the process, and move away from a one-size-fits-all approach while ensuring no rejection of funds. Additionally, as stated, we will collaborate with SBAP, ATS, and the Curacao team to improve collections and implement collection enhancement measures, including the work group on the room tax. Preparations for these initiatives will commence in Q1, and I anticipate that some actual changes within the process will become visible by Q2 of this year. I now move on to questions by MP Otley. Madam Chair, MP Otley indicates that the budget has the largest increase for the Ministry of Finance, requests clarification of the 10.9 million guilders increased budget post 4021 project and activity staff bureau. Nothing is mentioned in the elucidation. Madam Chair, through you, this is outlined in the elucidation. These funds are associated with the SPARE program, which stands for Sustaining Program Effectiveness and Adjusting and Advancing Results. SPARE, Madam Chair, through you, is designed to strengthen the institutional capacity and effectiveness of both the NRPB and the public administration of St. Martin. The program consists of two components. Component 1 focuses on improving the operational effectiveness of NRPB to ensure the successful completion of the remaining trust fund financed project before the fund's official closing date. And component 2 aims to reinforce public sector institutions and systems, so focus on capacity building with government. As detailed in the elucidation, this initiative will be fully financed through the trust fund. Please note, as stated in my presentation, this increase of 10 million guilders in expenses is budget neutral, as the same amount of 10 million guilders is included as income from the trust fund. What is the correct amount, next question, required for the Minister's tax reform vision in 2025? The only amount mentioned is the 100,000 guilders for a tax reform bill. Madam Chair, through you, the staff of the Fiscal Affairs Department will also be involved in developing the tax reform bill. The 100,000 guilders allocated is intended to provide additional support and assistance to the staff. Number 2 or 3, my apologies. What are the outcomes that the people can expect with this tax reform? Can a breakdown be provided? Madam Chair, through you, the people of St. Martin can expect the following from the tax reform. 1, simplify the tax system for greater efficiency. 2, introduce new income tax generating measures open to all recommendations. Retract outdated taxes no longer serving their purpose. 4, adjust wage tax rates and brackets for fairness. 5, increase room tax to align with industry trends. 6, reduce profit tax to support business growth. 7, implement enlightened compliance measures. 8, digitalize and streamline tax processes for employees and taxpayers. 9, publish tax tables promptly. Avoid delays of up to 2 years. 10, reduce the backlog of income tax processing. And 11, enable automatic refunds for individuals owed taxes. Once the required data and financial analysis are completed, I can make a definitive decision on the specific directions to take, and the legislative process will be initiated. While we anticipate that the draft proposals will be finalized by the second quarter of 2025, we cannot provide an exact timeline for when the Council of Ministers will initiate the legislative process. Next question. Minister of Finance indicated she is taking the lead in the tourism tax or the tourist tax legislation. Minister Viesa spoke about it as well as the Minister of TEATT. The MP inquires who is taking the lead in the tourist taxation legislation. Is it Finn, Viesa, TEATT? Seeing that each minister is depending on this tax, did each minister read it, seeing it is important, and yes, and if yes, where can your ministry benefit from this tourist tax? Madam Chair, through you, for years, the tourist tax was intended to be addressed by the ministries of Viesa and TEATT since the good MP was in office. However, no significant progress was made. Given the urgent financial needs of the country and to ensure that this revenue stream is not merely included in the budget to inflate or beautify it, I, as Minister of Finance, have taken the lead on this critical taxation legislation. Unfortunately, since taking office and implementing the Board of SER, 6 months have already passed, and I am still awaiting the advice from SER. While it is understandable that the board is newly established, it is important to note that this piece of legislation has been with the SER for over 2 years. I genuinely look forward to receiving this advice by February and intend to keep the public updated on the progress of this important legislation. I would also like to address some statements made by the Honourable MP regarding the 2025 budget as a whole and remind the MP of the following, Madam Chair, through you. The country's budget must be realistic. Recently, we had to amend the 2024 budget by reducing both revenue and expenses by 32 million guilders. Furthermore, the Q3 report shows that actual personnel expenses are 12 million guilders below what is budgeted. The draft financial report for 2023 indicates that actual personnel expenses are 10 million guilders below the budgeted amount. As of Q3, each ministry is approximately 1.5 million guilders lower in personnel expenses than budgeted. The problem also lies in how the budget is approved, which is why adjustments were made in this year's budget presentation to allow for some flexibility within certain budget posts without requiring a formal budget amendment. We intend to continue making these types of adjustments moving forward. However, I want the Honourable MP to understand, Madam Chair, through you, that while ministries often claim during budget debates that their budgets are insufficient, the actuals consistently show that we are over budgeted. This is largely due to a lack of manpower to execute projects and unfilled vacancies caused by low salaries, function books that need to be adjusted. These are the critical issues we need to focus on, rather than inflating the budget for appearances, as this creates a misleading picture and is ultimately unrealistic. Madam Chair, I cannot finish without addressing the statements made by the Honourable MP Otley regarding me buckling. While I had hoped I wouldn't have to revisit the Enya matter, since the Honourable MP brought it up, I feel compelled to clarify. Madam Chair, through you, If the Honourable MP believes that buckling means, 1, looking out for the interests of St. Martin's policyholders first and foremost, 2, ensuring that we pay only for our own policyholders and not for others such as the BES and Suriname, 3, avoiding fine print that would have us shoulder operational expenses for a company primarily benefiting Curaçao, 4, protecting St. Martin from paying a punitive 6.9% interest rate on COVID loans, which has government linked to the Enya saga, and 5, securing first rights for Muller Bay and providing Parliament with the evidence, something his government failed to achieve. Then, Madam Chair, we clearly have very different interpretations of what it means to buckle. If anything, Madam Chair, I would suggest that the Honourable MP should buck up himself and take a closer look at what real leadership and negotiations in the interest of St. Martin truly involve. I remain steadfast in my commitment to protecting our nation's interests, even in the face of mischaracterizations like these. This comes to the end of my questions and answers in the first round.
Thank you, Minister of Finance, for answering the questions of that were posed by the members of Parliament in the first round. That being said, does any member have a point of clarification? That seems to be the case. MP Sarah Westcott-Williams, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady, and a very good afternoon. Good afternoon, of course, to my colleagues, yourself, our Secretariat members, and the Minister of Finance and her support staff. Good afternoon, St. Martin. Madam Chair Lady, I firstly want to thank the Minister for the answers provided to questions by the members of Parliament. Clear, concise, and to the point. But what I would like the Minister to clarify for me is her reference or her answer to a question regarding the projections of the Central Bank for Curaçao and St. Martin, and these projections eventually leading to the dividend payments that will allow the contributions from Curaçao and St. Martin towards the ENA solution. And the Minister, through you, Madam Chair Lady, referred to an expected budget amendment to be received. Is that a budget amendment to the CBCS budget as presented, or is it something for the country to amend? So if that can be clarified, 8 million guilders reference in the context that I mentioned. And the Minister of Finance also, and I want to thank her for picking up, following up whatever was done in order to bring the matter of the adjustment to the profit tax law where it pertains the inclusion of foundations and associations. This is a matter that this Member of Parliament, since at least the year 2016, which is evident from the records here in Parliament, has been asking about this matter. And so with the answer regarding the adjustments to the profit tax law for foundations and associations, and that it is now at the station of another report being prepared, and the Minister mentioned, Madam Chair Lady, that so-called aanschrijving has been issued. And if the aanschrijving that has been issued in connection with a coming law, in this case what it is, if that aanschrijving can be shared with the Parliament of St. Martin, 1, and while on the topic of aanschrijving, have there been any other aanschrijvingen in the context of the proposals for change to tax laws that the Minister has in mind? So if those Three small matters can be responded to, and again, with my thanks to the Minister for the answers provided. Thank you, Madam Chair Lady.
I now give the floor to MP York for his clarification. MP York, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Pleasant good afternoon to you, Madam Chair. Pleasant good afternoon to my honorable colleagues, the Minister of Finance and her support staff. Minister, through you, Madam Chair, I don't have many questions, just two clarifications. The Minister, Madam Chair, spoke about the AOV and that she will be working on it, or is working on it. I don't want to sound I don't want to be irritable to the Minister. That's the reason why I asked for average timeline. For the mere reason of every time I see the Minister, I don't want to ask her the same question. If the Minister were to say, hey, around August, I would have an update, then I know don't ask anything until August. So that's the only reason I'm asking for those tentative timelines to be able to ask for an update. Last clarification, the Minister spoke about retracting of the land tax, Madam Chair. In prior debates and prior discussions, the Minister also expressed looking into taxation for foreign investors as it pertains to land. So I would like to know, has there been any steps taken as it pertains to that, or any brewing researches or reports being drawn up? And that would be it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP York. I'm seeing that MP Irian also would like to make use of his clarification round. MP Irian, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to you, the SG, my colleagues, the Honourable Minister of Finance and her support staff, and to the people of St. Maarten. Minister, a couple of clarifications. You mentioned the process of last resort for the auctions and so forth, but some persons at the tax office, some of the staff actually want to know, but isn't that the case now already? So the process that you mentioned, isn't it always a last resort before they go to liens and auctions? Don't they always exhaust all options now before? Another question was that you mentioned a couple of laws, and MP Rayon Peterson mentioned yesterday about tax legislation that was not brought, and I had to correct him of legislation that's actually been sitting here since a while now. So I'd like to ask for clarification on your statement. Are you aware of the legislation that's already currently in Parliament that was brought here by the previous administration regarding the banking law, among others? Regarding the Airbnb proposal, many governments, I believe actually one of your former DP predecessors and Minister Kearlings also started a process of wanting to have all the tax office staff go out and check every business, which we don't have, as you mentioned, we don't have the manpower to do so. You stated again that we will have, you will set up another work group, which has also been done already. Work groups are not going to get in contact with the platforms and force them to do it. We've also traveled actually with your chief of staff. We've also been to meetings with Airbnb and been.
MP Irian, your clarification.
Yeah. Okay. So I have to set the ground first. In previous, you had any questions about the previous MP? I'm sure on this, just so I can make sure my clarification done right. Am I not allowed to set this story first, or rehash what the minister mentioned? Just to be clear.
For clarity, it is a clarification round, so therefore I would like to have the clarification question, and it seemed that it was a new question. If that wasn't the case...
No, I was actually repeating what the minister said.
Okay,
yes.
So therefore I clarified that.
Okay, so I'm allowed to repeat, right? Okay, so Minister, as you mentioned with the work group, I'd like to know who the work group is going to consist of. If it's just finance, TEATT, from me, who is the work group going to consist of? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Irian. I now give the floor to MP Doran for his clarification. MP Doran, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Good afternoon to you, my honorable colleagues, the minister, her support staff, and a special good afternoon to the people of St. Maarten that are tuned in. Madam Chair, I have one clarification point which delves into many different aspects, which is Mullet Bay. Madam Chair, I find it strange to sit back and hear the minister say all of a sudden we're interested in Mullet Bay. It doesn't matter if I was interested or how far I was interested in it because the minister wouldn't know because the minister wasn't around at that time. I've been in this position as a public servant for 7 years. This Mullet Bay saga came up a couple years ago. I've expressed my clear position on it over and over again, which the most part being that we have to hold those accountable for their actions, for what they did in terms of the mismanagement and all the stakeholders involved. Because it seems like some of us in here have selective memory that we don't remember who was there, who was where, who was what. But everything, as I mentioned yesterday, everything is on the public records, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I want to refer to a point where the INYA meeting took place and the Honorable Minister mentioned that Curacao, the central bank and the government and St. Maarten government will sign on. Then we were told that it's in the addendum. When we went looking in the addendum, we were told, no, it's a separate sheet. When we saw the separate sheet, there was no signatures to it. There were also space for Curacao to sign. Eventually, Curacao government did not sign anything to do with a separate term sheet, Madam Chair, through you. I'm not going to delve too much into it because I don't know how far the information is confidential, and the last thing I would want to do is jeopardize St. Maarten's position. However, my question that I asked and that I'm seeking clarification on is, once the bidding takes place and we have to then come with a matching right, how is it possible that within 10 days we're going to be able to acquire the funds to get Mullet Bay, Madam Chair? Madam Chair, to me and to the people of St. Maarten, and I'm going to make it very clear, I believe that we are being set up for failure by some of the key stakeholders that put us in this position to begin with. So, clarification is, how are we going to get the money within 10 days to acquire Mullet Bay? And if it's all a game, through you, Madam Chair, Minister, just say that that's what it is. Because it's clear cut, we are being set up for failure with all these terms. And if it is so that this government is fighting for us to get Mullet Bay, then I don't know why all the secrets are there, because at the end of the day, it's a public asset. You went with public funds to bail out a company that put us in a hole, and up to now, we can't get all those that were responsible to take their accountability for it. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I would really appreciate clarification on those 2 points without any sarcasm around it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, MP Doran. Is there another member that has a clarification? That does not seem to be, or that seems to be the case. MP La Cruz, I now give you the floor.
A blessed afternoon, Madam Chair Lady. A blessed afternoon to the Griffier, the Minister of Finance and her support staff, those in the tribute, my fellow colleagues, and all those watching in social media. Madam Chair Lady, I have a couple things to tell the Minister of Finance. One is, I was asked if I could send the questions in writing, and I did that. I sent all my questions in writing to Secretariat, and I realized that there were 2 questions that were not answered. I'm going to ask the minister again for them, and then clarifications on the other questions. One was if the minister could provide the court fees and court cases, those that were lost and those are won by government, how much were they in the last year? I did not receive an answer to that question. On my second question, for an overview of unsettled claims from work that was done by companies, to every ministry, and the minister answered and gave me the 5 biggest. I asked for all. And I don't need them by the company's names, because that is private, but I'd like the figure. So if the good minister could give me the figure, it is extremely important to me. Concerning the comment with the taxes, that one cannot deduct taxes from what is owed in work, and I do understand that, and I do agree with the minister through you, Madam Chair Lady, but when it comes to profit tax, that is totally a different situation. Because profit tax I should have after I pay all my taxes, and that's what I'm left over with. And if you owe me and I can't collect, but you're still charging me profit tax, then definitely that's a situation that needs to be revised. Then I asked the minister also about increasing the fees for all services that government provide, that they start with a 10%. If we could find a way to increase that, and charge the full 100, but it would be extremely important that the work is actually done. Then, Madam Chair Lady, the minister replied to my question concerning the supermarkets and using the bank cards, but I would have hoped that it would have triggered a different reply. Literally a reply that would say, for example, to you, Madam Chair Lady, I see, Member of Parliament La Cruz, I understand, and I see that we are losing revenue because they're finding ways to cheat the coffers of government. So any idea that could help with that will make a lot of sense. Stake proofer, send someone in and do a big purchase, you know, go back and check in their books if that is actually, if it's paid in cash, if that shows up in the accounting. And once you do that once or twice to a couple businesses, trust me, everyone will pull their socks up. So the easy way out was, hey, that is the bank, that is not my responsibility, but the collection of taxes is. So I would have liked to hear that. Then, yes, if I get those answers from the minister, then I'll know if I have any more clarifications or any more questions. Thank you, Madam Chair Lady.
Thank you, MP La Cruz. I now give the floor to MP Otley for his clarification.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good day to the Honorable Minister of Finance, her support staff, my honorable colleagues, and those sitting in the tribune. I have a couple of clarifications. One, as it's specific to the tax office, where it is stated that there will be no more, I guess, exchange if the tax office owes you, the consumer, the citizen. You cannot basically swap your debt from what you owe. And this is a complaint for many, many, many years, and I would understand this if the tax administration would be up to par. Because many times, Madam Chair, through you, you go to the tax office, you are owed for 2021, and then they'll say, we have not even started that process yet. So while, yes, I understand that we need to recoup revenues and stuff from our people, it is understandable in that aspect, but we also need to look out for our people when we are owed by the tax office. The minister also spoke about the TOT ordinance as it pertains to when my colleague MP La Cruz asked about the basket of goods. And the minister stated that it is not on the exemption list, correct? But what is on the exemption list is vessels carrying fuel. Again, goes back to fuel clause and surcharging TOT, where the minister can make an immediate relief for the people of St. Maarten. Also, I would like to call on the minister, as she stated, with central bank as it pertains to the banks and their fees. I think that central bank, because the minister alluded to basically putting more pressure on central bank and them finally handling their responsibility and ensuring the protection of the citizens. So that's a plus that I'm happy for. The minister referred to the wage tax reform and linking it to the tourist tax. I am of the assumption, and the minister can clarify, this is linked because we need a revenue before we start to decrease. The AOV that was mentioned by the minister, I do wholeheartedly agree that we need to find a way that pension itself is not taxable, as AOV is indeed under the minimum wage, so it's not taxed, so the added income. So I would like to also propose to the minister that we look into a livable wage, and whereby the AOV, the maximum AOV, can equal such as a livable wage. The plans to increase taxation, when asked about the GDP by my honorable colleague, Mr. York, MP York, it says the plan is at some point to increase taxation, but at whose cost and what cost? This is why I pushed the tourist levy for the reason of such. Because it is always the taxation on the people of St. Maarten. So my question to the minister is the plans to increase taxation on who?
MP Otley, I just want to remind the members that this is clarification round. We always will have a round 2, but for the clarification round, we need to use it as clarification.
Everything that I'm stating is based off of what the minister said.
Because
Everything that is listed here is based on what the minister
but it's
said.
not the idea to come with new questions.
It's not
and
new questions. Everything that I'm stating here
just
is
letting the
off of what the
members
minister
of Parliament know
Thank you.
that the idea is clarification, and then when
Well,
you
that's
have
my clarification, Madam Chair.
Member Otley, clarification is to ask the minister based on what the minister brought forward to clarify.
Thank
and
you.
not to commit a new
Thank
question.
you, Honorable Madam Chair, and everything that I've stated
Thank you,
is
MP
based on
Otley.
what the minister said. So as I'll continue, the minister stated to MP York that her intention is to increase taxation. So in what manner? Who will this affect? Also, the minister stated, through you, Madam Chair, that tax legislation will make it to the floor of Parliament soon. However, is the minister aware, for clarification, that there's a tax legislation here in Parliament as we speak that was submitted by the former minister? For clarification. The minister also stated that the tourist tax levy under my tenure, I just want to clarify this, was not moving forward. So I would like to clarify, what does the minister mean by it wasn't moving forward? Because to my knowledge, the entire draft is my draft that is at the said. I would like to clarify of the overfly fee. This is very, very important. This was one of the minister's revenue generating measures. However, I would like clarification on, does the minister know that we will not collect these fees as government? Because we do not own the towers fall under the airport. So so my question is this a realistic revenue generating fee, this overfly fee, because we cannot collect it? Also, the minister stated that the banking law is at central bank for a few questions to be answered. Is the minister aware that the other minister submitted it to Parliament? So I'd like clarification. Is it at Parliament or is it at the central bank to be answered? for clarification, I would like to know what does the minister mean by buck up? I'm supposed to buck up. Because I'm prepared to buckle up the way that the minister is driving this vehicle called Budget 2025. Because it's just a matter of time until we crash. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Otley. Before I give the floor to Member of Parliament De Wever, I want to make certain things very clear. When we are talking about clarifications, the idea is, and I'm going to be very strict to all the members because we have a second round, and once we use the word clarification, I know we want to be very creative, but when you ask a question, even if you mention the word clarification, that doesn't mean that it's always a clarification. So if I, as the chair, hear that's a new question, I will not allow it. So therefore, I hope it's clear for all the members. And if there's any misunderstanding, we will discuss that. But I do think we all know what a clarification means. And I hope it's clear now, and we can continue with MP De Wever for her clarifications. MP De Wever, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady, and good afternoon to you. Chair Lady, I know that I am such a stickler for correct things and numbers, and that's probably my vice, and I test the patience of everyone around me. But let me point out that I appreciate the fact that that was immediately corrected after it was noted by the minister. And because I'm such a stickler, and I feel that it may have been my mistake for not mentioning it, because during the Central Committee meeting, it was redirected to the Prime Minister, but I just wanted to put it here for clarification that the Prime Minister was still pending to correct page 78 and 79 for the rental properties. And because the Minister completely actually corrected the things that were noted since the previous meetings, I want to acknowledge that is appreciated and done, and we're still missing 78 and 79 for completeness. Now, the minister said something super important today that I think warrants clarification, not only by myself, but also for everyone else that's listening in. The Minister of Finance said, please, I'm paraphrasing, outgoing payments are no longer going to be offset by what is owed. So basically, I want to talk about personal experience here. From the time that I was minister, when you would engage the services of some service provider, the minute I would go and get quotes, and then you would select them, and what would happen is I would engage the services of a provider, and then they come and they do the work, and then when it comes to payment, what happens is they can't get paid because they had a tax issue that was pending. And what was unfair and what was very inefficient to ministers is that they had no previous notice or knowledge of the fact of the persons, the third party, the services that they were engaging had an issue here. So communication had to be improved. And the reason I'm bringing this up is because of the fact that I also thought it was a very, very unfair practice. The Minister of Finance mentioned it, but I also wanted to see whether or not if it's a corrective measure from her, because what was being done beforehand was borderline illegal. It's not saying illegal trying to acknowledge someone specifically. I'm talking about the way that government works. So if we're going to improve the way that government works, make it more efficient so that other ministers don't have to waste time and actually disenfranchise a person who's providing a service for them and they can't pay. I'm not saying pay people when they owe you money. I'm saying if the minister can just clarify it when she comes back of why she is exactly doing this because of the unfair practice that existed. And I appreciate the fact that she clarified that very well today for us too. Thank you very much, Madam Chair Lady.
Thank you, MP De Wever. I'm not seeing that there's another member that would like to make use of clarification. Seeing that that's not the case, Minister, I would like to know if you will be able to answer the clarifications posed by the members at this point in time, or do you need a moment? And if so, how much time is needed? Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. While I acknowledge all the questions and appreciate the clarifications needed, I need some more time to make sure that I have all the answers to the questions. So I'm looking at later on this evening to come back.
Do you have a time frame, how much time you need?
7 o'clock.
Okay, it's noted. The Minister of Finance will return back for the answering of the clarifications. I will now adjourn the meeting for 5 minutes so that the next minister can answer the questions of the members of parliament in the first round. Meeting adjourned for 10 minutes. I hereby reconvene this meeting. I would like to give a special welcome to the Minister of Tourism, Economic Affairs, Transport, and Telecommunication, Mrs. Grisha Heilige Martin, and her support staff to answer the questions of the members of Parliament in the first round. I hereby give you the floor. Minister, you have the floor.
Pleasant good afternoon to you, Madam Chair Lady. Good afternoon to the Secretariat. Impactful change across the sectors. Second, impactful change across the sectors. Second, I made an important statement. I said, it is not about how much you have, it is about how wisely you use it. This principle guides our strategic use of limited resources to achieve maximum outcomes. And finally, I said, I emphasize on my unwavering belief that collaboration is the cornerstone of progress. Whether it's fostering synergies across ministries or forging meaningful partnership with the private sector, we understand that our budgetary constraints make collaboration essential. We cannot achieve all these goals alone, but together the possibilities are limitless. For those of you who has worked with me in the past, before me entering the political arena, you know me to be very resourceful, solution-oriented, passionately committed to delivering results. The SCDF can vouch for this. And back in February 2015, I was asked to organize a show for April 15, 2015, a mere 2 months' notice with no budget. Despite these challenges, we delivered by creating the Soca Rumble Show, which grew for 5 incredible years. And to this day, people yearn for its return, a testament of the passion and dedication that went into making it a success. As the saying goes, do what you can with what you have, where you are. And I firmly believe in maximizing potential no matter the constraints that has been the hallmark of my leadership in the past and today. I'm not here to boast or to complain when challenges arise. I'm here to find solutions and to deliver commitments and to inspire confidence in our shared vision. When I take on a task, I do so with passion, conviction, and drive to see it through, no matter the cost. In closing, I hope my message is clear to one and all. And yes, you can hold me accountable if I fail to deliver. And if I cannot deliver, I'll justify why. However, let me assure you that I will try with all my might to deliver on these commitments. And now, with your indulgence, Madam Chair Lady, I will move on to the questions posed to me through the members of Parliament in round 1. I created a PowerPoint presentation because it's very, very, very tedious. And I know how it feels sitting there listening to answers and questions. But I kind of made a little spin on the, on the former Minister of Justice, how she did it. But a little spin so at least you know what to expect and what the approach was in the questions posed by each member of Parliament. So every time I mention a member of Parliament, I will give an overview of what the member of Parliament, his take was on the type of questions he or she posed through you, Madam Chair Lady, and then I'll delve into the questions. And then you'll also know how many questions each member of Parliament approximately asks me, so that you know what kind of waiting time you have per member of Parliament, just to make it easy and pleasing. So here goes. I'd like to start with MP De Wever. MP De Wever asked about 3 questions, and they were more along the lines of cutting luxury expenses, transparency on finances, and cabinet accountability. So let's start with her first question. This question was related to what are we expecting from BTP? What and how are we holding BTP accountable? And what will BTP be doing? Are they experienced or do they have the expertise to handle the responsibility as regulator? My answer to MP De Wever's question is that BTP has presented a plan of approach in regard to them assisting the Prime Minister and I with a research and advice report on fuel clause rate that is currently being charged to the consumer by GB. This exercise is being done in collaboration with the Regulatory Authority of Curaçao, which is currently mandated by the government of Curaçao to do these reviews periodically for the utility sector there. Discussions and previous ministerial decrees have been made to expand the regulatory activities of the Bureau to include utility sector that make it from BTP to BTPU, with the U adding the utility component. If the ordinance of the PTP is expanded to include utility regulations, additional expertise and network assistance from our sister organization, RAC, will be commissioned to ensure that their abilities to assist on the interim and eventually become a regulatory body is possible. At this time, a covenant has been signed between BTP Sint Maarten and RAC for the execution of the fuel rate clause review. And in this covenant, the plan of approach and timeline and deliverables are clearly outlined. A copy hereof is available for your review, and the Ministry of TEATT will be working closely with BTP to make this an effective and fruitful exercise for all stakeholders within the industry and country Sint Maarten. Next question posed by MP De Wever. Are we okay with our regular festivals taking place like Heineken Regatta, Carnival? And the MP said she did not see this in the new plans. Heineken Regatta and Carnival are still part of the action plan for 2025, as both of these events have a significant return of investment, reflecting in visitors' arrivals and boosting of our economy through tourism expenditures. And these events are vital as they create more jobs during the period. Final question posed by MP De Wever. What is the COM and MPs doing to cut the stuff that is considered luxury right now, similar to COVID situation? COM inform us that they have no money, and MPs requesting an accurate information. Through you, Madam Chair Lady, I would like to assure that MP that I fully recognize the current financial challenges we are facing and understand the importance of addressing expenditures that may be considered non-essential or luxury at this time. The ongoing fiscal constraints are not lost on us, and we are committed to ensuring that every decision made prioritizes the essential needs of our community. As I shared earlier, the Ministry of TEATT is focused on maximizing the value of our limited resources, and we are dedicated to exercising fiscal responsibility and will guide our decision-making, this will guide our decision-making process. In line with that, we will continue to evaluate and adjust spending, ensuring that we allocate funds in a way that best serves the public's interest while minimizing any unnecessary expenditures. Next, we have questions posed by MP La Cruz. MP La Cruz has asked over 30 questions. An overview of his questions were price control and conspiracy, efficiency in the Dell department, inspection and oversight, public transportation, and I think maritime and economic opportunities, in a nutshell, and lastly, casino and lottery oversights. First question posed by MP La Cruz. Price control of the basket of goods. The system was placed that those that brought in the goods would show how much they paid for goods. A percentage would be added as profit for company. Please take a look at the prices and the increase of the prices at the last 10 years for the same goods, and that they are mainly used by the people of Sint Maarten. MP, through you, Madam Chair Lady, your comment is duly noted. I want to reassure you that the respective departments will continue to closely monitor price developments, particularly in light of the international factors that significantly impact costs. As you are aware, our dependency on import goods means that price fluctuations are often tied to global events such as wars, natural disasters, and often tied and weather-related issues, including droughts and flooding. These external factors, along broader economic shifts, can have a direct influence on our local price structure. Rest assured, we remain vigilant in monitoring these developments and will continue to take appropriate steps to address any price volatility as it arises. Next question, please provide a list of the controlled items in the last 10 years. According to my staff, I hope they have, because I asked about a lot of times to make sure it was done. We have shared the list with Parliament for the MP's perusal. If not, please let me know. If not, we will make sure it's done. However, we would like to note that the basket of goods was only increased in 2022, at which point the list was expanded from 12 items to 72 items, and therefore the data for the past 10 years will not be completely the same. Next question, MP asks to please provide a list and the prices for the building materials during emergencies. Every year, a list should come out in case of emergencies that our warehouses should maximize and be able to act like 2x4s, plywood, sorry. And MP did not see that this year. This list is also shared with the Parliament for the MP's perusal and referenced. However, for future reference, I would like to maybe let the MP know that this can also be found via the government's official publication webpage, as the prices are regulated by the ministerial regeling, an MR, and such must be published. So on the website www.stmartin.government/pages/official publications. It can be found there. Regarding the price and percentages added on top of it, what if the goods were bought from a company that they also own in another country? Is this being checked? The profit margins can also result even bigger. The process to calculate prices requires importers to submit the required documentation, such as invoices for goods, shipping, insurance, and freight to all, and for the calculations to be done accordingly. Ownership of the entity of which the goods are being purchased from is being checked or required, and are a requirement. Is not being checked or a requirement. However, do note that several importers purchase the exact same goods from different entities abroad, and the data collected from the different companies of very same products have not shown huge price differences for these controlled items. But the MP's concern has been noted, and we will continue to pay attention to such. Does the ministry have an idea, or will the control of prices of shipping fees, seeing that the throughput fees continue to rise, is determined by a small group on the island? This is the MP's opinion and question. The minister has engaged in preliminary discussions with relevant parties within the industry regarding shipping fees. However, at this stage, no definitive actions have been taken, and I remain committed to continuing this conversation with both the ministry and the key stakeholders to explore potential solutions and address my concerns moving forward, or any concerns moving forward. MP is directing his questions to the Department of Economic Licenses. The MP mentioned that numerous times the problems in the Department of Licenses is manpower, knowledge, and just the will to finalize things in a timely manner. How many business directors, operations, and vending permits licenses were pending when the minister went into office? To answer the question, through you, Madam Chair Lady, the breakdown is as follows. The total backlog when I entered office on May 3rd, 2024 is 181 licenses. Business licenses, 123. Directors licenses, 44. Operating licenses, 9. And vending licenses, 6. How many business directors, operation, and vending permits licenses requests are pending that were submitted from the date until today? From the date until today, the total backlog is now 239. Business licenses, 152. Directors licenses, 59. Operating licenses, 8. And vending licenses, 3. What is the turnaround time per request type? And where is the hold up in the ministry? Currently, the turnaround time for processing business directors, all the licenses mentioned, is approximately 3 to 4 months, while requests for assistance to help drivers typically take 1 to 3 weeks, help chauffeurs. The increase in turnaround time since September can be attributed to the following factors, including a temporary reduction in staff and a higher than usual level of sick leave. The main point of delay at this time is the essential review. The main point of delay at this time is the essential review and final approval of licenses. Rest assured, the issue is receiving our full attention, for sure my full attention. And we are actively working to address the backlog and are exploring long-term solutions to ensure the department's operations are more efficient moving forward. Next questions posed by MP La Cruz. MP La Cruz stated that he was in a previous capacity, well, MP La Cruz stated in his previous capacity of Chief of Staff of the former Minister of TEATT, there was a discussion about forming a multidisciplinary team from VROMI, VSA, and TEATT to conduct simultaneous inspections at establishments. The idea was to provide all the necessary reports in one visit, thereby reducing delays in the license approval. It was hoped that this would prevent the prolonged time of 6 months to a year. Has there been any follow-up on this initiative? Additionally, during the recent CC meeting, a concern was also raised about a significant financial losses incurred when a business's request has been pending since January, preventing the business from opening and generating income, particularly as our main source of income relies heavily on taxes and wages. Through you, Madam Chair, Lady, I appreciate the questions and the reference to this previous discussion. Indeed, I have had similar conversations with the department and my team regarding ways to streamline and improve efficiency of the licenses processing system. We are exploring various approaches, including closer collaboration with all relevant counterparts, such as the Ministry of Justice, and from the onset of the process, an example of a low-hanging fruit we are already begun to address. It is also important to note that some of the reports referred to by the MP are already included as part of the operating license documents. Applicants are required to submit inspection reports as part of their application before it reaches our department. This process helps ensure that the necessary checks are in place early on. And though I acknowledge that further streamlining of the entire process remains a priority to reduce delays and improve the timelines of business openings, we are actively working towards improving the overall system to prevent unnecessary financial losses, while also ensuring that our tax revenues continue to be maximized. MP La Cruz goes on to say that every year the Minister of RAMI allocates designated areas and the Ministry of TEATT assigned 21-day permits for those that are not in the festival village. Has this been done already? Is there plans to still take place to make sure that no shacks are built that look decent? Those that done, are there those that already received documents? So I guess everyone understands that question. The lots of the carnival roadside vending have not yet been assigned. However, the Ministry of TEATT and VRAMI began discussions in the fourth quarter of 2024 regarding this year's approach to ensure a well-organized, visually appealing setup. To clarify, permits issued for carnival roadside vending are not limited to 21 days, but cover the entire duration of carnival festivals, including a few days before and a few days after the event. This allows both holders sufficient time to set up and dismantle their booths. In alignment with last year's process, the rules and guidelines for roadside vending during Carnival were published in a newspaper. For 2025 Carnival season, however, the application requirements were publicized nearly 4 months earlier than usual. This adjustment was made to provide the public with adequate time to understand the requirements and prepare their applications and ensure equal access to the opportunity. This year, there will be a notable change in approach to ensure an improved aesthetic look during Carnival. All roadside vendors will be required to conform to predefined designs for vending structures, as determined by the Ministry of TEATT. Vending from tents or unapproved structures will not be permitted. To ensure compliance, vendors will not only be allowed to build their structures directly on the roadside. Instead, they must construct their vending structures off-site. Once completed, the structures will be inspected by TEATT inspector, and upon passing the inspection, all vendors will be allowed to move their structures to their designated lots for business. This new approach aims to enhance the visual appeal of Carnival and provide a more organized and enjoyable experience for both vendors and attendees. Next question, halfway, well, not really halfway mark, but we're getting there. The MP noted that online public services centers show the earliest available appointment to request an operating license is March 24, 2025, as of yesterday, which is 2 days ago. So the MP questioned how this is possible that appointments for other services conducted at the same window by the same person can be scheduled within 1 week, while operating licenses require a significant longer wait. The MP has requested a review of the current system. Through you, Madam Chair Lady, thank you, MP, for raising this concern. While I am not entirely familiar with the intricacies of the digital appointment system, I can confirm that the time required for scheduling appointments varies depending on the license type. This discrepancy might be due to additional documentation required for operating license, which involves a more extensive review process compared to other license applications. That said, I fully agree that such long waiting periods for appointments is not ideal, and I will look into the matter to identify the root cause and address it appropriately. Next, concerning the inspection department, it has been struggling with manpower, drive, just to say the least, motivation for the last years. Not something new. How many have been employed per department in inspection versus how many have gone on pension, when what positions are still open, and have they been made public? In the last year, no vacancies has been filled due to budget constraint, and the breakdown is as follows. 2 persons has gone on retirement in 2024, and 4 positions are currently open or vacant. Casino controllers, casino controller, supervisor casino controllers, casino controller, inspector of veterinary affairs, and economic controller. These positions, with exception to the casino function, will be advertised for applications in Q1, and the department will relocate the funds for these vacancies to other sections within the department that are more in need of manpower, especially given the progress being made in establishing the gaming authority. Now, why we said with exception to the casino controllers, because we are waiting the finalization of the gaming authority to make a decision on how that structure with casino controllers will be done, will be executed or formulated, a new framework around it. Hence the reason we are holding back on hiring of casino controllers. How many fines are executed and finalized with payments? To the ministry's knowledge, a total of 61 fines were issued in 2024, amounting to 21,600 guilders. Of this amount, while we do not yet have all the updated information for 2024, the records for 2023 indicated that 36 fines were issued, of which 8,028 was paid and 5,000 unpaid, so about 38 or less than, what am I saying? So 8,000 was paid and 5,404 remaining unpaid. It is important to clarify that while the ministry is responsible for issuing the fines, the collecting and finalization of payments are managed by the prosecutor's office, and the data provided reflects the information available to us at this time. The department now has iPads for the last 2 years, and one of the ideas was simply to make sure that they have an Excel sheet with business names and the date of the inspection and the date of docs when invalid. This makes it a lot easier for the inspection, and they knew which companies to go to and not to go asking for the same documents over and over. Has this been done? Correction, Android tablets were purchased in 2021 and were used for data collection and target controls. The department, with the assistance of the Department of ICT, is busy working on transitioning to this use of inspection app, to a use of an inspection app. This is currently being tested by Inspection VSA, and upon completion of this testing phase, a broader rollout will be done. Next, we have a question by MP La Cruz stating that when talking about driving exams, right now it takes 2 weeks to be able to make an appointment to pay for your driving exams. Do we really want money from government? And have the written exams ever been scrutinized by locals? Those that given the classes and give the exams, it starts to feel like a business. Most of the instructors have no idea what the exam looks like. The opinion of the MP Lacluse. The initial scheduling of the theoretic test of driving exams is done, my answer, is done via the Civil Registry Department. TEATT does not control that scheduling. Local experts, including curriculum developer, were involved in the development and critiquing of the tests, questions, and answers for the theory driving tests. All driving instructors were invited to participate in the trial period of the PC-based theory test. A focus group of driving instructors also participated in reviewing some of the test questions based on the recommendations of the Ombudsman and provided their feedback. Next question. A few weeks ago, the MP participated as an evaluator for a Q Credits in Entrepreneurship course and encountered a young man who after suffering from meningitis became deaf. He presented a business idea but made a heartfelt plea. Why can't he obtain a driver's license? In other countries, vehicles can be modified for various needs. Is this something that the ministry can consider expanding? Through you, Madam Chair Lady, thank you, MP, for bringing this matter to our attention. Stories like this is a powerful reminder of the needs for greater inclusivity in our systems. While the Wegens-verkeersvergunning falls under the purview of the Minister of Justice, I firmly believe that this is an area where collaboration can bring about meaningful change. We can and should advocate for inclusive measures that enable not only deaf individuals, but also different able persons to obtain driver's license. This could include introducing policies for vehicle modifications, accessible testing methods, and structured training programs for key stakeholders such as examiners, driving instructors, and law enforcement personnel. Such an initiative would not only provide equal opportunity, but also empower individuals to live more independent lives and contribute fully to our community. I commit to engaging with the Ministry of Justice and other relevant stakeholders to explore how we can take concrete steps to address this important issue. Next question, how many supermarkets have been controlled on prices, and how many times in the year has this resulted positively? In 2024, there were 61 price controls in supermarkets. How many complaints have the minister received from citizens concerning prices? Since taking office, the ministry hasn't received any official complaints about potential violations of the ministerial regulations regulating prices of items in the basket of goods. How far is the head of inspection with the new transport authority? This was a plan that has been worked on for more than a year and is still ongoing or shelved. Is it still ongoing or shelved? A draft legislation was created, however, after further review and discussion, it is decided to include the introduction of a new legislative framework, reform, and setting up of transport authority in the country package to achieve a cross-ministerial synergy, spatial planning, and economic development. How many casino controllers do we have at this point, and what is actually their duty? There are 30 casino controllers. The work of the casino controller includes to be familiar with the casino and business regulation, inspect gaming facilities, monitor gaming activities, respond to complaints and concern, enforce age restrictions, collaboration with law enforcement, provide reports and recommendations, and maintain professionalism and ethics. Please ask the department to provide a list of locals and how many times they have visited a casino per month. The MP believes that this is the main task of the casino controller, and additionally, how many individuals have been banned for visiting from this 6 months, visiting more than 6 months. Thank you for your question. Through you, Madam Chair Lady MP. While I understand the concern, I must point out that the request for a list of locals and their casino visits is highly personal and raises questions about privacy and and practicality. Regarding the legislation, there is indeed a law restricting a number of times residents may visit a casino in a month. However, this law has not been actively enforced for decades due to significant logistical and technical challenges. Monitoring the casino visits manually would be both labor-intensive and inefficient under the current framework. It is worth noting that the ministry aims to address this issue comprehensively as part of the upcoming Gaming Authority legislation. This legislation is designed to ensure stricter enforcement and to provide the necessary tools and systems to effectively monitor safeguarding fairness and promoting responsible gaming. Has there been any follow-up on the broadening of the inspection of vehicles, and when will trailer truck be properly inspected? The ministry is exploring the introduction of an inspection fee for heavy equipment as a revenue-generating measure for the future, and however changing the restructuring of the sector will be looked at under the umbrella of Transportation Authority as part of the modernization of the transport sector. The MP saw yesterday that an article came, or day before yesterday, that an article came out regarding public transportation. It has been over a year that the previous Minister of TEATT released the Landsverordening for help drivers and the new policy on public transportation and help drivers. How many of the help drivers have received a permit in your tenure? None has received a permit in my tenure. It was mentioned that a new policy is forthcoming according to the Ministry of TEATT. The MP would like a review of this policy, and the recent publication outlined the conditions for receiving a permit and a cleanup process. However, what is the Minister's plan regarding the new stipulation that a permit should be cancelled if it remains inactive for 6 months? The answer is that my focus is on promoting efficiency and practicality in all matters related to public relations and permitting. The specific scenario you mentioned, MP highlights, through you, Madam Chair Lady, an area requiring review and alignment with current realities. Under the country package E6, which is scheduled to commence this month, we will conduct a thorough review of these laws and policies. This process will include consultation with stakeholders to ensure the outcomes and balance beneficial for all involved. While it is premature to provide a definitive opinion on this matter, I want to assure the MP that once the updated policy and draft legislations are completed, I will ensure that Parliament receives the necessary documents for review and records. Can the Minister give Parliament an update on all investigations on public transport, as numerous times the MP's name was called and he would like that to be cleared up? At present, there is only one investigation related to public transportation, which is being conducted by the Integrity Chamber and SOAB. Thus far, the Ministry has received a draft report from SOAB, and based on what I've reviewed, the findings appeared to be significant. The Integrity Chamber has requested an extension to complete its report by January. Once both our reports are finalized, I will provide a public statement outlining all findings and recommendations to ensure transparency and clarity for all parties involved. Additionally, I would like to clarify that an audit of the public transportation work process was conducted, but this was not an investigation. Regarding the MP's concern, I'm unable to comment on why or in what context his name was called or mentioned without further clarification. However, I assure the MP that I will thoroughly review the reports and address any relevant matters appropriately. Next question, the MP would like an explanation on what exactly the problem is with the Sint Maarten Taxi app, and what are my challenges and why are the individuals extremely annoyed, and when the MP would like it, when the MP looks at it, the MP sees the app that is facilitating everyone. So in other words, the MP would like to have a general understanding of where we stand with the taxi app. And firstly, I would like to thank the MP for bringing this matter to light and giving me the opportunity to address this matter publicly and clarify some misconceptions. I have been recently in communication with a representative of the Sint Maarten Taxi app regarding their request for the ministry to endorse said app based on the presentation that was given to the ministry in November 2024. I communicated to the representative of the company as follows. The government is currently focused on developing its own transportation app. Matter of fact, I mentioned this right after the presentation, that we too were busy with our own app, and is awaiting guidance from SOAB and the Integrity Chamber regarding the taxi permit issuance. These reviews will shape the restructuring of the system, including updating guidelines for taxi and bus operations, all within the government's policy framework. Given these ongoing efforts, it isn't feasible to endorse Sint Maarten Taxi app. Our priority is to first address systemic transportation challenges and align them with broader policy objectives. I communicated to the representative that my decision was not personal. My responsibility as minister is to ensure that all decisions benefit the sector, the country, and its visitors, and not individuals or specific companies. Lastly, I would like to also make it publicly known that the collectivité of Friends Sint Maarten, via a letter addressed to my person, dated on November 25th, 2024, expressed its desire to establish with the Dutch side a compulsory document for passengers, transportations with taxis or bus drivers, cross-border routes, and on specific routes that have tourist attractions and island-wide. They also expressed their reservations regarding the non-government-owned controlled taxi dispatch app. The goal of the collectivité of Sint Maarten is also to implement a new urban transportation plan for passengers and goods, which calls for an efficient and more integrated transportation system island-wide, which is supported by this minister. These initiatives are meant to be carried out by government on both sides of the island collaboratively, and therefore also form part of my consideration when responding to the representative of Sint Maarten Taxi app. My next question posed by MP La Cruz regarding maritime. Some time back, the first ship was registered under what the MP believes was 500 tons, and there is a promotion. And is there any promotions to do more than that, seeing that is easy money for the coffers? My response is that Sint Maarten has a commercial and private registry and has been registering vessels over the years. We're open to registering vessels under 500 gross tons, and we recently registered a tugboat and are busy with a second one in addition to the other barges. Discussions will be had with the ministries in regards to promotions. However, that too come with a capacity challenge. Nonetheless, it will be explored further in 2025 as we see opportunities. Next questions. Why are all ferries that go to Anguilla or from Anguilla, and why is it not possible for locals to do that? There are no restrictions on locals to establish a ferry service on the Dutch side. However, there are currently no locals that conduct the ferry services to business, ferry service business. Should anyone be interested in doing so, they can contact the Ship and Maritime Office for more details. According to the MP, the problem with the lottery and the lottery games is simple. According to the Landsverordening lotterij, all lotteries sold on Sint Maarten need to be drawn here on Sint Maarten and controlled by the Oversight Committee. Every game drawn is 12,500 guilders a month. The MP counted over 21 illegal games on the island. There is over 3 million a year in just licensing fees. This is part of the supervision of the 2 members of the Oversight Committee and the fees that we lost to the possibility and the possible fees for employment. The ministry is aware of the regulatory deficiencies within the lottery sector, as well as the revenue generating possibility mentioned. However, what is equally important is to ensure consumer protection measures are implemented at international acceptable level, to have efficient and effective enforcement tools, and that the sector is properly regulated by providing the necessary level of resources and expertise to achieve that goal. As such, Country Package Measure H2, via the deliverables of the draft games of chance legislation and the intended establishment of the Sint Maarten Gaming Authority will address these concerns and properly regulate this sector. There is also ongoing gambling addiction research project being conducted by the Ministry of VSA in collaboration with TEATT, which is expected to take approximately 9 months to complete. And this will have the following benefits, which are informed policy development, public health insight, safeguarding the tourism industry, enhanced revenue allocation, empowering local community, regulatory strengthening, and reduce social costs. I'd like to also provide MP again with further details on the list of tasks that are to be established by Sint Maarten Gaming Authority, which is issuing and managing licenses, regulation and enforcement, addiction prevention and consumer protection, financial oversight, information and education, policy representation and cooperation, and operational independence. What is the status of the Lottery Oversight Committee? The Lottery Oversight Committee is operational, however, there are official extensions that will be finalized this month. Yeah. This is due to resignation of 2 members and the paperwork required for their replacement. Icon of the Sea is able to plug into our grid. How much funds can be generated or earned? While the MP's methodology of calculating potential revenues from the cruise lines connecting to our grid, which is answered by the port, is accurate, the practical implementation is more complicated. Ships typically generate electricity at a lower cost on board, meaning there would not be any advantages to them for connecting to our grid at existing rates per kilowatt hour. However, the concept has merit. Its feasibility hinges on complete study of costs, potential adjustments to our grid's capacity, this is the harbor I'm talking about, and negotiating competitive pricing. This is something that internally the harbor has been discussing, and the port has been discussing, and it could become another incentive, potentially leading to increased cruise calls. I think this might be the last question posed by MP La Cruz. Yes. Final question by MP La Cruz. In MP La Cruz's humble opinion, and as stated during his tenure as a MP in this very house, the cement benches on Front Street were not only. Wait. No, I think the MP asked, what's the question? I remember the question. It's kind of a. MP asked about what's being done with the benches that are broken, if they're being fixed, mended, yes. So my answer to that is that in my humble opinion, and as stated during my tenure as an MP in this house, the cement benches on Front Street were not only obtrusive, but also excessive in number and making the area less navigatable for pedestrians and tourists. The lack of foresight in their design and placement has contributed to the current issue we face today. When I assumed office, my immediate concern was how to salvage this situation. I suggested in engaging schools and local artists to beautify and repaint the benches to add some vibrancy and a cultural value. However, the reality is that these benches are not just aesthetically problematic, they are poorly constructed, as evidenced by their frequent damage. On a weekly basis, repairs are needed, which is neither practical nor sustainable. As part of the revitalization efforts, we are exploring solutions to address this issue comprehensively. The idea of removing the benches altogether is under serious consideration, as their current state does not justify the initial investment of $140,000, a clear example of poor planning and mismanagement. Furthermore, when we researched the answer to this question posed by MP La Cruz, we came to the realization today that as per the contract, the vendors were required to provide steel reinforcement concrete benches. However, evidently, this is not the case. Moving forward, we will ensure that public funds are used responsibly to create a pleasant and functional environment for both the residents and visitors. And while we address the immediate issues concerned, we are also committed to learning from past mistakes to avoid similar situations in the future. Next, we move over to questions or no questions posed by MP Roseberg. And then the next that was in line was MP Labega. No questions there either. And then we moved over to about over 10 questions posed by MP Lewis. And his questions comprise of price control and transparency, licenses and operation efficiency, inspection and oversight, maritime and public transportation opportunity, and accountability and lost revenues. First questions posed by MP Lewis. One of the MP's main concern is the current state of the benches, well, yeah, on our main street, which he experienced. These benches are increasingly being used to hang their mats and many other wet objects to dry. Walking through yesterday, the MP noticed, or day before yesterday, I'm assuming, he noticed that many of the benches, especially those placed lower down, are broken into pieces and could no longer serve their intended purpose. Instead, they have been becoming an eyesore and already deteriorating. And am I in contact with a contractor or other companies responsible for the main question? This, I think, was clearly answered in the question posed, the last question posed by MP La Cruz. And yes, I now know exactly the name of the company that has created these benches, and I will most definitely be in contact with the company to discuss maybe creating new ones with hopefully steel in them next time. Is there a plan in place to collect and repair the broken pieces when they are observed in the second deteriorating state? Additionally, is spraying or painting of these benches? I think I kind of elaborate in that answer already to MP La Cruz. Third question, how many and what type of business licenses has been issued in 2024? From January 1, 2024 to December 31st, 2024. For instance, how many licenses, directors, kind of the same question posed by MP La Cruz. But due to limited manpower assigned to the data entry related to the issuance of licenses, the following statistical figures are only available up to August 24th. However, the data can be presented to the MP in writing at a later time with a more detailed breakdown if the MP so wishes. Total business licenses and amendments issued up to August 2024 is 513. And from those issued, what did the government receive in fees? I think I responded to that already. Oh, from the data obtained from the receiver's office, total revenues from the businesses received from the, this is exact. So I know that the Minister of Finance gave a answer, and I think hers was accrued, but this is based on what we receive in exact numbers. From the business and the director licenses, just to make sure that the numbers might be different because this is from the business and director's license. So what we receive from the business and the directors is about 9.1 million guilders, and because the mentioned department does not have a separate post for newly issued license, this amount is a total of businesses and directors that was issued in 2024 plus the years before. A more detailed breakdown will be included in the report. What can government expect in 2025 in fees from those licenses? Remember, keep in mind, my numbers might be different than the Minister of Finance. Total businesses and directors' license fees expected to be collected in 2025 and new licenses issued up to August 2024 is about 457 million guilders plus. And an estimate of 200,000 from new licenses issued after August 24th is about 657 million plus. I know, plus. Oh, 1,000, sorry. Oh, I'm saying million, I'm sorry. I'm going to repeat that for the record. Up to August, yeah, that's the whole budget. Up to August 2024, 457,000 plus, and an estimated of 200,000 from the new licenses issued, and in August 2024, 657,000, and an estimated expected to be collected in 2025 is 9.1 million plus. And 657,000 from business license collected in 2024, 657,000 in business licenses issued in 2024, which is about 9.8 million. Yes. What can government expect in 2025 in fees from these licenses? Total businesses and direct license fees expected to be collected in 2024 from new licenses issued on August 24 is 457,000 guilders, and about a little 457,000 guilders approximately, and an estimate of 200,000 from new licenses. Same answer like before. And from either the Minister TEATT, how much does BTP owe government? So based on the establishment of BTP ordinance, financial resources are obtained from fees related to telecommunication and postal services, as specified in the legislation. These resources cover operational and infrastructural costs, and the Bureau is authorized to create reserve funds for specific purposes, all of which required ministerial approval. At this time, given the market developments of such significant players in the industry and the effect that this has on the cash position of both the government and of Sint Maarten, government of Sint Maarten and BTP, the payable to government by BTP has been severely impacted based on disposable cash. The Ministry of Finance, TEATT, and General Affairs, also with BTP, has been working diligently to find a plausible solution for this matter, by extension to be able to clearly establish a collectible balance from BTP. What is the current status of the entry form, this SXM entry form? Has it succeeded in bringing it up to standards? Many individuals are uncertain about what is required. The Sint Maarten entry form is not mandatory for visitors. It's still not mandatory for visitors, as it's still in its testing phase. Ministry of Justice and Immigration Border Protection oversees the management and maintenance of the system, and any further questions should be directed to the Minister of Justice. What is the Ministry of TEATT doing to promote the vendors at the marketplace, seeing its current situation? And the vendors also has lost some revenues as it goes on. I want to state for the record, through you, Madam Chair Lady, that I genuinely understand the frustration and uncertainty that the vendors at the marketplace are experiencing. As someone who has visited them regularly, I know firsthand how important their businesses are to the local economy and community, and it is disheartening to see their concerns, and I have empathy with their current situation. As I mentioned in my earlier presentation, we are actively working to support and promote vendors to help bring more attention and foot traffic to the marketplace. We're launching a Stop and Shop program. This is a pilot project developed through the collaboration with local businesses, bus tour operators, and the Ministry of Rami. Together, we are preparing the area, which includes demolition of the wall of the old administration building of the Walter Nisbet, to improve accessibility and aesthetic for the vendors and shoppers alike. In the interim, we introduced a mini train service in collaboration with a local tour operator to help bring visitors directly to the temporary marketplace, and this initiative is designed to increase visibility and traffic for our vendors while we continue to work on more permanent solution. I want to assure the MP that we are committed to the marketplace and its vendors, and we will continue to listen to their concerns and work together on a sustainable solution that benefits everyone. Ninth question, MP spoke to some of the merchants on Front Street and Back Street, and few have indicated that businesses was at its slowest and that it has been that's been in December 2024. What is the minister doing to bring back the life of economic growth to Phillipsburg? We are actively engaged in initiatives to rejuvenate economic life in the area. One key strategy involves the beautification of Phillipsburg, which aims to enhance the aesthetic appeal and environment, subsequently driving increased foot traffic. Additionally, there's also ongoing discussions with various stakeholders to explore and implement effective measures that will stimulate business activities and attract visitors. And one thing also, the final phase are in conjunction with all of this, we're also looking to build more parking in town. That's another initiative we're working with Minister Vrami as well. Next, I have questions posed by MP York. MP York asked a little over 10 questions. The overview of his questions were about airport governance and transparency, Soul Beach costs and logistics, tourism initiatives, marketplace and supermarket machines, and economic oversight and legislation, and also he asked about lottery revenues and fees. Is the airport, reference the COO appointment, is the minister stating that the shareholders was not informed of the change in the statutory directory role? In November of 2022, the decision was made by the holding company, which is the shareholder of the operating company, to remove the chief operating officer position as a statutory role. This decision was in line with the instruction of the former Council of Ministers, the then former Council of Ministers, who had directed the airport to align its corporate governance with the recommendations of the I-Team. The I-Team has been appointed by previous Council of Ministers to provide guidance on this matter. So what this means is that the COO position is now in a non-statutory role since 2022. Which places it at the same level as any other position within the organization. Consequently, the hiring process of this role will follow the same framework as other positions under the purview of the CEO. It is important to note that neither the board nor the shareholder representative has a say in who is hired in this role. Is the minister saying that the change that the government, the AOL? Articles of Incorporations, AOL. I haven't heard that for a long time. Is the minister saying that the AOL changed without the government knowing about the government-owned company? I think he's kind of reinforcing the question, and I think I clearly answered it in the first question. Soul Beach, how much is this going to cost the island? The minister alluded to a deal and an understand with the French side, and what is the French side responsible for? Does the minister have a deal readily available? Is it signed with the French side? So the total island's contribution, the total on the Dutch side contribution towards hosting the Soul Beach Musical Festival is $700,000. Initially, the event was intended to be a joint effort between the French and the Dutch side of the island with a budget of $1.4 million. However, due to budgetary constraints, the French government was unable to participate in collaborative funding. Negotiations with the event promoter enable us to, but the French side is still in negotiations with the event coordinator. Just FYI for this year. It could still happen with the French side. So negotiations with the event promoter in work group. I will suggest this to my departments. The tourism department launched a campaign and brought several regional influencers. Can you provide a cost of this campaign? Additionally, what is the return on investment on how the return on investment is being measured? So the return of investment of this campaign is measured using several key performance indicators, including digital metrics, which is our reach and impressions, engagement rates, media coverage, earned media value and content production, audience engagement, sentiment analysis following growth, conversation metrics, booking and visitor surveys, sales metrics, long-term impact, overall contribution to tourism growth and visibility, and cost-benefit analysis, assessing the effectiveness of the investment relative to the outcome. So as for the influencers, they were brought in from various regions, including the US, Canada, and the Caribbean, specifically Trinidad and Tobago, St. Kitts, Dominican Republic, Barbados, and below I have a breakdown. I have from Canada, we had two influencers came to St. Martin. The cost was about $3,000. a return of investment of 17,800 according to the SCB, and the reach was about 108,000 unique viewers. USA, we had so far 3 press trips back-to-back, 64 media placement. Media value was $150,128. Impressions, over 37 million. Direct results, 55 media placements from the influencers trip. Notable coverage, 2 feature stories on Forbes.com and TravelWeekly.com. It's just examples of what was put out there. In the Caribbean, we had 6 influencers hosted in November 2024. Combined social media reach was 4 million followers across various platforms. The following influencers were involved in the campaign: Daniel Lovelace from Trinidad, Alison Hines from Barbados, Joshua Regrello from Trinidad, Emo News from Dominica, Aquaman Ardi from Dominican Republic, and Sweet Sister Sensia from St. Kitts. These influencers were involved in promoting St. Maarten's destination by highlighting local cultural personalities and attractions, reaching millions of followers across various platforms. What is the plan of the minister to strengthen, increase, and start a work relationship as it pertains to the tourism with the island of Anguilla? St. Maarten and Anguilla, which I am half Anguillian actually, FYI, father's from Anguilla, side note. St. Maarten and Anguilla have established a working relationship, collaborating on various activities such as participating in conferences like the Monaco Yacht Show, the Florida International Boat Show, the annual IMEX conference, particularly in the group and incentive travel sector. And these efforts are further supported through partnerships with St. Maarten and St. Bart's, and our goal is to enhance a collaboration even further as additional budget becomes available. The marketplace. The minister didn't retender the project. Is there currently a valid building permit for the marketplace, and what was the date it was stamped that it was granted? The public sector, in the public sector, the process of permitting and project execution often differs from private sector practices. The government follows established procedures for approving and executing and supervising its projects, ensuring compliance with building standards and regulations. In the case of the marketplace project, the initial groundwork, including the demolition, was carried out in line with the necessary permits. The approval of the works to be carried out were authorized and granted by the Minister of Rami, and the work was done in compliance with these approvals. As for the new design, which was delivered after consultation with the vendors and the VRAMI, it is currently going through the internal building permit process, which I indicated in December, and it is important to know that the construction period typically experiences a pause between December 15 and January 15, and now the contract has been resumed, the contractor has resumed work, and the new works department with VRAMI is in collaboration with them to finalize the building permit and address any technical requirements moving forward. The recommencement of the project is expected to begin this month, and we're currently awaiting the update from the project schedule from the contractor. Card machines in the supermarkets. What is the minister doing to remedy the situation? Has the minister sat with some prominent market owners or with the banks that is not on the problem moving forward? The issue of the card machines availability in the supermarkets and the fees associated with them is indeed a recurring concern that requires attention. The challenges arise not just from the individual vendors, but also from the banks, which impose transaction charge. I intend to address this matter in collaboration with the Minister of Finance, considering the implication of the banks along with the central bank. I believe that the sustainable solution is required. Additionally, the lucrative nature of these bank charges could be viewed as an indicator of the viability of implementing a transaction tax, potentially replacing certain existing taxes to reduce the financial burden on our taxpayers. MP Yard asks if the minister in the CC referred to I'm asking the minister in the CC referring to the business license. What is the backlog when the minister entered the ministry, and how much has the minister signed since the minister entered the ministry? What is the current backlog? The backlog when I entered the ministry stood at 181 and now stands at 245, and since having entered office, 337 licenses were signed. 377 licenses were signed. Cannabis legislation, how does one obtain a license and how many suppliers? The process of issuing of cannabis license has not been established as yet. The work group is presently in the process of completing the draft legislation with the contract vendor. This legislation will detail the legalization of different types of licenses that will be made available, such as farmers, growers, dispensaries, or CBD resellers. However, the details of such are still in the process of being established within the legislation. The process for this issuance of license will be covered in a national decree containing general measures. It is important to clarify that the primary purpose of this work group was to establish the draft legislation. I also recall a question posed by the MP if both the new Minister of VSA and Justice were fully informed about work groups' discussions and progress. I can inform the members of Parliament through you, Madam Chair Lady, that just last week, the entire Council of Ministers received a presentation on the draft legislation, which is now in the process of undergoing stakeholder consultation. This step ensures that all relevant parties are engaged in the process to provide valuable input before the finalization of the legislation. Gambling addiction studies was done. What does the minister think about the idea of the island gaining? What does the minister think about changing the legislation to per booth instead of paying per license? What does the minister think about the idea of island gaining from this current scenario? Seeing that there are 23 more lotteries booths, so many, and 23 more opportunities, what is the minister going to do about generating more revenues? The draft national decree that is currently at the governor does introduce a fee per lottery sales point. For instance, booth, kiosk, mobile terminal agent, and the one of many revenues generating measures that are being pursued by the ministry. Next question. It is being mentioned that a sum of 10 million in outstanding lottery fees were waived. Did the minister give the blessing for the waiving of the lottery fees? I would like to, through you, Madam Chair Lady, clarify that I have not waived 10 million in outstanding lottery fees. On November 12th, I made a decision to waive lottery fees in alignment with a directive from the Council of Ministers dating back to September 2022. At that time, the then Council of Ministers agreed to waive fees for casinos that were non-operational due to the impact of the Hurricane Irma and Maria, as well as COVID. It is important to note, under my decision, the waiver applies to any lottery, and I repeat, any lottery business that formally requested it and provides evidence of being non-operational during the specified period. This approach ensures consistency and fairness without favoring any particular business group. For context, the former government has already waived fees for a specific lottery company, like the members of the previous coalition. Next. MP Otley. MP Otley posed a little over 10 questions. An overview of his questions were about regional radio promotion, tourist tax, cannabis legislation, EDC allegations. The minister indicated, according to MP Otley, that she is taking the lead in the tourist tax legislation. The Minister of VSA spoke about it as well as the Minister of TEATT. The MP inquires who is taking the lead of the tourist tax. Minister of Finance, VSA, TEATT, see that each minister is depending on this tax. Did the minister read it, and if the minister finds it important, and what is the ministry benefiting from the tourist tax. Currently, all our tax revenues will be paid directly in the general coffers of the government. But once this piece of legislation process, once the legislation process on that particular tax has been completed, government will take a collective decision. Next question, marketing and promotion efforts. How is it spent on radio promotions with the region? The MP heard repeatedly in Dominica's Carnival advertising here in, I think, here in St. Martin, and if the minister, if I, minister, do that of the sort. And if not, if it's very important, it is very important to do such, and let's pay other radio stations to work. So I think the MP is suggesting that we should maybe try and do the same thing. According to what I've gathered from STB, we do not use radio as our budget is limited, and radio targets only a certain target group. We use digital marketing to stretch our dollars more and get more reach. But my personal opinion, I do believe that once we have like a carnival, we have like Soul Beach coming, we should be promoting it in other radio stations and try to see if we could find some budget for it, if the budget permits. But it's a great idea posed by the MP. Next, what is the minister's thought on the tourist tax, and where do I see the minister benefiting from it? It is important to note that the collected funds will be contributed to the general coffers rather than being designated to a specific ministry. Well, that's standard, but like I said, however, the tax itself may be earmarked for specific projects. Like I mentioned before, we look forward to discussing internally once the process of the legislation is complete. Marketplace, we start January 2025. That was mentioned by the Minister of TEATT. If something is wrong, mention is wrong. I already responded to that question through MP York's question. Next, cannabis. The opium ordinance falls under VSR, but legislation cannot take place like that. The necessary studies need to be done and paid for, including tax assessment. MP sees that Minister of TEATT wants to facilitate cannabis. Cannabis is a revenue-generating measure that adds to this country, according to the MP. We need to go through a legislative process which includes the floor of Parliament, of course, indeed, where Parliament can make any amendments. The MP refers to Antigua and indicates not to be afraid to modernize, The MP also indicated that the necessary due diligence needs to be done, and reference was also made by the MP to a court case. As minister, he informed that the company information would not be shared, but they could review it in the office. I think he's making a suggestion to the Minister of VSR that they can come and review it in the office. MP also advises the ministers to read the documents, and MP indicates, I think he was advising the Minister of VSR, and MP indicates that exclusivity was removed from the contract, and if the minister could read the document, he could not be in bind with the current court case. Article 3.3 of the contract signed in April of 2024 between Government of St. Martin and Native Nations explicitly says, government commits to granting a concession to Native Nations as consideration for the deliverable and obligations under the agreement. This concession, contingent upon establishing the necessary legal framework, will ensure Native Nations has the privilege to own and operate the only facilities dedicated to cultivation, manufacturing, processing, supplying, and testing of cannabis related to the products in St. Martin, so long as it is in compliance with the laws of St. Martin. Therefore, I must agree through you, Madam Chair, Lady, the MP is correct. The word exclusivity is indeed missing. However, as my colleague Minister Melissa Gum said, on many occasions, words have meaning and power. Therefore, the absence of the word exclusivity, however, explicitly stating that a particular entity is the only one that can execute an activity is indeed and constitutes an exclusivity. Next question. What is the legal issue on cannabis? I know that there, based on what I was informed, what I was informed, I know that there is a LOB verzoek sent to the Minister of VSA. However, I do not have any further details on the matter. A LOB verzoek means that they're asking to provide information. That's it, not that they're being taken to court. Next, MP Artwell area. Okay, so MP Artwell area asks a little under 10 questions, and an overview of it was about the Soul Beach funding, budget priorities, project transparency, and waiving of business license fees. So, first question. Looking at all the current projects from the previous government administration in the 2025 budget, what are the plans for this current government? What do you, which is me, want to execute? And what is the vision of the current government from each one of you, since these projects represent the vision of the previous government? Despite limited budget, we are committed to executing impactful projects that reflect our vision for Sint Maarten, which includes, in no particular order, the creation of the Sint Maarten Tourism Authority, revamping the maritime sector, establishing a MOU with SCDF, Soul Beach Music Festival, developing a cultural script, establishing policies for agriculture, livestock, and fisheries, revitalization of Phillipsburg, reestablishing of the ADC, creation of an investment promotion agency, finalizing the Stop and Shop, addressing the personal challenges faced by the staff within the Ministry of TEATT, improving the service throughout the ministry by optimizing outdated services, preparing an international civil aviation service, and I'm not sure if I mentioned it. I think it's not mentioned here, but also the Transportation Authority. I'm not sure if I mentioned that. That's just to name a few. Next question, government waiving lottery fees of 10 million guilders when we need, okay, so I guess this is the same question regarding the waiving of the lottery fees. And as I mentioned when, let me see, and there are any plans to waive any fees for these types of entities, casinos and lotteries, and was the waiver approved by the current government, by the previous, or for the years, and what are the amounts that were waived? So as I informed with my previous answer to MP York's question, I have not waived any 10 million in fees for any company. Regarding if any fees for casinos and lotteries who approved to waive fees. In September, again, of 2020, in September of...
Minister, is it possible for you to centralize your mic? Because I think
I'm
that will be
touching it.
better.
Yes, sorry about that.
Yes.
You're not hearing me, or is it
No,
that
I'm hearing you, but
hitting?
I'm getting certain
Yeah, I'm
remarks
not
that you're
gonna
not
touch it.
being heard clearly. No, if you can centralize it
this?
for the
Okay.
public to
Okay.
hear.
Okay, sorry.
Centralize it, so
Even
to
if
put
I
it in the
centralize?
center, so that everyone can follow all the questions,
Testing,
the answer that
testing.
you're
You can
giving.
hear me now?
Yes, I
Can
think
you
it's
hear me
better like
now?
that. Yes,
Okay.
thank you. You can continue, Minister.
Okay, good. So in September of 2022, the then Council of Ministers took a decision to waive all fees for casino companies after passing the Hurricane Irma and also during the COVID-19 pandemic. The MP should recall that decision, considering that he was a member of that very council. On November 12th, I took a decision to waive lottery license fees following the directions set by that Council of Ministers in September 2022. My decision is structured to be extended to any lottery business under the condition that they requested, and they provide evidence of being non-operational during the specified period. Prior to taking office, there was one lottery company that received a waiver from that period.
Minister, I have.
You need to press it.
You have to press? No. The mic, is the mic working? There seems to be a technical difficulty, but the mic is being changed. The battery of the mic is being changed. I would have to adjourn the meeting for 2 minutes to deal with the, no?
Give it some time to, if through you, Madam Chair.
It's working now. MP Irian, I give you the floor now for your interruption opportunity.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I almost forgot what I wanted to interrupt about. Madam Chair, the minister made mention that the previous administration waived the fees for casinos and lotteries, basically not indicating that the fees were waived for that specific time period and not the fees were waived. So I just want to be very clear on the words the minister is saying. And secondly, that the agreement, when I asked the minister a question, so the fees were waived, in particular, I believe almost 7 months, I believe it was. So it's not the fees were waived. But since then, the lottery companies and the casinos have already agreed to pay the backlog and remain current since then. And you could confirm from the Chief of Staff of the Minister of Finance, because she was in charge of the assignment. So what exactly are you waiving again if they were already waived and committed to pay? You can't be doubling up on waiving fees. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you,
Thank you, MP Irian.
Madam Chair Lady. Thank you,
Minister, you may
MP Arian,
answer.
for the, one more? Oh. So I said earlier, prior to, I think I said it clearly to, yes? Oh, sorry. Let me not touch that's what's happening? Oh, you can't hear me. Hello? Hello?
We can hear you.
Because I'm tall, you know? I'm going to go over here. So I said earlier in my previous answer through you, Madam Chair Lady, to MP York, I was specific. It was during a specific time during COVID and the 2 hurricanes, a specific time, and I only mentioned casinos. Yes, casinos. So, I'm sorry? And outside of that, only 1 casino received that waived fee at that specific time. So just to make it clear, I was clear. And it was approved by the former government. So the next question, does the government of St. Maarten have to secure any amount of money upfront to secure the Soul Beach Festival? And if so, how much? Soul Beach is not reflected in the budget, and where exactly are these funds? So in order to secure the festival, the government was required to make an upfront payment as part of the agreement. These payments total $700,000. In order to secure the event as part of the agreement, the sum of $500 was paid as a deposit. The balance of these funds, what did I say? 1,000. Yeah, what's wrong with me today? Huh? Probably a little too tired. $500,000 was paid as a deposit, and the balance of the funds will be coming from the marketing budget. Additionally, thus far, 2 anchor businesses has already indicated that they would like to contribute to facilitating the event, and we're currently discussing the amounts of their respective contribution. Why did Aruba government not support Soul Beach anymore after 24 years? While I could not speak on behalf of the Aruba government, discussions were revealed that their decision to no longer support the festival is linked to a strategic tourism planning. The festival is customarily held during Memorial Day weekend in the United States, and a period when Aruba already experienced high tourist activities. So similarly to how we focus on having initiatives to lengthen our high season, they intended to explore and venture to explore ventures that attracted tourists during times of low tourism. The fact that during that period there is currently a high demand is a testament to the success of the festival. Have you already paid anything to Soul Beach? If not, before any funds are transferred to school boards, Okay, so it is crucial to also balance the allocation of funds to ensure that all essential services and commitments are met fairly and adequately, well, equitably. And in this case, a deposit of $500,000 was already paid, has been secured to host Soul Beach event, and this reflects the recognition of events' importance in driving tourism and economic benefits. Can I get an overview of the projects planned for 2025 and highlight which are taken up in the budget and which ones are not? This was already answered in my previous question and presentation. What is the position of the minister for waiving fees of persons that can have dated business licenses? If it's possible in the clarification round, maybe the MP could explain me. I'm not sure what this question is about, referring to. Dated business licenses, we're not sure what the MP is requesting of us here. Then the Enterprise Support Project, ESP, from the NRPB. There was a slow go, or go slow. But the project is closing. Is the end date still going to be March 2025, or will it be extended since they have not been accepting applications? Or does the government have any plans to start a similar program to ESP, since there are people that want to be in a similar program? During my tenure, I have met with NRPB only from an introductory standpoint. However, I am due to an update in the coming weeks, and I cannot confirm if the end date is going to be in March 2025. However, I am sure that during my meeting, I will be provided with an update accordingly. We will look into the possibility of what can be done in the future regarding this similar program and entities, but for now, given the current budget constraints, I cannot foresee a similar entity existing should NRPB end date be March 2025 in actuality. What are the reflow plans from this project? Is it hoped that the money goes back to similar projects that supports micro, small businesses and micro, small, and medium businesses? The ESP provides financial injections in the form of loans and grants. While I do understand the repayment potentially allow for creation of new loans, this would be specifically related to the loan element of the program. As these loans are made to financial institutions, further discussions would be necessary to explore the feasibility of these initiatives in the years to come. Next, we have one question posed by MP Waver. MP Waver's question is surrounding lottery booths. And his question is, can the minister provide an overview of decision-taking regarding lottery booths from 2021 to 2024? And was there any decision taken during the period of accept payments, license fees, otherwise? So I have a list of all the lotteries from that time. And I'll start with My Lucky Day NV, extension of lottery license. This was approved. This was since 14th of November 2023. There's another one called Gold Pot NV, extension of lottery. This was also requested, the ministerial decision was the 14th of November, approved pending required procedure to be completed before issuance. Then it has My Lucky Day, a cancellation of outstanding lottery licenses fee for the period of September 2018 and 2019, 2023, April 18th of March was approved. And I think that that's falling in the period of I guess not, I don't know. And then Jamorama Lotteries, withdrawal of lottery license due to business closure. This was approved. This is the 2nd of April 2024. So the one from March was a cancellation of outstanding lottery license fees for the period of September 2018 to August 2023. Okay. Kinfolk Lottery Company NV, amendment of the lottery license to conduct only number lottery games. So that was the 20th of September 2024. This was approved. Kingford Lottery license, revocation of lottery license will be replaced by another lottery, 24th of October to 2024. The 2024 was approved. Play to Win, request for a new lottery license, 2024, the 24th of October of last year, approved pending required procedures to be completed before issuance. Smart Play NV, waiver, I have to go closer? Why, I could, no? Oh, that's not me then, because I can hear myself. Yes? Hello? Okay, so Smart Play waiver of lottery license fees in the aftermath of Hurricane Irma, that was approved, that was 12th of November. My Lucky Day, NV, cancellation of outstanding lottery fees for the period of September 13th to August 9th, 2018, pending. Kinfolk Lottery, waiver of fees from March 2020 to March 2020 in light of the COVID-19 crackdown, pending. Then we go over to questions posed by MP Janssen. Oops. MP Janssen had merely three questions, and I'll start with that. There are many social media postings about crime in St. Maarten, and we have seen up to yesterday where a Canadian entity issued a warning about visiting SXM. So on social media, you can find so many of these warnings. What is the tourist office doing, and has it started actions to combat negative publicity and image that the St. Maarten is getting? The tourist office is actively addressing negative news by highlighting positive stories and milestones through the digital campaigns, press releases, and social media. Social media is being monitored daily, and we continue to emphasize the unique aspects of our island, such as its natural beauty, vibrant culture, and resilient community through the digital marketing and public relations. Is the economic census now budgeted for 2025 since it was cut from 2024, and can this be provided? No, the economic census is not budgeted for or scheduled for 2025 due to budget constraints. However, it is not an annual requirement, and therefore it is not executed every year. So we hope the financial situation will improve in 2025 so that we can execute this survey in the near future, hopefully in 2026, depending on the budget and revenue improvement. Then her last questions was with cannabis legislation. Can the minister supply Parliament with the documentations available on cannabis so that everyone has the information? So, as part of the stakeholder engagement, discussions about the cannabis legislation as well as its social and economic impact will be held with the Parliament of St. Maarten. However, it is premature to share any documents or have any further discussion, as the process for the legislation and completion of the social economic impact is still a work in progress. Can a letter regarding the court case to be showed so that we can see the date of the receipt and see which ministers was present when this letter was served? At present, I'm unaware again of any court case against the government. It is an understanding that the LOB verzoek was sent to the Minister of VSA. However, I do not have any documents, so maybe we could ask the Minister of VSA that has this information. Is there any truth or myth that after a tender procedure or one grower was given exclusivity for a limited of time, and has the grower since requested an extension? Work group was established in 2022. Okay. Yes, it is true that after the tender process, one grower was given exclusivity for the growing of the limited time. It is also true that the vendor has requested an extension period for the contract. The request is under review. However, since the discussion has begun with the work group, the possibility for farmers and others interested in participating in cannabis growing has been made available. I think I'm going to delete that question. Makes no sense. So the process and standards for such, the question with however until available, take it off the record because it's not clear. And the process and standard for such will be detailed in the legislation once it's completed. Next, I move on to questions posed by MP Varen Kotai. He's not in there. Okay. So MP Varen Kotai had a few questions, and I don't have my but it's okay. So we have a few questions from MP Varenkotai, and his question is, Minister, that the Minister mentioned that contracts were handed out, and what contracts were you referring to? What was the objectives of these contracts, and how many contracts was issued, and what are the durations of the said contracts? And I think MP Kotai is referring to the contracts of STB, the marketing contracts. So US contracts, big idea, digital marketing contract, that was handed out in 2023 to 2026. Diamond PR publication, public relations for 2023 and 2024. And there were also contracts, it's not listing here, but contracts also handed out for certain markets. So Canadian market, the Caribbean market, and Caribbean, Canadian, and European market. Regarding the tourism budget, it was mentioned that the main markets that will be focused on the United States of America, Canada, and throughout Europe. What's going on with the one from Latin America and what's happening in that market? So due to budget constraints this year, we have decided not to focus heavily on the Latin American market. Our priority is to allocate resources strategically by targeting markets that promise the best return on investment and demonstrate economic stability, which are key factors for effective campaign outcomes. However, we recognize the importance of maintaining a presence in the region, and to achieve this, we will collaborate with Copa Airlines, which connects to St. Maarten to Latin America through Panama, and by working closely with trade partners and tour operators who utilize Copa Airlines as their preferred carrier, we aim to sustain our engagement with the Latin American market. This partnership ensures we remain accessible and relevant to Latin America travelers while optimizing our resources to achieve broader strategic goals. The funds for the Latin America budget will be redirected to North American budget and maybe the Caribbean region. With the economic report on the mega yacht industry, why has there been no plans or upgrades to Simpson Bay Bridge, and how come this has been overlooked so long? And I think this has to do with the, considering the economic report on the industry, this is indeed a long overdue undertaking. Recognizing this, we're embarking on a complete review of the industry with the intent to restructure and position it as a leading force in the region, even globally. To address noted upgrades and improvements to infrastructure process and policy, stakeholders consultation will commence. These consultations will focus on identifying areas of improvement and including necessary infrastructure investment that will support the growing demands of the industry. And we are committed to doing everything necessary to achieve these goals, our goals. How did the airport and harbor perform in 2024, and what specific data supports these evaluations? Airport in 2024, the airport recorded approximately 1.65 million passenger movements, which represents 9.9% above the 2004 projected budget of 1.52 million, and a 15% increase compared to year 2023, which was also a recovery. The graph, I have a graph that is listed below that focuses on key monthly figures for the relevant years and the sources of passengers. So this is for the MP to see. Regarding the port, for the calendar year in 2024, the port recorded a 1.37 million passengers. And this is a 7% increase compared to the 1.31 passengers in 2023. This is thus far. And regarding cargo, there was a 4% growth in local imports and 8% increase in transshipment volumes, highlighting the port's continued role as a regional cargo hub. And these figures highlights the steady growth in both cruise and cargo operations. What are the current home porting statistics, and how can government facilitate improvements in this area? Home porting experience an approximate home porting experienced an approximate 10% increase in 2024 compared to 2023. The growth of this market is tied to the availability of the additional hotel rooms, now fully functional. St. Maarten Airport, along with renewed consumer base of advertising, enticing passengers in the Caribbean basin, the US and Europe to fly to St. Maarten, potentially have a pre-cruise vacation stay and board ship in St. Maarten, and board the ship on St. Maarten. What are the government's goals and priorities for enhancing transportation and trade? Government's aim is to ensure port and airport services, facilities, and safety to reposition St. Maarten as a leading transportation and trade hub in the region. These efforts will prioritize upgrading infrastructure, improve operational efficiency, and support sustainable growth in the key sectors of the transportation trade. Why has there never been plans to increase the parking for private jets, as this is the business for the island? I think this question was posed to PGIAE, and according to PGIAE, this statement is incorrect. A master plan for capital improvement was developed in 2024, continuing from the original 2012 master plan. However, the actual work was never executed due to the need for land acquisitions and reclamations. It is important to note that PGIAE successfully completed a major reconstruction project in 2024 after the airport terminal was heavily damaged in 2017. This is a significant achievement and was the main objectives for the airport in 7 years. What about the plans for additional taxes for flights to accommodate handling more commercial jets, especially seeing that most commercial flights land approximately in the same time? Through you, Madam Chair, Lady MP, thank you for raising that important concern. While I recognize that multiple flights often land around the same time, simply increasing the number of taxis is only one part of the solution. The ministry must carefully balance license regulations and the airport's physical constraints and existing road congestions. So in looking at this matter, the ministry would need to coordinate with the airport to manage arrivals more efficiently and improve public transport options, and engage taxi association to ensure service quality and fair competition. A comprehensive plan such as this would need to be addressed. Peak demands would have to be without oversaturating the market or exacerbating the traffic, ultimately enhancing both visitor experience and mobile. This too would form part of our broader policy that the ministry is embarking on, as previously mentioned. What is the economic spin-off for Soul Beach? The Soul Beach Music Festival significantly boosts the host country economy by injecting millions of dollars. The combined return on investment amounts to approximately $30 million. It brings back to St. Maarten. It could potentially bring back to St. Maarten, derived from tourist spending, event spending, and marketing value. The festival also positively impacts local businesses through lodging, transportation, and food and beverages, etc. Next, I'll move over to questions posed by MP Peterson. MP Peterson's questions was mainly, it's about 3 questions surrounding lottery booths and casinos. Minister, the MP, through you, Madam Chair, Lady asks is if the minister is looking at doing a saturation study, and are we looking into a complete ban of these casinos, and all these casinos are all these casinos up to date with their taxes? The decision that allows the 2 casinos to relocate from their I would have to skip that. No, that question. No, there's not a right answer for this. What guidelines are the following? What guidelines are we following when people are permitting to go into these casinos? How many times a week are locals allowed to go into casinos? I think I answered this question regarding that through MP York's question, and Is the minister looking to do a saturation study? All of this will be done under the guise of the gaming legislation, so the gaming authority. So yes, that will be indeed done under the gaming authority. And then the
Minister,
last,
before
yes?
you continue, the question of the member of parliament, could you answer it? Because then,
I just did.
no, in regards to, you mentioned, in regards to a question that was already answered under other MP, just so that it can be answered in the public meeting for that MP, if you have it
The
with
one
you.
that I said, oh,
That
what is
refer
the-
to other
what
MP.
guidelines? Oh, I would have to scroll. Oh, I would have to really, that answer. Yeah. It's the ministers, the MP is asking what guidelines are we following? It's the same thing, it has to do how many times a week are locals allowed to go to casinos? I answered that question extensively regarding regarding the law. So I think for the record, it's already been answered. And they will receive it in the end report.
Okay, you can continue.
I would have to scroll
Yes,
all
I
the way up.
understand. So you can continue.
I'm at the finish line
and
right
then
here.
It will take a little
Yes.
longer, but
Yes.
for future references, that it can be just copy paste, just for the member to
Okay,
have it.
no
Yeah, you
problem.
can continue.
Okay, last, no, not one before. Next, I have MP Myers. How is the project in Indigo Bay? MP Myers asked questions surrounding. Indigo, La Vie Levant project, the situation and the situation at EDC. So how is the project at Vie Levant going, and how is it advancement? How is the feedback? Is it marketed to a high-end 5-star? So this matter was discussed with Minister Avrami, because I have not met with the owners as yet, and we were informed that they require an update on their sewage and drainage plan, and additionally, they have been requested to provide environmental impact study as part of the necessary steps for moving forward, is what I have so far on update. And then the next question from MP Myers is the situation at EDC. How far is the ministry with this, and is there an investigation going on, and were funds misappropriated, and what is the actual situation as it pertains to what happened at EDC? So I held a meeting with the supervisory board in September of last year, and during that interaction, it became evident that the questions and responses that were being that were significant issues, that there were significant issues between the supervisory board and former manager. The board submitted a report revealing major discrepancies, and to address these concerns, I have requested a quotation from an external auditor to have them received. We are currently preparing our next step towards conducting a comprehensive audit of the EDC's financials and operations over the past 2 years, because the financials and audits have been done up to 2022. So everything is up to date up to 2022. So especially considering that financial audit has not been done despite it being a statutory requirement. So once this is done, based on the outcome of that, I'll know more and I can inform further. Next, I have questions posed by MP Duran. One before the last MP. One more to go after this. So MP Duran has questions about Swaliga Market and my top 5 priorities. So my top 5 priorities, and the top 5 priorities that we have per ministry is legislation and policies. I think I mentioned all the policies, which is and focusing on creating a structure for new agencies for 2026 and beyond. So SCA, Civil Aviation, Maritime, IPA, Traffic Authority. Finalizing ongoing projects, which is the market vending place, revitalization of Phillipsburg and cultural script, hospitality training, maritime sector improvement, and agriculture development. And of course, the country packages are our priorities as well, all 3 of them. And then, in general, the R4 effect, where TEATT will be focused on reshaping our priorities, reforming outdated systems, and rebuilding our approach to governance with accountability at its core. I mentioned before that I firmly believe that collaboration is a cornerstone, whether it is uniting efforts across ministries or building meaningful partnership with private sector. These are my priorities, and this is where I will remain in this realm for the year 2025. Next question, the presentation stated that 164,000 guilders was allocated to a third-party personnel payments. Was the consultants temporary workers? Can that be elaborated for clarity's sake? So out of the 164,000 that was allocated to the Department of Inspection, 14,000 is designated for consultants and 150 is allocated for the lottery oversight. Next, questions by save the best for last. Question posed by MP Westcott Williams. MP Westcott Williams, questions surrounded beautification of Phillipsburg, EU relationships, and status on lottery decree. Another discussion that needs to be had is that if we are aware of the sufficient utilization of the EU relationship and citizenships, or are we again facing a lack of capacity to go to that source of funding with a strong determination? To answer the question posed by MP Westcott Williams, the Ministry of TEATT has always leveraged EU funding's opportunity whenever possible. Despite the challenges we face with limited resources, we recognize that strict requirements and tight deadlines are often part of the opportunities, and we are actively working to address these. For example, the Green Oversea Project, the GoPro project, is an initiative where we've engaged the EU funding for agriculture development with project manager support. Additionally, we continue to engage with TEATT and relevant ministries in the Netherlands to explore realistic and beneficial funding and capacity building opportunities. Next question, the design for the beautification of Phillipsburg is getting underway. Can the points of departure of the design be shared? The beautification design for Phillipsburg will focus on enhancing the visual appeal and functionality of our capital, creating a more inviting environment for both residents and visitors. The project's timelines is as follows. In phase 1, after 2 weeks, a comprehensive analysis is expected. Phase 2, proposed concepts for points of interest will be delivered after 3 weeks of approval of the comprehensive analysis. Phase 3, the final plan will be due in 9 weeks after acceptance of the concepts. So everything is timeline and deadlines have to be met. I think this is a final question. Yeah. Why is the lottery decree still pending, and if it's still at the governor? We have inquired with the governor's cabinet as of this week. We have inquired with the governor's cabinet as of this week once more of the follow-up on why the LBM is taking so long, to find out why it's taking so long than normal. We're still awaiting a response from the cabinet. Should I or the ministry not receive a response prior to my visit with the governor scheduled this month, I will inquire during my visit and emphasize the length of time and further discussion, emphasize the length of time it's taking and further discussion why it's delayed. It has my full attention, and the ministry and my person as well for this month. And with that, Madam Chair Lady, I have come to the end of the answers posed, and I wait for any questions or clarifications from the members of Parliament.
Thank you very much, Minister of TEATT, for answering the questions of the members posed in the first round. Does any member have a point of clarification? I'm seeing that that's the case. MP Westcott Williams, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady, and a good evening. And words of thanks to the Minister for the responses given to the members of Parliament. One of the added benefits of the presentation, the way it was done by the Minister, shows across the board of Parliament the topics that have been raised by the members of Parliament. So how often, for example, the issue of the lottery booths, etc., came up. And stating that, Madam Chair Lady, I would like the Minister, based on the answer given regarding outstanding business license requests, if these can be broken down into what type of licenses are pending approval. The minister mentioned, Madam Chair Lady, that there will be stakeholders consultation on the proposed or to be proposed cannabis legislation. Can the minister give an indication of who are considered the stakeholders in such a process? The matter of the waiving of the lottery fees, I want to understand from the minister that I understood her correctly to state that, one, in 2022, the then approved the waiving of casino fees for a particular period, for 2 particular periods. Did the minister add to, firstly, was that a decision by the is my clarification question to the minister. Secondly, did I understand the minister to say in her answers that while that decision regarded the casinos, that already fees for a lottery company were also waived at some point for one particular lottery company, is my question. Did I understand that to be the case, while there was no decision regarding waiving fees for lottery operations? Coming back to the matter of the cannabis legislation, permit to grow, can the minister break down that process a little clearer? So one, can I receive, and I'm sure it's somewhere here at Parliament, but maybe more accessible to the minister at this moment, the request for proposals that were sent out in the first place, one. Secondly, the native nations that were granted the permission to develop and work on the legislation, did I understand that is what that assignment entailed? And then the issue of exclusivity or not, did that regard actually a grower of cannabis? That I need to understand very, very clear. And if the minister could further break it down for me, please. Thank you, Madam Chair Lady.
Thank you, MP Sarah Westcott-Williams. I now give the floor to MP York for his clarification. MP York, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to the Minister and her support staff. Minister, through you, Madam Chair, the Minister alluded in her intro to Soca Rumble. So is that, can she clarify, can the Minister clarify that, is that a precursor to it coming back? Also, as it pertains to the benches that now preside in town, that are now breaking apart, what is the timeline? Can the Minister, she mentioned that it could be removed. Is that a possible timeline for that? Also, through you, Madam Chair, the Minister touched on the agreement that she has with Soul Beach, but it's supposed to be in conjunction with the Friend side, but the Friend side hasn't totally agreed yet, but they're in talks with the event manager from Soul Beach, but the Dutch side has already paid. So what happens to that deal? Can the Minister clarify to you, Madam Chair, what happens to that deal if the Friend side were to pull out, or if the talks don't go anywhere, or doesn't end in a positive sense? Moving on, Madam Chair, the Minister touched on the questions about the influencers, but I didn't. The Minister answered one question as it pertains, or went through one influencer as it pertains to how much she paid. I think it was $3,000 or $4,000, and then with the other influencers, I didn't get a number. So how much did the minister pay, through you, Madam Chair, for those other influencers? And also, I think the minister spoke about one of the return on investments, or one of the things they look at is being measured per view. Can she further elaborate on that and how that exactly works? And am I understanding it correctly as it pertains to the marketplace? So the demolition of the marketplace was under the permit of the initial design, if I understand it correctly? Because I think the minister did have a building permit for the initial design. If not, I stand corrected. And the holdup is because of the permit for the new design. So through you, Madam Chair, can the minister clarify that part? I didn't really fully understand that. I got a bit mixed up. And the minister spoke on the waiving of fees for casinos. But my question was more about the lottery booths. And can the minister clarify from what was waived, what figure are we looking at? And that would be it for my clarifications. Thank you.
Thank you, MP York. I now give the floor to MP La Cruz for his clarifications. MP La Cruz, you have the floor.
A blessed evening, Madam Chair Lady, and all those watching on social media. Madam Chair Lady, through you, I'd like to thank the Minister of TEATT for her answers to the questions, and I'd like to make a clarification. I'd like a clarification on this question when it concerns the job of the casino controllers. Madam Chair Lady, this was something that was already reviewed in the ministry, and I'm a little bit shocked that the minister did not receive that information, which is literally that we were encouraging Zwartwerken. People were getting paid and not paying taxes. So at the time, we discussed it in the ministry, the cabinet, and with the Ministry of Finance also, to find a way that the casinos would pay the stipend that they pay the casino controllers to government, and then they receive that on their pay slips. So because it was a situation where the cat watching the rat, if your job is to control that people don't come in more than 6 times a month, but you are also paid by those people, then that doesn't work. So if the minister could actually look into that and see if that was ever executed, because that was already worked on. Then, like I said, I heard the minister mention concerning the benches. The advice is there, so if it's not done properly, and it should have been with steel, it is the minister's responsibility, being there now, to call that company and then for them to do it correct. Then one more clarification concerning the discount that was given to the casinos. That was literally because the casinos were ordered by government to close down, and seeing that they have monthly fees to pay every month. If you force me to close, you can't charge me the fees. So everyone that requested for those months that government said you had to be closed, they got then the discount from it. And I can't remember properly if any lottery company did that at the same time. But if they did, or they do it now, then I would believe that it should be granted. I don't know what else was said, or if it came across from somewhere else in a funny way, but that was the whole plan. Thank you, Madam Chair, Lady.
Thank you, MP La Cruz. I now give the floor to MP Irian for his clarification.
Good evening, Minister, support staff. Minister, through you, Madam Chair, I'll just kind of want to be a little bit more specific. When you were answering the questions with the influencers, you only mentioned one group, the first group at 3,000, the American group. You didn't mention, in the Caribbean group of influencers, you also did not mention the amounts that we paid. You only mentioned the impact. And I know MP are touching it, but I'm going to be very specific so we don't have them skipped over. Also, when it came to the Soul Beach, you did not answer the question, my question. My question was, I think, very clear. You said that the government paid $500,000, and I also indicated in my questions, and I made a statement also that the friend side is not partaking, and you kind of clarified that they aren't now, they might be negotiating, but I've heard differently. But again, it's not reflected in the budget. You said very clearly that the rest of the money will be coming from the marketing budget. But the $500,000 is not in the budget now and was not in the budget for 2024. So my question to you then was, how did the government pay this money? Where did this money come from? So my question was totally skipped over. So I would really like that question to be answered. And the reason why I said that was because whatever way that the government, whatever way that the Ministry of TEATT found to be able to pay for Soul Beach without it being budgeted for, we now will have little excuses for other ministers to be able to follow your footsteps, to be able to pay, for instance, the justice workers and other civil servants in the future. And we can't continue to then use the excuse of we don't have an approved budget to be able to execute. Regarding the ESP, and so I'm not sure if you discussed with maybe the Prime Minister, because the question was definitely not answered. And when I'll say that MP, when you, Minister, when you sat on this side, you would always say, hey, NRPB is part of us, please go to NRPB and get the answers. So I would really like if you could go to NRPB and have them answer the question on the Enterprise Support Project, or find out from the Prime Minister, if he's in charge of this, that he answers the question that was posed regarding the ESP. In addition to that, you mentioned, I asked a question about the reflows from the ESP, and you talked about, so that the answer did not reflect anything regarding the reflows. So I would say, please go and check with NRPB regarding the reflows of the ESP, because the ESP is not the bank's money. So we put money into the project also. Money is coming back to government. I believe it's a little under 2 million guilders. So I'm asking, at one point in time, so where the money's coming in now, so where's the money going to? And if the money is allocated to any projects? That was my question, because you stated in one of your press releases, again, to you, Madam Chair, I want to be very clear, because my question was not answered, so I'm going back to my question. You stated that in the article previously about the reflows from the airport financing and the possibilities of using that money. So now my question now was, okay, that's one reflows that's come back in. What is the plan for the government on the reflows from the ESP money? Minister, you answered questions to another MP regarding the roadside vending permits. I'm happy to hear that some structure will be brought to it. I've heard some complaints in the past regarding some unification and the beautification of it. But what I want to understand, based on what you said, I want to clarify, is it left up to the minister's discretion? Because that was not clear. And who decides what is nice, what is beauty? The minister mentioned that all booths need to be built off-site and inspections will be done by TEATT. So I just want to make sure that that was what I understood correctly, that they must be built off-site and the inspection will be done by TEATT. I just want to clarify if that was what was mentioned. And that then would TEATT then be doing controls to ensure that they are not being built on-site. The minister mentioned the casino controller. I think that's a question by MP Rayon Peterson. And the minister basically said that we are looking at the new framework from the Gaming Control Board. So I would like to understand then if the current legislation is not going to be enforced in the absence of the new legislation. So MP Peterson asked a question. You referred to, these things will be done with a new framework, but is the ministry then not enforcing the current legislation in the absence of? Similar, the minister mentioned, I believe another MP talked, MP York talked about the boots, or MP La Cruz, about the illegal boots. Again, reference was made to the country package, legislation, control board. So again, in the absence of, would be then lottery boots, in the absence of, are we going to then continue to have the illegal activities? Because we acknowledge the illegal activities, but we're saying we're going to wait on new legislation to deal with it. So in the absence thereof, we're going to just continue with the illegal activities as a government, even though we know that it exists. Again, for clarity, MP York's question was regarding lottery boots. When you answered, though, about the waiving of fees, you answered on casinos. I want to be very clear on that. So what was waived? So MP York's question was related to the waiving of lottery boots. In your answer, you said that a casino was waived and there was one, so it wasn't very clear on the answer. So I would like a real clear answer on that. And you said a year for one and then not for the other, so this one be very clear. Which years, the amounts, which matter of fact, you can even bring the mandate in the confidentiality to Parliament, and we can all see it there also. So which months were waived regarding the casinos? And you said that there's a mandate from the previous COM to do the lotteries. So is that aligned then with the casinos? So is the casinos and the lotteries aligned in that same mandate? I believe, yes, that'll be all, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Irian. Before I give the floor to MP Otley, I will adjourn the meeting for 1 minute. Meeting adjourned. I hereby reconvene this meeting and give the floor to MP Otley for his clarification. MP Otley, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good day to the Honorable Minister of TEATT, her support staff. Madam Chair, is a saying, if you want to beat a dog, you're going to find a stick. And obviously the coalition and the minister is looking for this stick. When it relates to the contract for the cannabis, Minister, you read a paragraph or phrase. Did the minister read the entire contract? Very important as it relates to clarity, because we are speaking about an RFP that took place, a bid that this right shall encompass exclusive authority to import and export cannabis for distribution purposes during the preparatory stage. After exclusive period, I won't say the name, expires, then and only then the government can receive others. This was taken out in its entirety. So the aspects that only one company can and will distribute cannabis on St. Martin for now till kingdom come is 100% false. Thank you, Madam Chair. And as the Minister of Education states, you have to be very careful. Just as, for instance, Sol is the only gas station on St. Martin, but according to the Prime Minister, it does not have exclusive rights on St. Martin. Thank you very much.
Thank you, MP Otley, and I'll give the floor to MP Doran for his clarification.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Thank you, through you, Madam Chair, to the Minister and her support staff for the responses given thus far. I have a couple queries that I would like some clarification on. The first one being, Madam Chair, through you, the Minister mentioned that the aesthetics of the boots on the pond field will have to change. I understand that, but I'm just trying to find out if this is a manner or a way to get the people that are there out and new people in. I hope that is not the case. I would like some clarity on that point. And secondly, what I find a bit disturbing when I hear that the inspections will be carried out by TEATT based on the building and so forth. TEATT is not in the building business, Madam Chair. The Ministry of Romy has a new works department, they have an infrastructure department, they have a building permit department, they even have an inspection department. Things always go wrong when certain ministries cross over into other ministries. I know that very well. So I hope that this idea could be adjusted a bit and the right stakeholders are involved so that that can be avoided, because when the inspection is carried out, it also has to be carried out by the inspection department for the electricity as well, for that the meters are connected. So that is my point. Secondly, through you, Madam Chair, I just want to get some clarity because I asked about the building permit being published in the Gazette. I heard eventually it was not. There is no building permit as yet, but we can go back for articles for these last couple of months, even going into the groundbreaking time. We're already talking about the new design. So it's not as if the new design is a new idea. So through you, Madam Chair, to the Minister, I would like some clarity on the fact that we were told that there was an issue with the soil, there was an issue here, there was an issue there. All of a sudden now we're being told we can't continue and the old building permit was used to demolish. I just want the truth for the people of St. Martin and a real timeline be given as to when the market vendors can expect their completion of the project. Lastly, Madam Chair, when I hear from the Minister that a mandate being executed because of a decision made by the previous COM in 2022, I just have to sit back and laugh. So my question is through you, Madam Chair, are all COM decisions from 2010 moving forward being executed? Or we just pick and choosing which one to our convenience? Because through you, Madam Chair, gone are the days where you could give the people salt and say that is sugar. Thank you, and I look forward to the clarification.
Thank you, MP Doran. Honorable Minister, would you be able to answer the clarifications at this point, or if not, how much time would you need to do so? Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. As of right now, I could answer at least 80% of these questions, but I need a few more, maybe about 20%. I just need to confirm a few, so I can come back as soon as maybe after the break. I don't know. I'm not sure how the schedule is, but it shouldn't take me too long. So maybe we play it by ear because I'm not sure how the schedule works with the other ministers. But it should not take me at all too long to answer. At least 80% I can answer now, which I know per rules of order, Madam Chair Lady, I can't just do it like that. So I would need some time. So
Thank
after the
you.
break, and then we, I guess, play it by ear at the end.
Thank you, Minister, for clarifying that matter. What I will do now, I will adjourn the meeting for support until 8 p.m. and then we will continue with the next minister in line and we will take it from there. Meeting adjourned until 8 p.m. I hereby reconvene this meeting. Good evening. I would like to give a special welcome to the Prime Minister and Minister of General Affairs, Dr. Luc Mercelina, and his support staff, so that the Minister now can answer the questions of the members of Parliament in the first round. Prime Minister, you have the floor.
Madam Chair Lady, Secretary General, members of Parliament, good night. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to come and give answers to the questions that has been posed yesterday by the members of Parliament concerning the handling of the budget 2025. I will start giving answers to questions that has been directed to me as Minister of General Affairs by MP Ludmila de Wever. MP de Wever was a little concerned of the fact that we were focusing on making use of the telecommunicatie and post. During one of those meetings, the government was informed that BTP Sint Maarten could do this in cooperation with the BTP Curaçao, that since 2010 actually is the regulatory authority in Curaçao controlling the energy prices of that community. After additional investigations by the BTP, interministerial collaboration between the Minister of TEATT and myself as Minister of General Affairs took place. We decided that we're going to mandate the BTP to do this for us. The BTP was then instructed to explore and reach an agreement with the BTP RAC, as they call it, the Regulatory Authority Curaçao, to advise on the necessary steps in lowering the burden of, for example, the fuel clause. I have forwarded today to Parliament the Memorandum of Understanding which BTP Sint Maarten and BTP RAC Curaçao have signed on our mandate request. I consider the Memorandum of Understanding to be self-explanatory, and it has been sent for the members of Parliament. Question from MP Lacruz. How many staff are currently in the P&O Department of Government? What is being done to increase retention rate of personnel officers, seeing that several staff resigned within 2024, and it has caused a tremendous backlog in the whole organization of government? Can the Prime Minister give an update on what his plans are with that? Madam Chair, through you to MP Lacruz, you highlighted correctly that the department has been facing some challenges since 2022. The department has been functioning with minimal staff for quite some time. Due to the heavy workload experienced by staff members, the lack of digital advancement, and the availability of better paying jobs elsewhere, it has proven difficult to retain staff over the years. The Department of P&O is currently functioning at 44% capacity, as there are 11 persons working in the department at present. The total formation of P&O should be 25, while it's 11 at this particular moment. To address the capacity challenges, the department continues to publish vacancies, which include personnel advisors, personnel officers, and a section head. The department is actively busy with steps to recruit new personnel. Additionally, in December of 2024, the Council of Ministers approved the project Strengthening of the HR Function. This project is partly geared towards the digitalization of the processes within the department, which will simplify the manner of working and will assist in the reduction of the heavy workload. The project also includes the upgrading of critical staff within the department. Question 2, what is the turnover rate for government employees leaving civil service, specifically young professionals under age 40? What is the average length that young professionals and returning students stay in civil service? MP hopes that it sparks a plan. To give you an overview of some statistics, the Department of Education, Culture, Youth and Sport had in 2023 one person that resigned, 0 in 2024, and there were in that year, 2024, no returning students that resigned once they started in government. For the TEATT, the ministry, it was 0 person resigned in 2023, and 5 persons resigned in 2024. Also in that department of TEATT, no students that returned resigned. In the finance department, we had also 0 person resigned in 2023, 2 in 2024, and 3 persons under 40 resigned. Also here, no returning students resigned for the ministry, in the Ministry of TEATT. For the Ministry of VSA, we had 3 persons resigned in 2023 and 7 persons resigned in 2024. 2 returning students resigned in 2024 and 3 persons were under the 40 years. For the VROMI, it was 1 person resigned in 2023. No returning students resigned. For the Ministry of General Affairs, 9 persons resigned in 2023 and 10 persons in 2024. And until now, 5 under the age of 40 resigned in 2023 and 3 in 2024. No returning students resigned. Question 3. When will the new function table be published? The last one was from 2012, with scale 1, 3:1, reflecting even less than minimum wage. I think that the Honourable MP is actually referring to the salary table instead of the function table that he was speaking about. I can inform Parliament that the new salary table will be published in February 2025. Question 4. Civil servants were promised a 2% salary indexation as of January 2025. Will that be in the January salaries? What is actually the intention? It will not be reflected the payment of the indexation of 2% in January 2025. However, once the legislation is finalized via the relevant department, the respective payment will be done. The proposal for the amendment of the regulation on vacation and leave of absence has been submitted to the Governor and will be sent to Parliament subsequently for further handling. Question 5. 3:1, scale 1 to 8 goes up to minimum wage. Will the others also be carried up if we follow this line? The answer is the law stipulates that persons cannot receive a salary below the minimum wage. As such, it is standing practice that no employees are granted a salary below the minimum wage. There are currently no employees in the listed skills and steps, being the traders, that are being paid under the minimum wage in government. As such, the salary scales do not necessarily need to be adjusted upon increase of the minimum wage. Question 6. How many civil servants are literally on scale 1, 3:1 until 3:8? There are at this particular moment no employees within the ministries of, actually all of them, Education, Culture, Youth and Sport, TEATT, Finance, VSA, Justice and VROMI, and also the Ministry of General Affairs that are at this particular moment on scale 1 between 3:1 to 3:8. Question 7, there was a civil servants employee satisfaction group turned council. When are the outputs expected to be completed of this survey? The question is answered as follows. The current Council of Ministers will be receiving a presentation on the results of the Employee Satisfaction Survey and recommendations. Notable to mention, this has also been brought forward by the Honourable Chair Lady of Parliament, Mrs. Sarah Westcott-Williams. The Ministry of AZ and the Secretariat of Parliament are busy scheduling a meeting for a presentation to the Honourable Members of Parliament on the Civil Servants Employee Satisfaction Survey and the way forward. Question 8, is the SER actually functioning? The MP feels somewhat misled. Has the decree of the chairman of the SER been signed? After quite a long period of the SER not functioning, I'm pleased to announce that the SER is again functioning. The national decree appointing the members of the SER were signed in August 2024. In addition, the draft national decree for the chair and the vice chair was sent to the cabinet of the governor. These national decrees have not been signed yet. Question 9. Under the MP's tenure of less than 8 months, there was a loss of 1 SG, 2 department heads, and a number of staff in the P&O. In addition to the fact that there is no legal affairs at this particular moment, yet there are no vacancies for any of these positions. Is it the intention to continue to burden the staff in general affairs? When will these vacancies be put out? As I understand the political environment that we are currently in, especially during a budget debate, Madam Chair, through you, I must remind the Honourable Member of Parliament that I remain true to my genuine characteristic of looking out for the well-being of our people. Having said that, I applaud and encourage any personal advancement as someone continues to grow in their professional career. I had an excellent working relationship with the former SG of General Affairs, and I wish them well as they continue to seek professional opportunities elsewhere. It is, though, worth noting that by the time I took office in May, the process of the exit process, actually, of the former SG was already on the go. And I gave her the blessing for her to proceed advancement in her professional career. So it's not that I came in and then she decided to move out. No, she was busy with that process already at the moment that I came in office as Prime Minister and Minister of General Affairs. However, it must be noted also that upon my entry into the ministry as Prime Minister and Minister of AZ, several positions had been vacant for some time with inherited resignations. Regardless, I take ownership of the situation and steps are being taken to address these capacity issues in government. Thus, 3 vacancies within the Department of P&O have been advertised since December 2024, namely Section Head FNB, Personal Advisor and Personal Officer. The recruitment process is ongoing for those functions. The Head of EAZNW has been advertised. The necessary steps to finalize the recruitment process are also ongoing. The remaining department head functions are currently under review. This will be addressed by the Council of Ministers and will be contingent and prioritized the time once we pass this budget. Question number 10. Unanswered questions in CC MP asked why was there a second bidding round for the Smart Shelter project initiated by PAHO, when local contractors had already submitted their bids since January 2024. The procurement process has been closely monitored by the PAHO procurement at headquarters in Washington, D.C., adhering to PAHO procurement policies and procedures and maintaining consistency with requirements containing in the PAHO World Health Organization construction agreement with the European Commission took place which is actually the donor for this project. The initial tender was published on the United Nations Global Marketplace platform to ensure wide visibility and encourage broad participation. Specific efforts were made to engage local businesses, with over 36 local, regional, and international companies being invited to register for the bidding. However, only 3 companies completed the application, and 2 of those submitted proposals. During the evaluation of the bids, it was determined that one submission significantly exceeded the project's allocated budget, and another did not meet some of the essential criteria included in the request for proposal. These challenges and the lack of viable bids from the initial tender round were presented and discussed during the Sint Maarten-PAHO Joint Technical Group meeting on August 29, 2024. Recognizing the need for a more inclusive process, the decision was made to revise the request for proposal requirements in an effort to better align with local capacity while maintaining adherence to PAHO criteria. Following consultations with the European Union, the donor for this project, a second tender round was initiated. This step was taken to broaden participation, provide local businesses with a renewal opportunity to engage, and to ensure the successful delivery of the Smart Shelters project. Question 11. PM's introduction in the CC said that the letter was received 27 days later and the second letter with a reminder 34 days later. PM is urged to take a look at what is going on at the DIF department. It is impossible for Parliament to be able to function if letters are held sidelined from members of Parliament. Upon inquiry regarding the concern on what is going on at the DIF, it is notable, Madam Chair, through you, to mention to the Honourable Member of Parliament that there seems to be a strong semblance delay from DIF Parliament to the Government of Sint Maarten. Permit me to provide a brief timeline to highlight the issue. MP Lacroix's initial letter was dated September the 25th, 2024, was submitted by DIF Parliament to the Government of Sint Maarten on October the 22nd, 2024. Subsequently, MP Lacroix's follow-up letter dated October the 30th, 2024, was submitted by DIF Parliament to Government on December 2024, December the 2nd. Based on the timeline provided, there seems to be a sort of a delay occurring at the level of DIF Parliament before documents are forwarded to the Government of Sint Maarten. I'm committed to handle matters expeditiously on our end, and we will look into this matter to improve it, of course. Question 12. 2 times a year, the quality of the air in the government building is assessed. Please provide Parliament with the last 2 air quality assessment reports from 2024. Madam Chair, this question has been posed yesterday. I have sent a letter to SZV requesting them to provide an update report on the air quality. The moment I receive it, I will forward it immediately to the members of Parliament. Question 13. The letter that PM sent to Parliament on January the 8th, referencing of the GEBE dossier. Can Parliament be provided with this formal request? The letter that is being requested to the State Secretary dated the 31st of October 2024 has now been shared with Parliament. If it's okay, I think the Secretary General can confirm that that is the case. Question number 14. The people of Sint Maarten, through Parliament, were told that NVGP were going to pay for the first containers. Can Parliament be provided with the binding agreement or the lease to purchase agreement, and has this agreement been finalized? As we continue to hear via the media that there has been changes to the original plan. MP thinks that he heard that monies came in. Madam Chair, I can confirm that As mentioned before, the costs related to the lease of the 10 megawatt containers generators were completely covered by GEBE. The original plan, because of the urgency of the situation, was to lease the first 10 megawatt containers. In the meantime, steps were taken to reach an agreement on the lease to own 20 megawatts container generators after the first 10 ones that we have leased. As the crisis continued and considering the situation, the government requested GEBE to investigate the possibility of also purchasing the 10 initial megawatts that has been ordered on the condition of renting them. Since they were already on the island, we thought maybe seeing the instability that we were confronting, especially also with the December month coming, we proposed to GB perhaps to evaluate the possibility of not even to move forward with an agreement as, for example, the second batch of 20 megawatts, not to rent them, but in a concept of rent to own. With this on second thought purchase proposal, government intended actually to create a backup for the supply of energy for the community. Later on, it was decided that maintaining the original 10 megawatts was no longer necessary. Question 15, it's been asked that we amend the 2024 budget to include the 75.6 million guilders to purchase the 3 9-megawatt engines. Would this not render the 2024 budget null and void, as this gap in funds would be almost impossible to cover, and merely amending without substantiating a proper balance? Is this correct if we do it that way? For the record, the budget amendment has been approved and published, and the funds were received. The funds are specifically for the purchases of the necessary 3 9-megawatt engines. Through you, Madam Chair, this question was not completely clear, so if the MP requires more elucidation, I'm willing to do that. Question 16, can you provide the content of the subsidy of the 1,674,400 guilders mentioned, as it's confusing if it goes to the government coffers directly, or if it's going to GB, or if it's going to NRPB. What exactly is NRPB's role in this whole process? The Netherlands has made a subsidy available to the government of Sint Maarten, and part of the funding has already been received by the government in its account. The NRPB will assist the government with the implementation of the subsidy, for example, by preparing a draft plan of approach and executing a number of activities. The objective of the subsidy is to assist the government of Sint Maarten with the energy crisis, and specifically the purchase and installation of the new generators for NVGB. The subsidy includes resources for legal assistance, air quality testing, temporary personnel for NVGB, the preparation of the tender documents, and other related costs. Question 17. In the letter indicated above, referred in paragraph 3, as shareholder and policymaker, we hereby acknowledge that Parliament is included in this process. However, the letter presumptuously says that it expects the tender and procurement process since the financing is secured. I would like to caution the government to wait Parliament's input as has been before. Is a statement made by the Member of Parliament, and of course this is taken into full consideration. Question 18. On the website it's mentioned census opens from A to Z, but when the MP went there he was told that they were out on lunch. If between 12 and 1 the census is closed, then it cannot receive documents. MP does not know what the plan is with that. The Department of Civil Servants has appointments during the entire day. Clients cannot walk in anymore without an appointment, which has been the norm for the past years. Furthermore, the availability of the office is set via the appointment system. The opening hours and need to schedule an appointment are published regularly via various forms of media, which include the government info page and social media platforms. Question 19, similar applies to the passport application at the census. First availability date, April the 10th, for example, 2025. The answer on this is that the department indicated that they have recently received communication from the Netherlands indicating a projected peak in passport applications over the next 5 years. Obviously, the effects are already noticeable. As Minister of General Affairs, in a meeting with the management team of the ministry, the concern of staffing within the department came to my attention, to which I immediately instructed the department head to proceed with recruitment. Additionally, the department is opening extra slots on a daily basis to accommodate the influx and service to the community. Question 20, there is a request in government that was also sent to Parliament concerning a company that wants to establish on Sint Maarten. MP asking that Prime Minister replies to the company, invite them to a meeting, hear them out and see if there are other companies that are interested in bringing LNG to Sint Maarten, instead of just saying that it is too expensive. MP is of the opinion that more is being lost than what can be made. That is a statement. I have taken note, of course, MP, of your suggestion, and it will be discussed in the COM regarding the way forward. Question 21, can Minister provide Parliament with the total cost of this last year for court fees, cases won and cases lost by government? Answer, the information provided is that the court costs to be paid for 2024 amounts a total amount of 51,738 guilders and 65 cents. This does not automatically mean that all cases were lost. It is possible for the government to win a lawsuit but still have to pay the other parties' legal costs. This depends on several factors, including the specific circumstances of the case, the court's ruling, and the applicable law. Question 22. Overview of unsettled bills of works done by companies for government per ministry. Are there any plans to pay these bills? In 2024, the department commenced internal research to address outstanding payments of government. Internal verification of the amounts, which includes processing of payments dating back to even till 2017, has been discovered. The Department of Facility Services is committed to resolving these outstanding payments promptly to ensure uninterrupted support for all government ministries and maintain operational efficiency. This has been sent in an overview to Parliament reflecting the outstanding invoices that are currently being processed. If it's correct, I think the Secretary General can confirm that this overview has been sent to Parliament. Questions that has been posed by MP Roosburg. What are the priorities of the Council and how will we reach there? Seeing that there is a shortness of legislative lawyers, how can we make sure that we can reach to the amount of legislative lawyers that we need within the time frame that we would like? How within the Kingdom to look at the different measures so that these legislative priorities can take place. First and foremost, it needs to be clear that legislative lawyers locally within the CAS, being Curaçao, Aruba, and Sint Maarten, as well as the Netherlands, are very scarce. However, taking this into consideration, government continues through the country reform packages to address this challenge. We have also requested through the TWO assistance from legislative lawyers to support for short, medium, and long term with priority legislative areas. The areas that we would like to put more attention to with these lawyers are, for example, the electoral reform, including electoral system, the enforcement, what we call in Dutch the handhaving, privacy legislation, de maritime sector, de afvalverwerking via de waste management and processing, the building, the construction, the bouwsector, as we say, nature, natuur en beheer, nature and environment, education, tax reform, healthcare, en archief Landsverordening voor Cont Sint Maarten. Again, it must be stressed that this issue is a challenge for all the countries in the kingdom. Currently, together with TWO in the country package under the reform measure B4.3, initiatives to assist and build capacity are prepared and expected to be rolled out in Q1 and Q2 of this year. Another action is the recruitment via de carrièrebeurs en dag van de wetgeving in de Nederland. It should also be mentioned that the present staff is following training at the Trainings Institute Caribbean Center for Legislation known as the CCL. I would like also to mention that the Department of Legal Affairs is of course a vital department in the organization, and it has the attention of course, me being the Minister of General Affairs, and also the attention of the Council of Ministers. Going now to MP Lewis, the first question. Could you please provide an update on the status of the reinstatement of civil servants who were elected in the House of Parliament, who were placed on non-active status following the conclusion of the parliamentary term on February 10, 2024 and September 19, 2024, as stipulated in Article 2.3 of the Bijzonder Verlof section under onbetaalbaar verlof. Failure to comply with the obligations outlined in the decision is considered a unilateral breach of employment relationship, which may result in dismissal under Article 101 of the LMA. The Department of Personnel and Organisatie is actively assisting the various SGs with the determination of fitting function for former members of Parliament who must be placed back into the organization after the period that they have served as Member of Parliament. In the interim, said persons are supposed to report to the Secretary General where they worked last, prior to their appointment as Member of Parliament. The respective Secretary General is tasked with ensuring that the persons are awarded tasks awaiting the finalization of their reinstatement. Question 2, there are some queries regarding the engagement of the former head of P&O who was hired according to the info gathered in 2023 to manage P&O until August 2024. What was the monthly compensation of the former head of P&O? Because I would like clarity on the rumor that this person was compensated 33,000 guilders per month. Can you confirm if this information is accurate or not? Through SOAB engagement letter, an interim head of P&O was acquired by the former administration prior to Marcelina Cabinet 1 for the following amounts. September 2023 to December 2023, in an agreement of 32 hours per week, a payment was done of 128,400 guilders. In January 2024 to February 2024, also in agreement of 32 hours per week agreement, 68,052 guilders was paid. From March 2024, in a 32 hours working agreement, 34,026 guilders was paid. And from April 2024 to December 2024, in an 8 hours per week contract for 9 months, 60,102 guilders was paid. However, she was appointed as the interim head of P&O as of September the 1st, 2023. Question number 3, what was this person hired to do and what goals did they achieve during their term with government? According to the SOB engagement letter, this individual was hired to support the immediate needs of the Department of P&O pending further structural development through recruitment. Question number 4. Why was there no budget to recruit much needed staff, but there was funding to hire a consultant with reportedly limited contribution to the organization? Madam Chair, obviously I have no knowledge of the reasoning by the previous Minister of General Affairs for this decision. From the ministry, I understood, however, that this came as an instruction from the minister. Question 5. Besides the salary of the individual, did they receive other benefits like flights, car rental, hotel, or housing accommodation? Travel and accommodation from April 2024 to December 2025 was 14,850 guilders. Question 6. How many hours per month was this person in question contracted to work? From September 2023 to December 2023, 32 hours per week. January 2024 to February 2024, 32 hours per week. March 2024, 32 hours per week for 34,026 guilders. And from April 2024 to December 2024, 8 hours per week for 9 months. Question 7. Where did the budget for this type of consultancy come from, and how was it compensated within the organization's overall framework? The majority of the budget was taken, as I understood, from the budget of the former Prime Minister, as well as ministries of Justice and TEATT. Question number 8. What was the rationale behind hiring such an exorbitantly priced consultant to manage the P&O department? Did their gold standard approach deliver measurable improvement to the revolutionary changes within the P&O department and the organization as a whole? The answer is, as already mentioned, the rationale behind this decision is to the purview of the then Minister of General Affairs. Question number 9. Was there a project timeline or plan outlining the task and deliverables? If so, could the Prime Minister share this timeline? Additionally, were minutes or progress reports taken during meetings to elevate their work and track accommodation? If not, why were there no records kept? There were no deliverables in the engagement letter. However, the timeline spans from September 1st, 2023 to December 2024 was noted. The actual end date was September the 30th, 2024. At this moment, the financial controller of the Ministry of General Affairs is verifying if payments continued until December 2024. Question 10, the upkeep of the facilities of justice. What is going on with the funds that BZK said that they would send? The Philipsburg police cells, what is the status of the maintenance? As I was told that they were leaking water. On November the 28th, 2023, the NRPB received funds from the Ministry of Justice for repairs. In October 2024, a portion was reallocated for urgent work addressing leaks, ventilation, sanitary conditions, and mattress replacement. In December 2024, assessments were executed outlining critical short-term repairs by ICE. Contractors with prior experience have been approached and final quotes are under review. Contracting is expected to be finalized by the end of January 2025, with repairs set to commence shortly thereafter, taking approximately 1 month excluding material delivery timelines. Answers coming from MP York. Mental health institution that is going to be built. Is there a technical report ready? If so, when are the contracts for this mental health institute going to be signed? What is the timeline? The lead institution, NRPB, has indicated that the procurement for a design firm is currently ongoing and that the finalization of the contract is taking place after the completion of the process. This is planned for February of this year. After completion of the design, the technical requirements and packages, a tender for bids will be published. It is anticipated that the project completion will be June 2027. Question 2 from MP York. Why has the library not been demolished? The demolition and reconstruction of the library is part of the Fostering Resilient Learning project for which financing became available in June 2022. Upon project launch, the preparation and execution of the tender procedure, a letter of award was issued to a contractor on October 18, 2024. The selected contractor will be responsible for the demolition of the library, the demolition of the Charles Leopold Bell School, and the reconstruction of Sister Marie Laurence School. The contractor is currently working on the preconditions for contract signing, including a detailed work plan. Contract signing is expected to take place in February 2025, with a total contract duration of 18 months. The current project schedule foresees the start of the demolition of the library in March of this year. Question 3 from MP York. What were the lessons learned of working with the NRPB over the last couple of years? I agree with that MP that a proper evaluation is needed, not only of the operations of NRPB, but on the whole structure, including the Trust Fund, the World Bank, and the Steering Committee. Question number 4. GB relief, what is going on? Though this question was handled previously, allow me to repeat the following. I can inform Parliament that in doing the exercise to reach to a relief for the people of Sint Maarten, we are also held with a contract now with the BTP on the request of the government of Sint Maarten. During one of these meetings, the government was informed that BTP Curaçao, with actually called BTP RAC, the regulatory authority for Curaçao, had conducted a similar exercise in Curaçao and is busy with this regulation of energy price in Curaçao since 2010. After additional investigation by the BTP, interministerial collaboration between the Minister of TEATT and myself as Minister of General Affairs took place. BTP was then instructed to explore and reach an agreement with the BTP Curaçao to advise on the necessary steps in lowering the burden of the fuel clause. I have forwarded the Memorandum of Understanding, the covenant with BTP Sint Maarten and BTP Curaçao to the Parliament of Sint Maarten. I consider the Memorandum of Understanding to be self-explanatory, but I'm of course available if there are any questions. Question number 5, the loan taken for the GB generators. What were the exact conditions? Are the documents readily available for Parliament to peruse, whether confidential or not? Madam Chair, I refer to the MP to the letter of January 8, 2024, which I previously provided Parliament, onlining an update on the assistance from the Netherlands. This letter, once more, is dated the 8th of January 2024. Questions coming from MP Oddly. Was a bill submitted for the formation of government by a private entity or for the drafting of any contract for the formation of government? If so, how much? Answer, in executing my assignment as formateur, I made use of a team of experts to support me. At the end of the assignment, the bill was submitted for the services provided. Since these were services provided for the formation of government in my position as Minister of General Affairs, I approved the payment of $1,083.23 for completion of the formation process. Question 2, GB. During the CC, the 10 generators was asked about. It was asked when was agreement signed and when was the deposit sent for purchasing. When did the board give a decision on such? MP requests a copy of the board's dated decision and a copy of the dated approval when this was approved and when the monies were sent. The Supervisory Board of Directors authorized the temporary manager of GB to finalize negotiation and enter into a rental agreement to rent the 10 megawatt generators on June the 24th, 2024. The rental agreement was countersigned on June the 27th, 2024. Initial down payment was processed and authorized for release on June the 28th, 2024. We will request the documents from the Supervisory Board to send to Parliament. Question number 3. The 10 generators are still here, and yesterday we got kicked off the grid. The 10 generators will be returned soon. MP read in a release, is it safe to return these 10 generators? As mentioned, through you, Madam Chair, in a previous answer, contrary to the lease agreement for the 10 megawatt containerized generators, GB was instructed to explore the possibility to purchase these 10 megawatts container generators. Considering, for example, the last months of last year, Madam Chair, it would be bad faith if the isolated incident of last Monday, which GB indicated to be a total blackout, is now being used as if there is no stability in the service provided by GB. Obviously, the blackout of last Monday does not reflect the overall stability or instability of the grid. Question number 4. EMP understood the monies being the 75.6 million Antillian guilders have been received. While Parliament gave the approval to negotiate, it was requested that before receiving the funds to allow Parliament to be aware and update, in particular MP Otley, what are the context of the agreement, what are the stipulations, and what are the conditions. Concerning this question, the answer is the loan is a loan of 25 years with the interest rate of 2.43%. This is also outlined in the letter of January the 8th, 2025, which Parliament already has in its possession. Question number 5. When can we expect a response from the BTP on the lowering of the fuel clause, which is very much needed? As mentioned previously, and to ensure that all questions are answered, BTP was instructed to explore and reach an agreement with BTP Curaçao to advise on the necessary steps in lowering the burden of the fuel clause. The Memorandum of Understanding was sent to Parliament, and in the Memorandum of Understanding, the Covenant, it is mentioned that based on the action mentioned in the Memorandum, a plan will be drafted to execute the action. As soon as the plan is available, Parliament will be informed. Going now to MP Irion, question number 1 from MP Irion. Looking at all of the current projects from the previous government administrations in the 2025 budget, what are the plans for this current government? What do you want to execute? Madam Chair, I want to remind Parliament that it has been mentioned a few times by several ministers that there will be an amendment of this budget within a few months. These amendments will make it even more clear what the vision, plans, and priorities of this government will be. Furthermore, as mentioned in my presentation, the priorities of the Ministry of General Affairs are in the areas of fostering good governance, efficient public services, partnership for the goals, and national security, inclusive disaster management. Question number 2. Every article that comes out from the ministers, almost every answer is we don't have money, but does the government actually want to generate revenue? Especially noting the concerns of MP York for government waiving casino and lottery fees of US 10 million. Do you really want to generate revenues in this way? And why is it always the bigger companies that get away with it? I assume that this question from MP Irion, not York, Irion, I apologize. The Ministry of General Affairs continues to focus on priority areas that thus generate revenue for government, such as good governance and enhancing of efficient public service, are in particularly revenue-generating areas of the ministry. Services provided by civil registry generate income for government. With the start of the SAFER, the Sint Maarten Safety Academy for Public Health and Emergency Response project of the Fire Department, additional income is anticipated. However, this is expected later in 2025 and thus handled through an amendment. Considering that the request for the answer response between the Minister of Finance and TEATT, it will be handled respectively as it relates to their ministry. Question number 3. The Enterprise Support Project, the ESP, from the NRPB. There was a go slow, but the project is closing. Is the end date still going to be March 2025, or will it be extended since they have not been accepting applications? Or does government have any plans to start a similar program to ESP, since there are people that want to be in a similar program? The answer to this is the NRPB has published on their website that the ESP project has suspended submission of applicants to go slow till January the 31st. The reason for this is to clear up the backlog of applications. After the aforementioned go slow, the NRPB will inform the public via their website on the continuation in addition to the closing date of the ESP project. Question number 4. What are the reflow plans for this project? It is hoped that the money goes back to similar projects to support micro, small, and medium enterprises. Government will decide within the coming weeks on how the reflows of this project will be handled. Question 5, is there any update on the shareholder rep? Is everything under the Council of Ministers, or have we divided amongst the ministers, or have we divided the government-owned companies under the ministers? My information on this is that everything has remained the same, unchanged, and is still under the Council of Ministers in general. Question number 6, can we get a proper update and timeline on the BRA, the bezoldigingsregeling ambtenaren legislation? The NADA report has been drafted and is undergoing its final review. Then it will be sent to the governor for publication. It is projected to be published in February 2025. Question number 7, the civil servants have concerns with the new scoring system. To confirm first, is there a new scoring system when it comes to HR? Based on the document, a civil servant needs a score of 80% on the evaluation to get an increment, while the scores on each assignment are from 0 to 4. So even if they get a 3 for all evaluations, they will only get up to 75% in their score and not get an increment. The score should be changed immediately to 70%, as there is now more opportunity to fail rather than to be successful. And civil servants already get less benefits compared to the private sector. The suggestion has been noted, and we will look into this because this is a very logical thought, the way the Member of Parliament has presented it to us. Question number 8, tracking of vehicle gas usage to provide to the Council on data usage and vehicle per department per ministry. Explain to me why we are now using more gas than previously. At this moment, we can confirm that gas usage has increased primarily because we now have more vehicles in our fleet. Nevertheless, the outdated vehicle policy is already under review by the management of the Ministry of General Affairs, after which measures will be implemented for purposes of efficiency. The Ministry will also explore the possibility to reinstate a monitoring system. Question number 9, can the Prime Minister clarify the consequences for poor performance or needs improvement, since there is no difference besides the name, and it is basically a redundant position in the document. This request was sent to the Ministry with a request to provide clarification. As soon as I receive this clarification, I will share this with Parliament. Question number 10, the MP is confused on ministers focusing on projects that are the responsibility of other ministers. That is a concern. I consider this to be a statement and not a question. Question number 11, why are we seeing presentations today with hopes and wishes and not a presentation that reflects your own as the leader of the Council of Ministers? The presentations provided by the 7 ministers form a complete picture as to where the government is and is heading to. We go over now to the questions posed by MP Wever. There is a job expo in March in the Netherlands. The Department of P&O and the NESC was represented last year in separate booths. If they are going this year again, is there a collaboration to cut costs of having government of Sint Maarten and the NESC together? A government-wide recruitment strategy will be deployed for the Recruitment Expo in March 2025. How much is outstanding the GB for the leak at the prison? How much is the outstanding to GB for the leak at the prison? MP estimate it around 100,000. Is that correct what I'm saying? 34, 35? Yes, that's correct. It was asked in the CC, but no response was received. Once one has a smart meter, GB can see if there is a leak or not. Facility services see the bills, in which month and which year there was a mutation in the bill for the water at the prison. The people of Back Bay have been complaining for some time about this leakage already. It was not the water tank. How much is the outstanding and when did the leak start? This also helps in saving money if we want to stop this leak. The answer to this is there is no outstanding balance at this particular moment. However, GB still needs to send the bills for the last period of 2024, reflecting the charges for the final 3 months. Despite efforts from Management Facility Services under the Ministry of General Affairs to remedy the problem, the discussions with the prison management did not yield a successful result. Pardon? Yes. An overview of the amounts was sent to Parliament earlier today. And now, the question that I'm going to answer is from Mrs. Veronica Webster, MP Veronica Webster. Are there any other meters assigned to government with mutations that would indicate that there is a leak? At this moment, there are no indications of significant leakages in other locations, aside from the issue already identified at the prison. Facility Services is currently conducting a thorough review across all locations to ensure there are no additional concerns at this particular moment. We're going to go over now to MP Kotai. Good governance priorities require manpower, so in light of that, when it comes to legal affairs and P&O, what is the short-term plan? P&O is also underperforming, not just due to lack of capacity, but also due to mismanagement and delays in connection with the governor approving documents. Both departments are actively recruiting staff, both locally and abroad. In addition of the aforementioned, the management team of the Ministry of General Affairs is currently reviewing internal policies and processes. As mentioned in my presentation to Parliament, the current required signatures for approval of advices stand at 15 at this particular moment. Our aim is to reduce this substantially as well as address HR policy challenges. Coming now to MP Mr. Myers. MP suggests having a closed-door session to discuss the issues we are being faced with and that will require some sacrifices from both Parliament and the ministers. But we are making it about individuals. It is not about individuals. We need to address the problems at this particular moment of this country. What happens on the French side also affects the Dutch side and vice versa. Also, citizens have a responsibility. We have lost our pride. I would like to acknowledge this very important statement that MP Myers made, and it is duly noted. MP Peterson, question number 1, Legal Affairs and P&O. What will be the short-term plan to remedy the understaffing and lack of manpower in these departments? As mentioned before, both departments are actively recruiting staff, both locally and abroad. In addition of the aforementioned, the management team of the Ministry of General Affairs is currently reviewing internal policies and processes. As mentioned in my presentation to Parliament, the current required signatures for approval of advices stand at 15. Our aim is to reduce this as well as address HR policy challenges. Question number 2 from MP Peterson. Can a minister deviate from the current vervangingsregeling simply because another minister has declared himself willing to sign in the case of a conflict of interest, although they are not the replacement minister? For clarity's sake, a minister cannot simply declare that there is talk of a conflict of interest and that he or she will or is willing to sign as replacement minister. Firstly, it has to be determined if indeed there is talk of a conflict of interest. This determination must be made by the Prime Minister. Secondly, once a conflict of interest has been determined by the Prime Minister, then Article 2 of the Vervangingsregeling Landsbesluit van 26 november 2024, LB 24/1036, will be applied in such cases. Coming now to MP Dorang, what are the top 5 priorities of your ministry? As mentioned in my presentation, the priorities of the Ministry of General Affairs for this moment are fostering good governance, efficient public service, partnership for the goals, national security, inclusive disaster management. Question number 2. Clarity was requested on one person in the resettlement project where they were not compensated and others were for. Clarity was requested on one person in the resettlement project where they were not compensated and others were for land that was allocated to someone else. The response was there are no pending cases at the NRPB and everything is closed. Can the MP get a substantiated response from the Prime Minister, from the NRPB? Don't just take any answer for granted from the NRPB. How does the government, via the NRPB, plan to handle that particular matter? This matter will be further looked into as the NRPB has indicated that all affected persons have been compensated. Coming now to MP Westcott Williams. MP encouraged Cont to have some type of a retreat and discuss ways and means of funding based on mitigating matters such as climate change and preserving the environment through sustainable energy sources and such. These types of topics resonate in the region, they resonate globally. The MP repeats them: climate change, debt financing and small island development states are very, very important terms to focus on. A retreat that would include public-private partnership for example, housing, that would include a broad approach towards the Dutch government is recommended. A great portion of these debts are non-productive. The remarks and suggestions made by the Honourable Member of Parliament, who is also our esteemed Chair Lady, is duly noted with much appreciation. This will form, of course, part of the discussions within the COM, and especially also this will be contemplated and considered in the governing program. Question number 2 from MP Westcott Williams. What kind of resources are we getting via the TWO, putting the money where the mouth has been? We know about the prison project and the tax project, but in addition to that, how are we moving forward with the resources? Resources from the TWO are financial, it's focused on finance, capacity, and capacity building. That is the main focus of the TWO. Question number 3, a lot was said about our health system, universal health care, and general health care insurance. Can we, for the long term, carry out health system based on our scale, our health profile, and aging population? I wholeheartedly agree regarding the complexities and also agree with the MP that a thorough discussion has to take place, especially realizing the complexity as how she has nicely explained it, being a challenge on scale, health profile, and aging of the populace. Concerning question number 4, another discussion now, are we sufficiently utilizing our EU relationship and citizenship? Are we again facing lack of capacity to go after that source of funding with a strong determination? These are not easy questions. There are sufficient persons here in Sint Maarten who can give advice and support this endeavor. At this time, we don't have the luxury to take our overburdened management. Legislation cannot be enforced due to lack of capacity. We don't have sufficient control. So how are we going to move forward? I agree with the statement of the MP and assure that this matter is also on the agenda for 2025. The Cabinet of the Ministry Plenipotentiary, along with the Department of BAC, are already exploring these matters to come to a comprehensive approach and outcome concerning the possibilities to dig in the possibility of getting finance through those EU funds for Sint Maarten. Question number 5. Right now, we need a quick assessment of our economic profile. The MP encourages district community council concept, part of the governance framework, part of the decentralized governance for this country. This suggestion by the Honourable MP is also duly noted, and we will further explore this in the near future. Question number 6. From the coalition agreement to a governing program, finances will continue to be scarce. What is extremely important is to temporize expectations, take small steps, seek incremental successes based on the outline of this government's vision and priority, communicate, and also especially with Parliament. Also, this suggestion is duly noted. The 7th one is nationality. Expect, as promised by the Prime Minister, to receive the population data of Sint Maarten. Madam Chair, the meeting on this subject is scheduled to reconvene next week. So in preparation for the meeting, I will forward the information to Parliament at the beginning of next week to the total population of 51,495 inhabitants. The breakdown thereof has now been provided to Parliament. Question number 8, the state of going towards alternative energy, in connection with alternative energy, the state of going towards alternative energy. The regional multi-annual program will support mainly the green transition, digital transformation, sustainable and inclusive economy, democratic governance, security and migration, as well as social cohesion and addressing inequalities. Human development and education will figure prominently in these main areas. The cooperation with the Caribbean will seek to reinforce the Caribbean-EU partnership in 3 priority areas. First one is the partnership for a Green Deal. Secondly, partnership for economic resilience and trade. And the third one is partnership for governance, security, and human development. The territorial MIP specifically for Sint Maarten priority areas are renewable energy, cross-border waste management, agriculture and fishery industry, early warning system, disaster management, sustainable and resilient area-based management of the marine and coastal environment, and of course, the wastewater treatment. Question number 9, what is the status of the SER chairperson? I would like to repeat the answer that the draft national decree was sent to the cabinet of the governor, but is not yet signed. Question number 10, what is the status of the cabinet of the minister plenipotentiary? I understand the concern of the member of parliament, as the cabinet still needs to be incorporated in the LEO. However, this has not been completed yet. Question 11, the statement by the State Secretary on the issue of integrity and involving the Transparency International, because they have been on Sint Maarten previously and done assessments, lead to the Integrity Chamber. Disappointed that the Integrity Chamber law seek to get to the evaluation of the Integrity Chamber. In fact, the proposal of the SS should be put with the Integrity Chamber. Madam Chair, I can inform Parliament that this Friday I have a meeting with the Integrity Chamber, and this will be also one of the agenda points about how to move forward with the measurement of integrity on this community. Therefore, I agree with the MP that this proposal should be put with the Integrity Chamber, and that will also be discussed with the Integrity Chamber of Sint Maarten. Question number 12, employee survey will be made available to Parliament. I can refer to my previous answer. In any case, a presentation on the employee satisfaction survey will be given to Parliament. A date will be scheduled with the Clerk of Parliament. Question number 13, the disaster reserve fund. This will be put towards infrastructure improvement. Would like to know the specifics and the plans for such. Madam Chair, it is not the disaster reserve fund that will be put towards infrastructure improvement. In previous meeting, I indicated that the principal of the loan to PGIA will go to the DRF, the disaster reserve fund, and the reflows will go to improvement of infrastructure. Question number 14, what has been the result of research and acting positions within government? What has been the result of the research? The Minister of Finance, I've discussed that with her, is busy yet with this research. So I do not have a concrete answer for you at this particular moment concerning this question. Question number 15, World Bank report and UNDP on the food bank project. What is the status of this project? This was a UNDP project that has resulted in several reports with recommendations in the area of food security. These reports have been used for inter alia updating of the agriculture policy, as well as programming additional projects in the area of food security. To be specific, the project trains the trainers pilot project in school is a result thereof, which is funded through the Resambit Go program. Additional projects funded through the TWO are access to finance agriculture loan instruments to Sint Maarten Agriculture Farming Research Project and Floating Farm in Sint Maarten. Question number 16, in terms of capacity, take a strong position to receive assistance where it pertains to drafting legislation. The frustration of the MP is understandable. The ministry informed me that they are doing all they can to recruit legislative lawyers. The suggestion to request assistance from, for example, the CBCS, I can inform Parliament that CBS is currently providing the Department of Finance with assistance with the drafting of legislation. I cannot stress enough that it is challenging to receive legislative assistance short and long term in the Kingdom. This is not particularly a challenge for country Sint Maarten. In this case, it's throughout the Kingdom that there is a deficit in legislative lawyers. Question number 17. Make a hard claim to BZK on legislative capacity. I agree with the Member of Parliament, and as is mentioned, we are already in communication with BZK through the country reform packages to get assistance on the drafting of legislation. Note, however, that legislative capacity is a challenge, as I said just now, throughout the whole kingdom, especially Curaçao, Aruba, Sint Maarten, that is in hard need for nation building and progress, needs more legislative lawyers, but they are very, very scarce in the Kingdom of the Netherlands. Madam Chair, I hope that I could give answer to the questions posed by the members of Parliament, and I'm looking forward for any extra explanation if it's necessary. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister, for answering the questions of the members in posting the first round. Does any member have a point of clarification? That seems to be the case. I now give the floor to MP Utley for his clarification. MP Utley, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good day to the Honorable Prime Minister. Honorable Prime Minister, through you, Madam Chair, as a former third, just for clarification, as a former third, you build the government of St. Maarten for the formation agreement of government. That was what was said to me. Since, and you shake your head, yes, thank you. Since this was billed and paid through government, which means it is now public document, can this invoice be provided to the members of Parliament? Thank you very much. Definitely, I don't want to hear that you can't, because when it came to the former SG, everything was divulged. To present me before the end of the budget through you, Madam Chair, the documentation that I'm asking for, or I will gladly divulge this document to the members and the community at large. Because I do know the date. I want to see if the Prime Minister will be honest with me on the date of such. But I'm going to give you the opportunity, Honorable Prime Minister, through you, Madam Chair. The 75.6 million that is in the account, you stated that when I asked about the conditions, you said 25 years and then the percentage that we're paying. That is not what I meant, Honorable Prime Minister. I meant the conditions from the Netherlands, from the BZK or whoever we received the money from. What was those conditions? Honorable Prime Minister, you spoke about the fuel clause. You also, in speaking about that, through you, Madam Chair, you spoke about BTP Curaçao and so forth, and I got a bit lost, and I didn't get our answer, Honorable Prime Minister, because you said that BTP Curaçao has been working on theirs from 2010. That is not really where I want to go or what I want to hear, because I can care less at this moment about Curaçao. I am focused on St. Maarten, Honorable Prime Minister. Just to assist, if for immediate relief, I have stated it and I'm keep saying it, in the tax ordinance 1.12, it simply states, Honorable Prime Minister, through you, Madam Chair, the delivery of fuel, lubricant, or other fluids intended to drive lubricants or other technical use board of sea vessels or aircraft are exempted from TEATT. The main source, SUL, is charging TEATT with trickle downs. If we can take the advantage and remove that TEATT charge from SUL, we would give an immediate relief to the people of St. Maarten, through you, Madam Chair. It may not be as grand as we want, but it would be a start. Thank you, Madam Chair. That's all that I have to say.
Thank you, MP Utley, for your clarifications. And now give the floor to MP Doran. You have the floor, MP Doran.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair Lady. Thank you to the Honorable Prime Minister for the responses provided. However, I don't feel like I received a response, whereas from what I understood, the Prime Minister stated through you, Madam Chair Lady, the case by the NRPB is closed. So now I think maybe I need to rephrase the question, because I thought I was very thorough this time, yesterday, and also the time before when I asked a question. Through you, Madam Chair Lady, Prime Minister, whether the case is closed or not, I would like some clarity on how someone else was compensated and not the person that actually had a legal document from the government of St. Maarten. I believe the document was from 2014, was not compensated for land that was assigned to them. I think that coming out of this round, I would appreciate if this time at least, even though in the CC I didn't receive a response, I can get an answer to the question posed. Thank you very much, Madam Chair Lady, and I look forward to the response.
Thank you, MP Doran. I now give the floor to MP Irian for his clarification. MP Irian, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the responses so far, Honorable Prime Minister. Prime Minister, there was a question, I believe, posed by MP York regarding the conditions for the loan, the generators. And I don't think that answer was given. The answer was basically referring back to a letter that we got, I believe, in Parliament that was booked in. But I want to be very clear, at least from what I gathered from the question then, so I want to clarify. Were there any conditions for the loans from the generator? And if there were no conditions from the Dutch, then for me is no. But were there any conditions for the loan? And then, now I understand a little bit more of the MP Otley's question. So I want to get clarity on this. As a formateur, you are not a civil servant, you're not a prime minister, you are actually getting an instruction from the governor to execute something, okay? It does not matter if it's 5 guilders, 100 guilders, 1,000 guilders, or 10,000 guilders. That position that you had as a formateur, correct me if I'm wrong, it doesn't mean that you were going to be prime minister, right? It could have been anything. Now you are in the position of being a prime minister and you retroactively pay for a bill as formateur. So what I would like to know is then what legal basis, because you clarified to say yes, so then what legal basis did you have to retroactively pay for a bill as a formateur, and the instruction came from the governor? So I think the bill went to the wrong house. I think he had to go to the house on the hill and not the one on the pond. So legal basis on that payment. And last, it was interesting, Prime Minister, you mentioned all of the details and salaries recently of the individual, but previously, the Prime Minister indicated when MP Otley previously asked for the salaries of the staff of the cabinet, you vehemently said, no, you don't think that's right to give out that kind of information, but today, it was okay to give out way more information than I even expected. So I'd just like some clarity on that. Is it now okay to be giving out information on the individuals and details, or is it not okay? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Irian. I'm now giving the floor to MP York for his clarification. MP York, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And once again, good evening to the Prime Minister and his support staff. Prime Minister, I just have a few clarifications. I didn't get an answer to my question about reparations. You mentioned, through you, Madam Chair, the Prime Minister mentioned a proactive approach towards reparations a couple of years ago, but I didn't see it back in his presentation. So, and I don't know if I missed the explanation in his answers, but I think I missed it. So if the Prime Minister can give through you, Madam Chair, clarification on what his plan or what the plan of the Prime Minister is moving forward, short term, mid-term, long term, I'll appreciate that. Then to my question about the conditions for the GB generators. The Prime Minister, through you, Madam Chair, referred me to a letter sent on the 8th of January. I perused the letter, but the letter is I would say, more of an update on basically the percentage of what the loan was and what the next steps are moving forward. But my question was more about the contract itself with the Dutch, right? So when I asked, through you, Madam Chair, when I asked the Prime Minister if those documents were readily available, I was referring to the contract signed. So if that can be sent to Parliament. The BTP report about relief. I understand that the Prime Minister chose BTP because of its relations with BTP Curaçao and their experience with comparable reports. But my question was more, what is the tentative timeline? Because I don't want to be asking the Prime Minister the same question every time. If he can tell me averagely when he expects it to be here, through you, Madam Chair, then I know when to ask again. And the evaluation of the NRPB, when I said evaluation, of course, I think that the Prime Minister understood. It wasn't nothing about, hey, good, bad, indifferent, but more a holistic approach of what can we take coming out of it after so many years. I think the Prime Minister understood the question, but I didn't get a time when such would be expected. Is it at the end of the NRPB's contract? I think it's 2028, I think now. Is it then, or will it be a couple of years before that? And that will be all, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, MP York. I now give the floor to MP Sarah Westcott-Williams for clarifications. MP Sarah Westcott-Williams, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Madam Chair Lady, allow me to thank the Prime Minister for the answers provided to the questions posed by members of Parliament. Madam Chair Lady, in fact, I also want to thank the Prime Minister for his positive consideration of some of the proposals that I brought forward in my questions to the ministers of the Council of Ministers. And I like the way that the Prime Minister verbalized my proposal for fund acquisition, and that the focus should be on that. And I saw where it was put on the screen, and it was referred to as a fund or a funding desk. I like that concept, is what I want to remark to the Prime Minister's verbalization of my questions and my proposals. But specifically, Madam Chair Lady, the Prime Minister stated that the decree for the SER chairperson is at the governor. I have heard this not only from the Council of Ministers, but also outside of the Council of Ministers sometime already, so that this decree is at the governor for some time. Is my assumption correct? Is my question one? Because I've also heard a similar response to the question about the lottery decree being at the governor for some time. So my question in the context of that statement of the Prime Minister would be, I would want to hope that on matters such as especially the chairperson of the SER, the work of the SER is being stagnated because this position has not been formalized by national decree. And I'm wondering, when it comes to the national decree for the chairperson of SER, when it comes to the decree with respect to the lottery operators, do we not have that relationship that a phone can be picked up and the governor can be called and asked, what is the holdup? Unless these two particular decrees and the time it is taken for the governor to sign, that time is a usual time to get a response from the governor. But if it is not, Madam Chair Lady, then I ask via the Prime Minister if it's not possible to pick up the phone and ask His Excellency what is the holdup, especially in the case of the decree, which I'm understanding has been at the governor for a while to formalize the position of the chairperson of the said. Madam Chair Lady, that's all I would like the Prime Minister to clarify, please.
Thank you, MP Westcott Williams. Honorable Prime Minister, are you able to answer the clarifications at this point in time, or do you need some time for that?
Madam Chair, I would like some time to come back to answering these questions or give more clarification from the side, from the members of Parliament. If it's possible, I'm willing to come back.
Thank you, Prime Minister. That being said, I will now have to adjourn the meeting. The Prime Minister will come back to answer the questions of the members of Parliament clarification round. I will adjourn for 10 minutes so that the next minister can come in to provide answers to the members of Parliament in the first round. Also, I would like to let the public know that we currently have about 150 members tuned in online. We would have to restart the YouTube link, so you will have to look for a new YouTube link so that you can join the meeting in 10 minutes. Meeting adjourned for 10 minutes. Good evening. I hereby continue with the budget debate. I would like to give a special welcome to the Minister of Justice, Mrs. Stacklin, and her support staff. I will now give the floor to the Minister so that she can answer the questions of the members of Parliament in the first round. Minister, you have the floor.
Let's maneuver this a little bit. Good evening. I'll start off. All right. Honorable Chair Lady, esteemed members of Parliament, and to those of you that are still awake, listening to us, watching on the radio, or listening on the radio, watching at home. Before I dive into the specific questions that were asked by the members of Parliament, I wanted to first kind of preface all my answers, since I think that there was a trend in all the statements and all the questions made by the various MPs, to do with rising crime, road safety, scooters, garbage. Those were, I think, kind of the three hot topics. So I wanted to start by saying the concerns raised about crime, road safety, and the general sense of insecurity in our communities resonate deeply with me. As Minister of Justice, my primary responsibility is to ensure that every resident and visitor feels safe and protected. But this responsibility does not rest on my shoulders alone. A just and secure society is not built by a single ministry or a few law enforcers. It is constructed by the everyday actions, decisions, and commitments that we all make to one another. Road safety, for instance, is not just about curbing the nuisance of reckless scooters or preventing accidents. It's about demonstrating a mutual respect for all and adhering to the very foundation of our societal agreement, the laws that govern us. Laws are more than rules. They are the social contract that we enter into when we choose to live in a community. They represent the commitment we all make to safeguard each other's well-being and ensure that our society functions fairly and safely. As a government, we have an obligation to enforce these laws consistently and fairly, ensuring that those who break them are held accountable. I want to be unequivocal. Violations of the law cannot be overlooked. Yet, I'm also keenly aware of the realities we face: budgetary constraints, limited capacity in critical areas like the prison, and the immense pressures placed on our justice system. These challenges are real, but they are not an excuse for inaction. We must face these challenges head-on and tackle them to the best of our abilities. When enforcement resources are stretched thin, prevention, education, and fostering accountability become even more vital. This means promoting responsible behavior, cultivating respect for the law, and ensuring that citizens understand the consequences of their actions, not just for themselves, but for the broader community. Each of us has a role in lightening the burden of our justice system, whether it's driving responsibly, respecting public spaces, or cooperating with justice officials. Small acts of accountability contribute to the greater good. When we fail to honor these commitments, we place undue strain on the justice system, making it harder to address larger, more pressing concerns. Throughout this budget debate, and indeed in general, we often center the significance of our island as a tourism product, the friendly island. I stand firm in saying that our reputation as the friendly island is not rooted in our crystal clear waters, our vibrant nightlife, or any other attraction on this island. The true beauty of St. Maarten lies in its people. Our friendliness is an inherent quality of who we are. So when I speak about justice, I'm speaking about ensuring that our society is one where every resident can drive on our roads without fear, walk freely in their neighborhoods without fear, and conduct their business without fear. It's through living without fear in the safety and security of our island nation that our people can truly thrive and develop themselves and our economy. And it's why it's essential to invest in justice, because a good place to live is a good place to visit, and the wellness of our residents needs to be first. Whether we're talking about road safety, waste management, or tackling crime, the underlying solution is the same: strengthening the social contract that binds us as a society. Justice is not a task for this ministry alone. It's a shared responsibility, a partnership between the government, institutions, and every individual. I stand before you today to affirm my commitment to this partnership. I will ensure that the Justice Ministry plays its part through fair enforcement, sound leadership, and close collaboration with other ministries and stakeholders. But my call to action is to each of you. Step up, take responsibility, and join me in ensuring a safe and just St. Maarten that serves all of us. Together, we can create a society where safety, fairness, and dignity are not just aspirations, but achievements, shared by all, for all. All that to say, the current constraints do not negate my and this ministry's commitments to a safer St. Maarten. To address the rising concerns that have been brought up about safety, road traffic issues, and public order, I'm implementing and prioritizing the following concrete steps. The first, strengthening police presence and enforcement. This includes increasing the visibility of law enforcement officers in high crime areas and traffic hotspots. Enhancing traffic enforcement, particularly targeting reckless scooter driving, illegal modifications, and unlicensed riders. But I want to say before I jump into other questions, it's not just the scooters that are reckless on the road. If we drive around, there are car accidents every day that cause so much traffic, and all of us sit in, and it also affects the productivity of all of us. So road safety in general, I'll touch more on in the questions. Then the second is community policing and collaboration, expanding the role of CPOs to build trust and engage communities in reporting and preventing crime, partnering with schools to provide road safety education, and emphasize the importance of adhering to traffic laws from a young age. We're also taking road safety measures. We're exploring stricter fines and penalties for repeat traffic offenders, enforcing helmet requirements for motorcyclists and scooter riders. We're also collaborating with the Ministry of Romy to improve road signage, lighting, and the overall infrastructure to ensure safer travel. Then addressing the scooter nuisance. Again, I still stand by my opening my remarks in the CC that the mode of transportation itself isn't a problem, but it's the behavior of the specific riders. But suffice it to say that we will be reviewing the licensing and registration requirements for scooters to ensure that riders meet age, insurance, and safety standards, and conduct targeted operations to impound unregistered or illegally operated scooters. As we can see, last week there was a crushing by KPSM to make space for upcoming road controls. We're also leveraging technology for law enforcement. In the CapEx, we see that we're upgrading the CCTV networks in high crime and high traffic areas to monitor and respond more effectively to incidents. We're exploring digital reporting systems to allow citizens to report violations, whether traffic related or public cleanliness issues, directly to the appropriate agencies. Then, of course, another hot topic is legislative strengthening. We'll be reviewing and amending laws where necessary to address modern challenges, such as cybercrimes, traffic offenses, and environmental violations, and introducing targeted legislation for stricter control of high-risk road users, for example, the scooters and the motorbikes. Then, of course, public engagement and communication, launching public awareness campaigns focused on crime prevention, road safety, and environmental stewardship. KPSM has already started a social media campaign, but I'll go a little bit into that in the questions as well. So I thought that this was at least a good bridge, because I know a lot of the questions were, what are the priorities of the ministry? How do you view all these incidents? So I wanted to start off with that, as I think it informs the rest of these questions. I'll start off with the questions from Peter Weaver. I think there were more statements. The first two that I have were actually meant for the Minister of Finance. But then there was, of course, a comment from the MP that mentioned the COM should focus on priorities by assisting the Ministries of Justice and TEATT, where tourist-based safety and a clean country are paramount. Through you, Madam Chair, I'd like to thank the MP for her observation, which aligns with the priorities that I emphasized during the presentation that I gave yesterday of the 2025 Justice Ministry budget. As I mentioned, justice and security are not just foundational pillars of our citizens, and I'll continue to advocate on all levels to prioritize initiatives that enhance public safety and security. That brings me to the questions from MP La Cruz. First question, is there an MOU with Miami-Dade Justice Academy? Are we paying the regular rate? An agreement has been established through the College van Korpschefs in the Dutch Caribbean, which oversees and finances these training programs. As a result, St. Maarten does not incur direct costs or allocate its own budget for these courses due to current financial constraints. The arrangement not only facilitates the training of new recruits, but also serves as a platform for policymaking and decision-making that benefits the broader organization across the Dutch Caribbean. How can we help foster children more? Collaboration with NEPA, In 2023, the Court of Guardianship, in collaboration with UNICEF Netherlands, updated the minimum standards for residential and foster care. However, further action is needed to finalize and implement the pending draft legislation on youth care, social development, and child protection. Collaboration with relevant stakeholders will be key in achieving this. A critical step in fostering better support for children in foster care is conducting a comprehensive review of the foster care allowance. This review would ensure that the allowance reflects the actual cost of caring for minors, and revised legislation should incorporate policies to increase this allowance. Sustained support for JNIS/SGIS in managing foster care families is also essential for effective care. The Ministry of Justice plays an active role in ensuring that school fees for foster children under JNIS/SGIS guardianship are covered, securing their access to education. To further assist these children, collaboration with the ministries of ECIS and VSA is necessary to establish a comprehensive aftercare program for youth transitioning out of foster care at the age of 18. The program could include financial assistance, housing support, and social initiatives to ensure a smoother transition to independent living. By addressing the needs of these young adults, we can help reduce risks such as homelessness, unemployment, and disrupted education, ultimately fostering stability and opportunity. Additionally, collaboration with institutions like NEPA could be explored to provide skills training and educational opportunities tailored to foster children, equipping them with tools for success in their future endeavors. When can civil servants who left the government expect their payment? The payment process is divided into two phases. Phase 1 includes all civil servants who were in active service as of January 1st, 2023. Payments for these employees are processed in the next available payroll cycle once their finalized national decree or their amended labor agreement with financial implications has been received. This process will continue until all eligible personnel in this phase have been addressed. Phase 2 covers civil servants who left government service prior to January 1st, 2023. Similar to Phase 1, payments will be processed upon receiving finalized documentation. However, for cases involving larger financial amounts, payments will be disbursed in annual installments to ensure a structured and manageable approach. Question number 4 is, what is the amount of the redundancy pay? The retroactive payments for each individual vary, as they depend on the specific corrections for that person's unique case. As of 2024, approximately 5.5 million guilders has been processed and disbursed to eligible recipients. These payments amounts have ranged from anywhere from 3,000 guilders to at the most 58,000 guilders for one person. And that covers the financial obligations from January 1st, 2023 until the date of issuance of the LBA or their amended labor agreement. What will happen to the old RECs, Telem government area? Will they be auctioned off? Will they be destroyed? The vehicles parked behind the government building have gone through multiple auctions but remain unsold. Consequently, they will be destroyed. Are there plans to purchase container scanners at the harbor? The acquisition of a mobile container scanner has been on Customs' strategic wish list for years, as it would significantly enhance efficiency and effectiveness in border operations. The scanning time with a container scanner is about 2 to 5 minutes per container, and this tool would streamline processes and bolster security and help combat illicit activities. Despite its critical importance, the estimated cost of such a scanner is anywhere between 3 to 4 million euros. Combined with the need for adequate staffing and security infrastructure, it poses a significant financial challenge with the ministry's current budget. Additionally, since Sint Maarten doesn't levy any import duties, which would normally offset the return on investments typically associated with such equipment in jurisdictions that do collect such customs fees. That said, there are positive developments in 2025. The ministry intends to implement the Asakuda system, which will modernize customs procedures and improve efficiency in managing imports and exports. And furthermore, the repair of our existing mobile scanner is scheduled for January 2025, which will provide immediate support for current operations. Are there plans for a bigger turning point? The Ministry of Justice recognizes the importance of expanding turning points to better serve the needs of our community. While discussions were held previously with the Ministry of Romi regarding the issuance of land for development purposes, These discussions, which occurred prior to my tenure, unfortunately did not lead to any tangible outcomes or decisions. Despite this, we remain committed to realizing the vision of a larger and fully developed facility for Turning Point. Expanding its capacity is a priority, as it would significantly enhance the institution's ability to deliver these critical services and meet the growing demand for support programs. Moving forward, the ministry will explore renewed efforts and partnerships to bring this vision to fruition. Someone has been waiting for 1 year for a residence permit. What is the legal time frame for responding to applicants? According to the Landsverordening administratieve rechtspraak, the LAR, as we call it, the government, and this includes the Ministry of Justice, is required to make a decision on submitted applications within a reasonable period. This is defined as 4 months from the date of a complete submission. In accordance with Article 3, Paragraph 2 of the LAR, if the legally stipulated timeframe has passed or a decision is not made within that reasonable period, it's called a fictieve weigering, which means that it's considered the same as having denied that. In that case, an applicant can then file a formal objection to the lack of decision. Our records, however, show that 11 applications have been pending since February 2024 due to incomplete documentation provided by the applicants. We encourage all applicants to submit the required documents promptly so their applications can be processed without further delay. Additionally, applicants are welcome to request status updates directly from the immigration staff to remain informed about their cases. Ensuring timely and transparent processing is a priority of mine, and I'm committed to addressing pending applications efficiently while adhering to the legal requirements. What is the update on the amnesty plan that the former Minister of Justice started? There is an Havebe inmate who was born in Sint Maarten but cannot travel due to no official documents. Addressing the lack of legal status for undocumented individuals is an important but complex issue that deserves careful and thorough consideration. This initiative, while not an amnesty program, focuses on providing legal status to those affected by gaps in our current residency laws, particularly individuals born in Sint Maarten who do not qualify for residency or citizenship by birthright. To move forward, it will be crucial to conduct in-depth research in collaboration with all relevant stakeholders to examine the legal, social, and economic implications of such a program. This prayerful approach will ensure that any regularization initiative is effectively implemented and aligns with both national and international legal frameworks, particularly concerning the rights of children and stateless individuals. The idea represents a significant opportunity to address a pressing issue responsibly and comprehensively, and the ministry remains committed to working toward a solution that upholds the principles and fairness of human rights while ensuring compliance with legal standards. And I'll also add to that that, of course, any such thing would require an amendment of our LTU, which would have to come to Parliament. What is the cause of the foul scent emanating from the kitchen at the prison? The concern regarding the odor emanating from the kitchen area in the prison has been noted, and to ensure that this matter is thoroughly addressed, I plan to personally visit the prison to investigate and verify the source of the issue. It's important to me that all facilities, especially those related to food preparation, meet the highest standards of cleanliness and hygiene. This matter will receive my full attention, and I'll follow up with the relevant teams to ensure that any necessary improvements are implemented promptly. And I thank the MP, through you, Madam Chair, for bringing this matter to my attention. I move on to the questions from MP Lewis. What is the status of the ED card? The embarkation and disembarkation ED card is now digitally available to travelers, and a significant change intended to streamline our border processing. The initiative was developed through a public-private partnership between the Princess Juliana International Airport and the Ministry of Justice, and aims to enhance border protection by the Immigration and Border Protection Services, while also simplifying the traveler experience. The ED card can be accessed online at entry.sx, allowing visitors to submit their information prior to arrival. This data integrates with the airport's automated passport control kiosks and automated border control e-gates, supporting faster processing. However, the system is still in its early stages, and some operational and technical challenges remain as we work to fully optimize the platform. The digital ED card involves collaboration among PGIA, the Ministry of Justice, the Ministry of General Affairs, Government IT, and the Ministry of TEATT. The Sint Maarten Tourist Bureau under TEATT supports the platform's design and user interface, while Government IT is responsible for its hosting and security. These interagency efforts are crucial to ensuring the system operates reliably and securely. At present, the use of the ED card is optional. Manual border clearance remain available, and residents, both Dutch and French, are not required to participate. Travelers who complete the digital ED card in advance can take advantage of expedited processing through the e-gates at the airport. There is a planned 2.0 update for 2025, which will address some of these challenges, incorporating features such as a faster form completion, questions tailored for traveler types, and extended participation options for residents. While this upgrade is expected to improve the program, we do acknowledge that further work is required to ensure the system meets its intended goals. What immediate actions is the Ministry of Justice implementing to curb the rise in criminal activities, particularly violent crimes such as shootings and robberies? Are there any special operations or task force in place to address these concerns? The Ministry of Justice, in collaboration with KPSM, is implementing immediate measures to address the rise in criminal activities, particularly violent crimes such as shootings and robberies. KPSM has developed a strategic plan centered on the hotspot, hotshot, and hot times approach. This strategy focuses on intelligence-driven operations, including targeted actions, enhanced surveillance, traffic controls, and preventive weapon controls measures to deter criminal activities and apprehend suspects. In the coming weeks, the public can expect increased police visibility and surveillance in high-risk areas. This heightened presence not only acts as a deterrent, but also serves to reassure the community of ongoing efforts to address safety concerns. However, crime is a multifaceted issue that extends beyond the justice sector. Tackling the root causes of criminal activities requires a collaborative societal response. This includes an interministerial approach that addresses underlying issues such as education, unemployment, and social development. To support KPSM in executing its strategies effectively, the Ministry is committed to ensuring the full implementation of the KPSM Plan of Approach and Growth Plan. These plans, which are subject to regular audits by the Progress Committee, provide a framework for accountability and sustainable progress in crime prevention and enforcement. One of the key challenges in reducing crime is building trust between law enforcement and the community. How is your ministry enhancing community policing efforts, and what initiatives are being introduced to foster better relationships with the public? Building trust between law enforcement and the community is essential in reducing crime, and the Ministry of Justice is committed to enhancing community policing efforts. CPOs play a vital role in KPSM's community-based policing strategy. They're essential because communities have the best understanding of local issues and can provide valuable information to assist its investigations. By being accessible and approachable, CPOs can help build trust in law enforcement, encouraging the public to invest in maintaining a safe community. CPOs will adopt different strategies tailored to each neighborhood based on intelligence. Community involvement will be integral to every plan, along with collaboration with various ministries, ensuring a cohesive and integrated approach to tackling crime. Effectiveness of law enforcement heavily depends on proper training and resources. How is the Ministry of Justice ensuring that police officers are well trained, equipped, and prepared to deal with that rising crime rates and evolving challenges? The effectiveness of law enforcement indeed hinges on well-trained, adequately equipped personnel, and the Ministry of Justice remains committed to supporting this essential pillar of public safety. Despite the constraints of this budget, the Ministry has allocated 677,500 guilders specifically for training and courses in 2025. Of this amount, 350,000 guilders is designated under the Staff Bureau for essential training across the Ministry, while targeted allocations support KPSM, 50,000 guilders, IBPS, 10,000 guilders, and Customs, 5,000 guilders. Additionally, the VGT, Border Strengthening, budget includes resources aimed at enhancing officer skills in border supervision. Training for new police recruits is fully funded through the College van Korpschefs, as I mentioned earlier, ensuring foundational development for incoming personnel without placing additional strain on our local resources. In addition to training, the Ministry has prioritized investments in its service vehicle fleet within the 2025 capital budget. After years of neglect, this is a critical step in ensuring that officers have safe and reliable transportation to carry out their duties effectively. Moreover, expanding the CCTV surveillance network is a key focus for improving crime in improving visibility in high crime areas, optimizing resource allocations, and supporting crime response and prosecution efforts. While these measures reflect our commitment to supporting law enforcement, we acknowledge that current resources are insufficient to meet all needs. Addressing these gaps will require collaboration at multiple levels, locally and within the Kingdom, to strengthen capacity and develop solutions to high rising crime rates. The Ministry is fully committed to fostering partnerships and leveraging every available opportunity to ensure that our officers are well prepared to face evolving challenges. The quality of life of our law enforcement officers is crucial for their well-being and effectiveness. What improvements are being made to their working conditions, including mental health support, workload management, and overall morale? The quality of life of our law enforcement officers is a key priority, as their well-being directly impacts their effectiveness and ability to serve the community. Employee safety and well-being are central to KPSM's annual operational plan, and steps are being taken to address these important concerns. KPSM has initiated discussions with stakeholders, including the Mental Health Foundation, to introduce training programs focused on building mental resilience. These programs aim to equip officers with critical skills such as stress management, conflict resolution, and critical thinking, which are essential for navigating the demanding nature of their roles. These initiatives represent a proactive approach to supporting the mental health and overall well-being of our officers, fostering a healthier, more resilient, and motivated police force. Minister, could you explain the root cause of the current backlog in the immigration applications, particularly within the humanitarian process, and why applicants who have received a positive outcome are still waiting for an update on their status? The backlog in immigration applications, particularly within the humanitarian process, stems from several challenges that the Ministry is actively working to address. The first of which, the Immigration Department is currently facing staffing shortages, compounded by an increase in sick leave among personnel. This has significantly reduced the department's processing capacity. The number of applications has risen substantially, and humanitarian requests often require a very different approach than standard cases. These cases fall out of the regular scope and demand meticulous case-by-case reviews to address their unique circumstances properly. Every decision must be thoroughly justified to ensure fairness and prevent setting unwanted precedents, which naturally extend the processing times for these requests as well. Also, the current system is heavily reliant on manual inputs, making it more vulnerable to delays, especially when staffing levels are already stretched. I do, however, recognize the frustration that this causes for applicants, particularly those who received an interview but are still awaiting a status update. To address these challenges, we're actively exploring solutions to streamline operations, including implementing digital systems to reduce reliance on such manual processing and enhance efficiency. Resolving the backlogs remains a top priority, and we are committed to implementing these measures that will improve both the timeliness and transparency of these processes. Comes back a little, I have not done answering the question because there were more. What measures is your administration taking to ensure that applicants who have undergone their interviews and received a positive outcome are promptly updated on their status? And can you provide an estimated timeline of when they will receive final decisions? I appreciate the importance of clear timeframes and understand the need for certainty in such important personal matters. However, I must clarify that in our immigration process, the only definitive outcome is the issuance of a granted permit. If an applicant has not yet received a permit, their case is still under review, even if preliminary assessments might appear to be favorable. This distinction is critical, as no official status can be granted until the process is fully completed and a permit is actually issued. That said, we are prioritizing the cases and working diligently to address the current backlogs. While providing exact timelines is not feasible at this stage due to the complexities of the process and the challenges we face, I do assure the MP through you, Madam Chair, and the public that efforts are underway to improve efficiency and streamline these operations. Can you elaborate on the system currently in place to handle immigration applications? How is it designed to address the current backlog and expedite? I refer to the questions, the answers above. What specific steps is your ministry taking to clear the existing backlog? And what are any additional resources or personnel being allocated to speed up this process? The backlog of immigration applications is a long-standing issue that existed prior to my swearing in just over a month ago. Interestingly enough, the MP that raised the question held this very position during that time, so he's undoubtedly aware of the challenges and complexities involved. That said, I'm fully committed to resolving this backlog and improving the overall efficiency of the immigration process.
Minister, I would like to ask you to hold on. I see that I have an interruption moment from MP Lewis. The mic working?
Minister.
Yes. MP Lewis, you have the floor.
Minister, through you, Madam Chair. Just before I stand in front of the podium here, you just said that I recently held the position. And the reason why I'm asking these questions is just this afternoon, I was walking on Front Street, and one of the applicants that also going through the process of humanitarian approached me and told me, listen, I was at the immigration department and they let me know that everything has to start over because there's a new minister and the old minister is no longer there. There's an assessment form that an interview goes in process. The people have to bring their entire files, and once that file is compiled and is in order, the minister receives it and makes a decision that you want that person to get documentation residence based on humanitarian. So I'm talking about the documentation that was already approved or pre-approved, should I say, by the minister, authorizing the personnel to do the necessary in drafting the permit for the minister to accordate or signed off. Many of the employees, after the minister made a decision, so they gave an advice, and the minister also has his purview to overturn that advice. So some of those advices that were...
MP Lewis, I just want to remind you, interruption moment it has to be clear, short.
Yes.
So
I'm
please.
saying, no, but based on what the minister just said, I am interrupting on the fact that she's explaining the outline of how the process goes. And I know the process. And I am saying that decisions were already made. And based on those decisions, the employees now are telling the people, some of them who I overturned the decision, is stating now, listen, a new minister is here, a new decision has to be made. And I think government is about continuity. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Lewis. Minister, you may answer the interruption. Respond to the interruption. Yes.
Yes. I agree wholeheartedly with the MP that government must continue, indeed. And in any case, I can say under me, no instruction was given to restart procedures. You know, if decisions were made, decisions are made. And then, of course, we need to evaluate moving forward. So I agree, government must continue. And that's exactly what we've been trying to do, is to ensure continuity. And I think up to yesterday, procedures were put out within the ministry in terms of how we will handle these requests, which are actually the same outline and the same instruction as they were being handled before, as the MP knows, via compliance, and that then a report is made by compliance, and it's exactly the procedure that was just sketched. Then I'll go back again to what we've actually been doing to resolve that backlog. And in terms of we've implemented, or we are implementing the following measures. Applications have been recategorized to distinguish between completed submissions ready for processing and incomplete applications requiring further input from applicants. Then we've also allocated a team to focus solely on clearing the backlog, ensuring priority is given to overdue applications while maintaining clarity and accuracy. Completed files are being vetted, verified, and reviewed for compliance before being presented to the minister for signing and final approval. While these steps are critical for immediate progress, we are also reevaluating the existing systems to identify inefficiencies and ensure long-term improvements. It's my aim to build on these efforts and deliver sustainable results for the ministry and the people that we serve. And I hope that the MP, through you, Madam Chair, will join me in recognizing that resolving such deeply rooted issues requires time, collaboration, and an unwavering focus on solving these. Then I have, how does your administration plan to improve communication with applicants regarding their status, particularly those who have been waiting for extended periods? Will there be more transparency in the process to keep applicants informed? We recognize the importance of clear communication with applicants, particularly those who have been waiting for extended periods. And we are exploring ways to improve this transparency and see how we can optimize the system for people to be updated on where exactly in the chain their application is. What support systems are being put in place for applicants and their families who are facing hardships due to the prolonged wait times? And are there any interim measures to address their needs while they await final decisions? This is indeed a matter of significant importance, and I fully recognize the hardships faced by applicants and their families due to prolonged wait times. I've said before to immigration in my meet and greets as well that we need to do better when it comes to that service that we provide, because I myself was on the other end of it, representing people trying to get their residency, dealing with objections, and the time it takes to get a work permit, to get a residency permit, and all this uncertainty. It's an extremely stressful situation for people. And I've said it's people's lives, and we need to be more empathetic about that. And we're looking at how we can, again, improve on this process. Again, I want to say sometimes, I'm a little off script here, but that, institutions function a certain way, especially within governments from time to time, and it takes time to kind of get down to where can we find where the machine needs a little bit more oil to run a little better. And we're still very much in that phase of how can we support this ministry and as minister and as the cabinet through the SG to improve the services that we offer. And it's not going to happen from one day to the next, but we're taking steps at identifying these problems, auditing kind of the processes as they are, and making improvements. What is the current immigration backlog for employees and directorship positions, considering the wage tax is our largest revenue stream as indicated by finance? How are we coordinating with VSA to prioritize immigration cases that significantly contribute to wage tax revenues and address labor market deficits? Additionally, what measures are being taken to align with labor market needs and effectively tackle skills shortages? With respect to the immigration backlog, currently there are 43 pending applications for directorship positions and 153 for employee purposes. Efforts are underway to separate the completed from the incomplete applications, allowing for more efficient processing. Given the direct link between these cases and the wage tax revenue, addressing the backlog, of course, is also a top priority. Coordination with VSA. The ministry maintains regular collaboration with the Ministry of VSA to ensure alignment on the labor market needs. Priority is being given to businesses critical to the community and sectors facing significant labor deficits. Together, we're exploring systems to identify and fast-track cases in high-demand areas to address workforce needs promptly. Synchronization of these processes. Efforts are ongoing to better synchronize work and residency permit application processes with VSA. The collaboration will streamline procedures, reduce processing times, and ensure that the country's labor market needs, particularly in sectors experiencing skill shortages, are met efficiently. I received an inquiry then regarding the leakage of water at Harvey Bay. I can provide the following update. The source of a major leak at the prison was successfully identified and repaired on January 6, 2025. Following this repair, the previously saturated areas directly below the prison have shown significant improvement and are practically dry. The prison staff also continue to monitor the situation to ensure that no further leaks remain undetected. I also want to add that last Friday, the Minister of Romy and myself conducted an inspection in the Back Bay area, and we went to visit with members of the community there. And while the prison leak has been addressed, we now have a reason to believe that there may be an additional leak, perhaps in a GB line up there. We also identified, in our view, where the leak may be originating from, so we're also discussing with the GB to see how we can have that resolved or checked. And of course, we're treating this with urgency, because even though we've resolved the leak at the prison, while we were there, you can still see water streaming down into Back Bay as if a pipe is on. And in addition to that, along with the Minister of Romy, we're also looking at exploring options in collaboration with Romy and the residents of Back Bay to see if we can get an independent investigation by a third-party engineer to see where the leak may be coming from or any other erosion. And perhaps the Minister of Romy can answer and go into that a bit more. But in any case, we hope that that would lead to a thorough assessment of whether the leakages are indeed connected to the prison or perhaps somewhere else. There was also a question regarding the water bill for GB. I believe that that was answered by the Minister of General Affairs as it falls under facilities. Then regarding the back pay of the justice workers, this should be one of the priorities of the Council of Ministers. There is no more time left to pay overtime. The safety and security of this country should be our greatest priority. This should be discussed with the Netherlands to finance the 44 million guilder debt for justice workers as a solution. MP would like to hear something about how to pay off that debt as soon as possible. Resolving the issues of retroactive payments and financial corrections for justice workers is also a priority. Fully committed to completing the process that was started by my predecessors and ensuring that we stay focused on the goals that we set. While progress has been made, finding solutions for the financial obligations tied to this matter remains of critical importance. However, addressing those, as the MP rightfully stated, requires collaboration between government and parliament as well, as the issues that we face today with respect to these payments are the result of decisions of the past. And we all have to try to find a way to resolve them together. There's another question that goes into the way those payments have been structured and agreements with the unions, so I'll go into that further down. The upkeep of the facilities in justice are at a deplorable state. The Simpson Bay Police Station and Phillipsburg Police Station, the prison. It's known that the project is ongoing for UNOPS, but what is going on with the money that was to be sent for BZK to fix the holding cells in Phillipsburg? I agree wholeheartedly with the MP that the facilities of the Justice Ministry, including Simpson Bay, Phillipsburg, and the Point Blanche prison, are a very pressing concern. Regarding the holding cells in Phillipsburg, an evaluation has been conducted for the repair and maintenance of both the interior and the exterior of the facilities. Funding for these repairs needs to be secured still, and a request for financing has been submitted to BZK, and we're currently awaiting the response on that request. Additionally, ICE is preparing a detailed assessment to outline the full scope of work required and the associated budget. Once this assessment is finalized, a public tender will be launched to hire a contractor for the necessary repairs. Then with respect to the prison, while the UNOPS project is ongoing, we remain focused on addressing immediate and critical maintenance needs for all justice facilities to assure their functionality and safety. And I would like to assure the MP that this is being treated with urgency and that as I have updates, I will provide those to Parliament. What is the progress of the maintenance of the holding cells? As it was made known that there was a water leakage in the holding cells. I can say that a meeting is scheduled with the NRPB, ICE, government facilities, and KPSM for this Friday at 10 a.m. And in that meeting, they will discuss the progress and plans for the emergency repairs to the holding cells, including the water leakage. And once I have more information on that, then I can make known when those emergency repairs will start. Then there was an interruption by MP Roseberg yesterday With respect to the policy, I have received the policy from the SG, so I thank the MP for bringing that to my attention, or the chair lady. Moving on to the questions from MP York. A discussion was held in December regarding motorbike accidents, and since then, 5 deaths have been reported in just 1 month. Given the current situation, what is the ministry's plans to address this issue? I'd like to say that road safety is a priority for me, and I intend to enforce traffic laws strictly to improve the quality of life of our citizens and our visitors. KPSM will be conducting controls in the coming days and weeks, and I therefore urge all motorists, whether you're driving on 4 wheels or on 2, to ensure that you're fully compliant with traffic regulations. This includes a valid inspection, maintaining proper insurance, wearing your seatbelts or your helmets, and driving responsibly. While much of the debate has focused on scooters and motorbikes, as I said earlier, we can't ignore the reckless behavior observed on our roads in general. Accidents involving cars and other vehicles disrupt our daily lives and cause significant delays and affect our overall productivity as a country. Regarding the specific issue of scooters and motorbikes, KPSM is conducting targeted checks, and when violations are identified, vehicles are impounded or taken into custody for further investigation. This approach ensures that lawbreakers face consequences. KPSM has initiated a media campaign via social media to educate the public on road safety and the importance of adhering to traffic laws. Over the past couple of days, there have been videos that they've been posting on Facebook and Instagram to bring awareness to traffic safety. And besides that, the traffic department will also provide road safety education in schools to instill responsible habits in our youth from an early age. To those who have been victims of traffic accidents involving reckless drivers, I want to reassure you that we are taking concrete actions to address these issues. The process of crushing impounded scooters is one example of our commitment to holding violators accountable. My aim is to ensure visible progress during this year and demonstrate to the community that enforcement and education are priorities to restoring order on our roads. Cyberbullying is a major concern. Is there legislation for this? The MP will be sending a proposal to the Ministry of Justice. Cyberbullying is indeed a growing concern, particularly for vulnerable groups such as children and young youths. While current legislation addresses aspects of online harassment, threatening, or insulting under broader criminal offenses, there may be a need for specific provisions to effectively target and address cyberbullying. Should members of Parliament submit a proposal on this issue, the Ministry of Justice is prepared to thoroughly review such, and that review will of course be then conducted in collaboration with legal experts, relevant stakeholders, and other interested parties to ensure that any legislative developments are comprehensive and effectively address the challenges posed by cyberbullying. What is being done to tackle the illegal taxi drivers, gypsies at the harbors? Addressing the issue of the illegal taxi drivers or gypsies at the harbor primarily falls under the Ministry of TEATT. However, KPSM actively contributes by conducting extra patrols during peak cruise ship days to identify and remove illegal taxis from the area. Currently, KPSM's mobile unit, which is typically stationed at the port entrance, is undergoing major maintenance. Once those repairs are completed, the unit will be reinstated, allowing for a consistent police presence during busy periods to deter illegal activities and maintain order. This brings me to the questions from MP Otley. The payment of justice workers. When the decision came to pay in stages, that was a big issue. Minister of Justice has $6.59 million allocated for the payment. Are the unions in agreement with such payment? MP saw the reaction of the justice workers when the payment would be spread. The agreement on the payment disbursement plan for justice workers was reached on the CCSU platform, which is established by legislation to represent all civil servants. This agreement applies to all relevant employees, whether active or inactive. Additionally, all unions, including those not formally part of the CCSU, were engaged in the discussions, and the decision was further supported by the Council of Ministers under the MP's term. This decision was made to ensure financial feasibility while addressing a long-standing issue. It was a key focus for advisory bodies such as CFT, Council of Advice, and the Governor's Cabinet when the legislation was presented for approval. The necessary budget amendment in late 2023 allowed the legislation to be enacted by His Excellency. Fiduciary responsibility is central to good governance, and while I'm committed to finding solutions to accelerate the payments, our financial constraints have to be acknowledged. Should revenues increase, I will strongly advocate for justice workers to receive their dues more quickly. However, making unrealistic promises under the current circumstances would be both irresponsible and insensitive to these workers who have already waited for over a decade. I, however, remain open to ongoing discussions with unions and stakeholders to ensure transparency and collaboration as we work toward a balanced and sustainable resolution. Let us continue to lead responsibly in addressing this issue. With respect to MP Arian's questions, the first question related to the rise in motorcycle accidents and that there were 5 deaths. In response to that, I refer to my answer to question number 1 of MP York. With respect to cyberbullying, I also refer to my previous answer.
Minister, it is for, seeing that it's a public meeting, it is needed that you answer the questions. So I don't know if you have them.
Yep.
You can copy paste it maybe, but the idea is that you do answer the questions of the MPs.
Mm-hmm. Then to answer his first question, road safety is a priority for me, and I intend to enforce traffic laws strictly to improve the quality of life for our citizens and visitors. KPSM will be conducting controls in the coming days and weeks, and I therefore urge all motorists, whether you're driving on 4 wheels or on 2 wheels, to ensure that you're fully compliant with traffic regulations. This includes having a valid inspection, maintaining proper insurance, wearing your seatbelts or your helmets, and driving responsibly. While much of the debate has focused on scooters and motorbikes, we can't ignore the reckless behavior observed on our roads in general. Accidents involving cars and other vehicles disrupt our daily lives, cause significant delays, and affect our overall productivity as a country. Regarding the specific issue of scooters and motorbikes, KPSM is conducting targeted checks, and when violations are identified, vehicles are impounded or taken into custody for further investigation. This approach ensures that lawbreakers face consequences. KPSM has initiated a media campaign via social media to educate the public on road safety and the importance of adhering to traffic laws. The traffic department will provide road safety education in schools to instill responsible habits in our youth from an early age. To those who have been victims of traffic accidents involving reckless drivers, I want to reassure you that we are taking concrete actions to address these issues. The process of crushing impounded scooters is one example of our commitment to holding violators accountable. My aim is to ensure visible progress during this year and demonstrating to the community that enforcement and education are priorities for restoring order on our roads. With respect to cyberbullying, it is indeed a growing concern, particularly for vulnerable groups such as children and young adults. And while the current legislation addresses aspects of online harassment, threatening or insulting under broader criminal offenses, there may be a need for more specific provisions to effectively target and address cyberbullying. Should Parliament present a proposal, the Ministry of Justice is more than willing to review such. We welcome this, and we will conduct the relevant in-depth research with legal experts, stakeholders, and other interested parties. Then, what was the next question? 19. This then brings me to the questions of MP Waiver. He asked a question regarding tint on vehicles. And how can the public be expected to follow these rules? Then, with respect to the tint, this is an issue that I take very seriously and I plan to strictly enforce. I've already had discussions with KPSM on the matter, and we're in the final stages of finalizing a joint approach. As a country, I believe that we must return to the foundation of adhering to laws that we've adopted, and this includes our traffic regulations. These laws are clear. Vehicle windows must remain properly visible to ensure safety, transparency, and accountability on our roads. The matter of tint on vehicles is currently being reviewed, and measures will be implemented to ensure compliance across the board. Then I get to the questions from MP Webster Janssen. I have improvement of quality of life of our people and our citizens. I also want to say here again that with respect to this one, again, had to do with road safety, and road safety, again, is a priority for me, and I intend to enforce traffic laws strictly to improve the quality of life of our citizens and visitors. And in the coming days and weeks, KPSM will be conducting controls. Then I think I'm out of water. The MP mentioned purchase of cameras for combating crime. Is there anything else that you can mention concretely so people feel safe? What are you working on this year? In addition to the planned expansion of the CCTV network, there are several concrete actions and initiatives in place to enhance safety and combat crime this year. KPSM operates as an intelligence-driven organization, collecting, processing, and analyzing data through various means, including routine policing activities. Information is gathered through traffic controls, surveys, and targeted operations based on the hotspots, hot times, and where applicable, high-risk individuals. This intelligence is shared and coordinated through platforms like the St. Maarten Information Hub, which includes collaboration with immigration, the prosecutor's office, the Coast Guard, and other stakeholders, as well as the Interinsular Information Coordination Point, the ICP, and other international networks. Based on this data, the steering committee determines which investigations to prioritize. Advanced tools and systems, such as the ACTPOL registry system, are integrated with other platforms to improve data collection and processing, enabling more efficient operations. And additionally, our memberships in organizations such as CARICOM, Interpol, and the Association of Caribbean Police Chiefs strengthen our ability to address cross-border crime. Through the country packages, KPSM is supported in tackling transnational crime, including through the dedicated Pelican team. At the community level, the role of the CPOs is being expanded to include more preventive measures, such as increased collaboration with business owners to improve neighborhood safety. Plans are also underway to renew partnerships with private security companies, fostering a unified approach to crime prevention. Furthermore, KPSM is increasing its use of social media platforms to engage directly with the public, raising awareness and encouraging community participation in addressing organized and general crime. These combined efforts reflect a multifaceted approach to improve safety and security, leveraging both advanced technology and stronger community engagement. Together, these initiatives aim to reassure the public and create a safer environment for all of us. The MP then made a statement that she was pleased to receive the budget amendment of ECYS so additional vacancies could be filled. She was, however, disappointed that in the Justice Ministry, especially in the prison, there were no vacancies. In the meantime, a note of aanwijziging has been submitted also for the Justice Ministry. It's not all that we need, but at least it at least covered, for example, the BPO 6 class that started on Monday. That was inadvertently cut from the budget. And of course, I will continue to advocate for more space, hopefully in the upcoming budget amendment, for more justice chain investments. The Minister of Finance wants a realistic budget, but also here's the situation of justice and ECIS. MP gets the feeling that we should find ways to get monies for especially the Ministry of Justice. I agree, and as I mentioned in my presentation, I intend to have conversations with our partners within the kingdom to see how they may be able to support and help the Justice Ministry. And there are multiple different projects through the Plan of an AMPOC and through the country packages, and there's a lot of funding throughout the kingdom already for justice, but I will of course advocate to see a lot of that funding is in more structural matters and it doesn't allow us to hire staff a lot of the time. And at the end of the day, where we really are falling short is when it comes to human resource capacity. So I do intend to advocate for funding for those purposes. Then the signing of the LBAs, does the minister think that all of these will be signed in 2025? The placement process is complex and it requires careful attention to detail, which can make it, of course, time consuming. That said, I do think that we've made significant progress so far, and I'm committed to ensuring that we stay on this with this momentum. Our aim, of course, is to have all the outstanding LBAs for active employees signed by the end of 2025. However, I want to also be realistic and acknowledge that achieving that goal will require continued focus and diligence on behalf of the ministry. And challenges may arise, but we are addressing them as they come, and we're trying to ensure that the process moves efficiently. While the process may take time, again, this is one of the main priorities for 2025, and we're working proactively to meet the expectations of our justice employees. I've also engaged in quite a few meetings already with all the relevant parties and stakeholders within the process of coming to a LBA to see how we can improve moving forward. We're at the halfway point, and I've continued to say the ship already left the harbor, but we can still steer the course. So if things can be improved, we're looking at how to improve those for the next batches that we put out there. How much is the outstanding GB bill for the water leak? I believe that the Minister of General Affairs answered that question. Then I get to MP Kotai. The first question related to white collar and blue collar bread and butter crimes. And then why are statistics not being made public? So I wanted to say the perception that blue collar crime is overlooked due to limited media coverage does not align with the reality of the focus of our justice system or the efforts reflected in the published media. Blue collar crimes, which are often referred to as bread and butter crimes, targeting businesses and individuals, constitute the majority of criminal cases prosecuted in our courts. Every week, actually, local outlets like the Daily Herald provide coverage of these cases, demonstrating the ongoing commitment of law enforcement and the prosecutor's office to addressing these offenses. While white-collar crimes may attract more attention due to their complexity and high-profile nature, law enforcement is equally focused on combating blue-collar crimes that impact our streets, neighborhoods, and our waters. Anyone found with an illegal, unlicensed weapon is arrested and detained. A suspect involved in a weapons-related case is only released from pretrial detention if cell capacity issues arise. In such instances, the individual is released with a summons outlining the charges against them and remains a suspect required to appear in our court. Unfortunately, due to cell shortages at both the police holding cells and the Point Blanche prison, the OM must carefully weigh the severity of the crime, public interest, and available resources when decisions about pretrial detention are made. While the OM strives to make well-considered decisions, these limitations highlight the challenges of ensuring justice while adhering to legal and logistical constraints. To provide transparency to Parliament, KPSM can share monthly crime statistics if this is requested, and additionally, the OM includes detailed crime and prosecution data in its annual report, which is publicly available online. Is the minister ever informed on the priorities of the OM? The Ministry of Justice plays an indirect but significant role in the allocation of resources and the setting of priorities of law enforcement and prosecution. The ministry's budget includes general funding for various law enforcement agencies and specific projects, and in collaboration with these agencies and the Public Prosecutor's Office, priorities are established based on the most pressing needs. This collaboration takes place within forums such as the tripartite meeting, the driehoeksoverleg between the Minister of Justice, the Chief Prosecutor, the Attorney General, and the Chief Prosecutor. And then there was another one, the OM's priorities, which is later. But how many arrests have been made over the past year of 2024 for weapons possessions, and how many of those arrests yielded a conviction? Regarding weapon possession, in 2024, approximately 20 cases of weapons possession, and a weapon in this case is a knife, a machete, or any other harmful object, and 60 cases of firearms possession were registered. In 2023, 34 firearms were confiscated. In 2024, this increased to 56 firearms. Each firearm confiscated resulted in an arrest. Additionally, 3 boxes containing firearms parts shipped from the US were intercepted in 2024. Is the Minister privy to the OM's priorities? The OM's priorities are communicated to the Ministry of Justice through its annual report and year plan, which outline its operational focus for the year. During these driehoeks meetings that I mentioned, the Minister and relevant stakeholders discuss these plans and can agree to prioritize specific categories of crimes or cases, such as those affecting the marine sector, the tourism, or violent crime. This ensures that resources are allocated strategically to address the most urgent concerns. It should also be noted that the OM is fully funded through the Government of St. Maarten's annual budget. All budget allocations for its operations and personnel costs are publicly available in the national budget, reflecting the government's commitment to supporting the OM in fulfilling its critical role in maintaining law and order. Does the OM understand that blue-collar crime can be a detriment to our tourism product and hurt the entire country? I trust that the OM is fully aware of the significant impact blue-collar crime can have on our tourism sector and by extension the entire country. Protecting our tourism product is essential to safeguarding our economy and the livelihoods of many who depend on it. It is also worth emphasizing that Article 289 of the Criminal Code specifically provides for more severe penalties for theft and robbery when the victim is a tourist. This legal provision underscores the critical importance of protecting this vital sector and reflects our commitment to addressing crimes that could undermine the confidence in St. Maarten as a safe and welcoming destination. The Ministry of Justice will continue to work closely with the OM and law enforcement agencies to ensure that crimes affecting tourism are treated with the urgency and seriousness that they deserve. Is there any collaboration with the northern side to address the scooter and crime situation on the island? Yes. KPSM maintains a strong working relationship with their French counterparts. Regular meetings are held to coordinate efforts and address shared concerns, including the scooter-related crime situation. I can inform that last week, a meeting was held between Chief John of KPSM and Commander Loyer of the Gendarmerie, during which both parties discussed a joint approach to tackle these issues. We are actively working together to develop strategies that will allow us to support one another, recognizing that many of these challenges affect both sides of the island. Then the MP Peterson's questions. What are the Minister's short-term plans for the rise in crime that we are facing? Can the Minister provide a general update on what the plans are to tackle some of these issues? The rise in crime is a significant concern and remains a top priority for the Ministry of Justice. Last week, the issue was addressed in our first driehoeksoverleg with KPSM and OM, where we agreed on targeted strategies to tackle crime. Both entities are working actively to address these challenges. Regarding the rise in crime at the lagoon, KPSM held a critical meeting with stakeholders, including Coast Guard, local marinas, and the tourist office. Key decisions were made to enhance patrol, improve coordination, and safeguard maritime personnel and assets. The Coast Guard will also receive reinforcements from a substation to strengthen security in the area. At what age are we legally allowed to operate scooters on public roadways? The legal age to operate a scooter or moped on public roadways is 18 years old, regardless of whether the vehicle's maximum speed is under 20 kilometers per hour. This is outlined in Article 89 and Article 109 of the Wegenverkeersverordening or the Road Traffic Ordinance. Do scooter riders under the age of 18 need a license to operate on public roadways? Scooter riders under the age of 18 cannot legally operate motorized vehicles on public roadways. According to the law, for vehicles capable of exceeding 40 kilometers per hour, a driver's license is required. To obtain this license, the operator must be at least 18 years old. For vehicles with a maximum of 20 kilometers per hour, a driver's license is not required. However, the operator must still be 18 years old to legally operate the vehicle on public roads. What is the maximum speed allowed by a scooter on public roadways? How is that regulated? The maximum speed limit for motor vehicles is 30 kilometers within the bebouwde kom, or the built-up area, and 50 kilometers outside built-up areas, which is buiten de bebouwde kom, unless otherwise indicated by road signs. This can be found in Article 12 of the Wegenverkeersverordening. Are scooters legally obligated to undergo annual roadworthy inspections? Scooters are required to be insured and are subject to road taxes. Additionally, they must undergo an inspection every 2 years to ensure compliance with safety and operational standards. If a scooter is deemed to be speeding, is it impounded and taken to the police station? The police are authorized to enforce these speed limits, and violations can result in fines or other legal consequences, such as being impounded. Of all the changes in management at the ministry made as of May 24th, 2024 to present, how many were done in accordance with good governance? Were any of the management changes questionable or borderline abuse of power? At this time, I cannot speak or draw conclusions on this matter, as I am conducting a thorough review of all such personnel decisions made within the ministry since May 24th, 2024. As a matter of due diligence, I am carefully examining these decisions and consulting with the affected parties and their attorneys, as some of these matters have become the subject of litigation. I assure you that my review will be guided by principles of good governance, transparency, and accountability. My focus is on safeguarding the best interests of the ministry and ensuring that all actions align with legal and ethical standards. Is the investigation into the tragic traffic accident that took place with the cyclist in Simpson Bay ongoing? Was the driver given a sobriety test on the spot? Was he detained or prosecuted? The investigation into the tragic accident on January 6th involving the cyclist in Simpson Bay is being conducted by the traffic department under the supervision of the public prosecutor. The driver was taken into custody and subsequently placed in detention on the evening of the accident. As the investigation is still ongoing, further details cannot be disclosed at this time. Are persons involved in traffic accidents resulting in death or severe injuries held accountable when found to be in the wrong? They could be prosecuted for a crime or can be held accountable in civil law. I realize that part of the answer of the previous question is down in this one. So generally, when there are traffic accidents, the traffic department is tasked with the responsibility of carrying out that investigation under the supervision of the OM. It should be noted, and this was to the question above regarding the other accident, that the law does not provide for alcohol checks or alcohol levels to be checked on the spot. And as such, this is not being done. Once the investigation in such an accident is completed, the case/file is provided to the OM. And after reviewing the information gathered, the OM is better equipped to determine if there is any fault that can be attributed to the driver. If so, then the case can be brought to court by the OM. MP Myers, how many police officers are currently employed? KPSM currently employs a total of 157 officers across various divisions. The Uniform Division, 84 officers, including 12 assigned to prison guarding and the Parquet Politie. The Detective Division, 32 officers. Traffic Department, 3 officers. 911 Division, 9 officers. CPOs, 8 officers. The Intelligence Division, 9 officers. How many police officers are needed to fulfill the tasks needed to keep Sint Maarten safe? According to the function book, a total of 332 positions are required for the Sint Maarten Police Force to effectively fulfill its responsibilities and ensure public safety. These positions are distributed as follows. Staff and Operations Support, 38 positions. Uniform Division, Basispolitiezorg, 119 positions. Detective Division, Opsporing, 83 positions. Intelligence Unit, 22 positions. Executive Support, 70 positions. Currently, there are 72 police officers in the Uniform Division, Those are the men and women in blue, and 66 detectives. This highlights a significant gap between the required staffing levels and the actual number of personnel. This only underscores the need for additional resources to meet our island's safety and security demands. MP Duran, can you elaborate on what you meant by making the call for budgetary adjustments? The call for budgetary adjustments refers to ensuring that the allocation of funds aligns with the ministry's most pressing needs and priorities. This includes addressing critical areas such as legislative development, human resource shortages, and key investments in justice chain institutions. A significant area requiring attention is the support for KPSM's growth plan, which outlines the personnel, training, and operational needs necessary to strengthen law enforcement capabilities. Adequate funding for this plan is critical to address staffing shortages and ensuring that KPSM can meet the growing demands of public safety. Can the minister give some insight into what actions are being taken or will be taken in the short term to address the spike in violence and accidents island-wide? In addition to the previous responses, KPSM has doubled its efforts to address the critical issues of illegal firearm possession and drug-related offenses within the community. These operations will continue and will be conducted in close collaboration with our French law enforcement counterparts. Then I was asked for a vision on the gun amnesty program. I would like to know the minister's and the ministry's vision on this point. With respect to firearms, my vision aligns closely with the perspectives expressed by KPSM, the OM, and the St. Maarten Security Service, VDSM, as outlined in recent advices issued by all three institutions. There is currently no evidence or urgent need to justify the widespread granting of firearm permits, including permits based solely on holding a specific public function or position. Based on information from KPSM, VDSM, and the OM, no threat assessments or objective reasons have been identified to support the issuance of such permits. Furthermore, it has come to light that in some instances, firearm permits were granted without the necessary advice from the Weapons Committee. This is concerning, as such advice is essential to ensure that decisions are made in alignment with established laws and policies. The Ministry of Justice, under my leadership, is firmly committed to reducing the number of firearms in St. Maarten. This is a critical step toward enhancing public safety and maintaining order. To that end, all applications for firearm permits will undergo thorough and fair review, with strict adherence to the laws and policies that are in place. Applicants must demonstrate a legitimate need for a firearm and provide evidence that there is no risk of misuse. Additionally, we are taking concrete steps with KPSM to introduce a firearm amnesty program. This program aims to encourage individuals to voluntarily surrender illegal firearms without facing prosecution. To strengthen this initiative, we are considering implementing incentives and rewards for information that leads to the recovery of illegal firearms. These measures are part of a broader strategy to reduce gun violence and enhance public safety. The MP also asked, what are the top 5 priorities of each minister in the Council of Ministers for 2025? For 2025, I've outlined 5 key priorities to address pressing challenges while taking into consideration our limited resources. The first one is strengthening legislative and policy development. I'm committed to enhancing our legislative framework by filling vacancies for legislative lawyers and modernizing essential laws, including those related to the prison system and criminal procedures, to meet standards that address citizens' needs. The second one is targeted investments in justice institutions. Despite limited finances, we will continue critical projects, such as enhancing the financial intelligence units to comply with global standards, combating human trafficking and smuggling with a focus on victim support, and advancing the prison modernization project in collaboration with the Netherlands and UNOPS. The third priority is optimizing human resources. Addressing staffing shortages is essential. We aim to improve recruitment, working conditions, and support for justice workers, whose dedication has kept services running under these very difficult circumstances. The fourth one will be fulfilling obligations at all 3 levels in which justice operates. On the local level, enhancing public safety, modernizing legislation, and protecting citizens' rights. On the international level, meeting treaty obligations like FATF recommendations and addressing the TIP report findings. And on the kingdom level, collaborating with the kingdom to tackle transnational crime and human rights issues. Finally, I think my biggest priority is transparency and accountability. Leadership that will prioritize practical solutions and open communication to deliver meaningful progress to the people of St. Maarten. Finally, the questions of MP Westcott Williams. Immigration. Is the minister aware or has been informed about the migration needs assessment St. Maarten and the report made by the IOM? Is the minister able to indicate to Parliament where we stand with immigration in general on the island? I am in fact aware of the Immigration Needs Assessment Report for St. Maarten conducted by the International Organization for Migration, the IOM. This report offers critical recommendations regarding border management, and I can provide Parliament with the following updates on our progress and measures that have been implemented. The first is establish a cooperation and liaison office between St. Maarten and St. Maarten. The Franco-Dutch Treaty addresses this need to some extent. The Immigration Department and the St. Maarten Prefecture maintain close communication on border-related issues. While the system is not fully formalized, plans to strengthen collaboration are in progress, pending leadership changes on the French side. The second recommendation was develop formal strategies to address irregular migration and strengthen laws and regulations. Addressing irregular migration remains a priority through the multidisciplinary approach in the country packages. Work is ongoing to develop and enhance legal and procedural frameworks to manage this issue effectively. The third recommendation was to develop provisions for the voluntary and forced return of migrants. The minister's guidelines include options for both voluntary and forced return. Additionally, the introduction of a mandatory reporting requirement, the meldplicht, has offered an alternative to the immediate forced return and balances the enforcement with humane options. The fourth one is to implement a border management system with enhanced capabilities, biometrics, passport scanning, and fraud detection. An advanced border management system is operational, including biometrics and passport scanning. Enhanced biometric capabilities are now fully functional at the Princess Juliana International Airport. And the Falsidesk system has been implemented to detect fraudulent documents effectively. In fact, after Parliament last night, I had 2 false passports and orders that I had to sign at midnight after we finished here. So it is working. Then to provide training and refresher courses for border control officers. Border control officers receive ongoing training in immigration laws, document identification, and public engagement. Refresher courses are conducted regularly, and collaboration with the Kamer, the Koninklijke Marechaussee, ensures continuous updates and skill development. There seem to be ongoing consequences and follow-up to the Brooks Towers Agreement, where persons who receive permits under that system became permanent residents. Is there an overview of our immigration situation? How many permanent residencies and how many temporary ones? I'm sad to say that I can't provide you with a clear overview or critical analysis of our immigration situation. With respect to the Brooks Towers Accord, this was grouped, applicants were grouped into 3 categories. Category 1, permanent residency for those who came before 2004. Category 2, temporary residency 1 year for those who arrived between 2004 and 2006. And category 3, denials for those who came in 2007 or later. The system that was used to process these applications, ACT-FMS, is no longer available to the Immigration Department. While we could check the physical files, this would of course take a lot of time and resources, which we need to focus on reducing the backlogs and improving efficiency. We are, however, looking into ways to see if access to this FMS system should be restored, so we can then provide the requested information in the future. I ask for the MP's patience through you, Madam Chair, as we work to improve the system and address the current challenges. The French authorities took measures immediately following the recent incidents, some fatal on the French side, and have added a helicopter to patrol. KPSM had a police helicopter. Are there any desires/requests for a helicopter for KPSM? In the past, it's been shown that a police helicopter is costly to purchase and maintain. And at present, there's insufficient budget to include a helicopter in KPSM's operations. However, the primary functions of a police helicopter, such as aerial observation, vehicle and suspect pursuits, support for large-scale operations, search and rescue, and advanced capabilities like night vision and thermal imaging remain essential. But alternatives to a helicopter are already in use by KPSM, and they're proving to be effective. For example, drones offer lower operational cost, faster deployment, and reduced noise pollution, making them a versatile tool for many tasks traditionally performed by helicopters. Additionally, fixed camera systems like CCTV and smart cameras with tracking capability and automatic license plate recognition enhance surveillance across the island. KPSM also utilizes mobile camera units, which are relocatable masts equipped with cameras that can be deployed for planned operations. And they use advanced ground equipment, including thermal imaging cameras, night vision devices, and mobile observation posts. Furthermore, KPSM collaborates with other services, such as the Coast Guard and military, to provide additional support for aerial and specialized operations. Given these existing resources, there are no active plans or requests for a police helicopter at this time, as the current measures are cost-effective and address KPSM's operational needs effectively. That brings me to the end of the questions.
Thank you, Honorable Minister of Justice, for answering the questions of the members of Parliament posed in the first round. At this point, does any member has a point of clarification? I see that that's the case. MP Kotai, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening to all those who are tuned in. Thank you, Minister, for answering those questions. Just for a couple clarifications, when I asked about the OM, through you, Madam Chair, being funded by the Netherlands, I was more alluding to the monies that go into investigations and active cases, not towards the department itself. So please do correct me if I'm wrong, through you, Madam Chair, like the TBO and RST. Do we pay for them, or does the Netherlands? Furthermore than that, just for clarification as well, your answer regarding the illegal weapons that are encountered, our minister said that the suspects are detained and arrested. But when this happens, Madam Chair, is there a way to make sure that they are detained? I understand that our prison is overpopulated, but I have witnessed many cases that persons who are caught with weapons are then let out a couple days after and then still fall into the same habits. Illegal weapons are a serious issue in Sint Maarten, and I just wanted to clarify that if there are any additional steps being taken to ensure that not only these weapons are off the streets, but also those that get caught with them also get prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, because of course, it's illegal weapons. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Kotai. I now give the floor to MP Lewis for his round of clarifications. MP Lewis, you have the floor.
Minister, through you, Madam Chair, just a clarification on the part where the scooter, the motorcycles were auctioned. I would like you to clarify, why were they really auctioned, as I see it would have been fitting that we would have more funding to our coffers. And that would have been a way forward in gaining revenues, as many countries seize goods and auction them later on. That will be all, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Lewis. Is there other MP? I see that that's the case. MP Peterson, you have the floor for your clarification.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening to the Honourable Minister and to my colleagues and to everybody else tuned in. Minister, to you, Madam Chair, on the question on the sobriety test on the spot of the accident, you said that it's legally not required. I understand that as well. But are you, Minister, to you, Madam Chair, can you share the opinion that this should be the case? And if so, what will be the changes needed by law to make it a reality? I'm informing whether it's like a policy or if it's a national ordinance, because if it's a national ordinance, then I think that we as the MPs can also be of some assistance into that amendment or whatever change that would be needed. And that's all from me, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Peterson. I'm now giving the floor to MP Wever for his clarification.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening to the Honorable Minister, support staff, those tuning in via media, and those that are here in the Tribune. Just clarification, I had 2 questions actually. So the first one was pertaining to the scooter drivers in South Reward when they are with the traffic police. If there's also a plan, or does that is that included in that plan with the whole traffic stops that you're planning to do? So that was one, if one would be added to assist to then be able to give out the fines. And the second one was indeed the tint, but I was also specifically stating, if this will also be addressed when it comes to the government vehicles. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Wever. Minister, seeing that, there's no other clarification by MP Jansen-Webster. You have the floor, MP Jansen.
Good evening, Chair Lady. Thank you. And good evening to the Honorable Minister and her staff. Just a brief clarification, because the Minister mentioned motorbike accidents and scooter accidents being frequent, that both are frequent. And I just wanted a clarification, especially because the Minister mentioned that the police operations is intelligence driven. If we could get the numbers from the last quarter, from October through January, so October to date, the number of accidents, and out of that, the number of motorbike/scooter accidents. And then with the number of accidents, I only need the number of accidents met Letzel, so that people were hurt. So not just fender benders, etc. So I'm sure they have it broken down in, if they have it then. If they don't have it broken down in Met Letzel, then it's okay. Then you just tell me the number of accidents, but the number of accidents that involved motorbikes compared to the total number of accidents. And I would like to see the ones Met Letzel. Thanks.
Thank you, MP Veronica Jansen-Webster. I now give the floor to MP Westcott-Williams.
Thank you once again, Madam Chair Lady, and thanks to the Minister for the answers provided. And Minister, with respect to, through you, Madam Chair Lady, with respect to your answer regarding immigration, and my reference to the BTA had to do with the fact of asking how long would the policy that someone obtaining eventually permanent residence on the basis of the BTA be able to request family, especially spouse, to also get residency on St. Martin? For example, someone obtained their residency, permanent residency, in, I believe it was 2013 on the basis of the BTA, and as recently as 2023, that person was able to bring his spouse. So is that a generally type accepted policy? Is that part of the policy? And how long could that continue? Thank you, Madam Chair Lady.
Thank you, MP Westcott-Williams. I see that MP Lewis wants to clarify something else. MP Lewis, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's not really to clarify something else. I think because of it being 11:30, I said something that was not clear. I was talking about why was the motorcycles being crushed and not auctioned. Is it clear now? Thanks. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Lewis. There are no other clarifications. Minister, are you able to answer the clarifications at this point, or do you need some time to do so? I now give you the floor.
I think in the interest of my colleague ministers also finishing this evening, that we'll come back in the morning and give the clarifications.
Thank you, Minister of Justice. I will now adjourn the meeting for 10 minutes so that the next minister can come in and provide the questions to the members of parliament. Thank you. Meeting adjourned for 10 minutes. Good night. Welcome back to the handling of the budget debate 2025. We initially adjourned for 10 minutes. However, we needed additional time to rectify some technical difficulties. And we are now back with the Minister of Education, Culture, Youth and Sport, Minister Melissa Gomes, and her support staff. Welcome. I hereby give the floor to the Honorable Minister to answer the questions of the members of Parliament in the first round. Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady, and good night to you, the members of Parliament, Griffier, support staff of Parliament, and those still tuned in to this meeting. Madam Chair Lady, I'm joined tonight by my Chief of Staff, Suzette Moses-Burton, my SG, Shamina Paul-Richardson, our Controller, Mr. Omar Williams, and my Policy Advisor, Erin Ellis, as we answer these questions from the MPs tonight. Before I go into my responses, Madam Chair Lady, allow me to make a brief statement regarding the videos that circulated social media yesterday. The videos depicted a bus driver and a student in the midst of a physical altercation. And I just want to inform the members of Parliament and the public that at this time, the Department of Education, the operator, and the Department of Youth and Morals within KPSM are investigating the incident, and I will provide a further update to the public by tomorrow afternoon after consulting with all parties involved. And now to the answers. I'll start with the questions from MP Lacruz. In the last 10 years, what was the average number of students flying to the Netherlands on the student flight? The average number flying annually over the past 10 years is approximately 30 students. What is the role of the Sint Maarten House other than just a welcoming speech when it relates to our students in the Netherlands? Can the MP get an uitdraai of their responsibilities? Through you, Madam Chair Lady, the Sint Maarten House falls under the Prime Minister within the Ministry of General Affairs. A full explanation of their responsibilities is available via General Affairs. Our ministry, however, collaborates with the Sint Maarten House to facilitate the following: payments to third parties on behalf of study financing recipients, to conduct meetings and workshops for study financing recipients, and to provide support and guidance for those recipients upon request. After swearing in as minister, I had a discussion with the Minister Plenipotentiary, Ms. Gracita Arendel, regarding her own desire to have the Sint Maarten House become more of a presence in the handling and assistance of students. We will be following up on this initial conversation to identify a way forward. Question 3. The MP mentioned in the CC that we have a problem with housing, and I informed that I would move as quickly as I could on it to find solutions. But the Minister of Finance explained to the MP that someone has to come up with a plan. MP Lacruz believes this plan should come from the Sint Maarten House, but he might be wrong. The ministry is in the final stages of arranging a meeting with the director of one of the largest student housing corporations in the Netherlands. However, the provision of housing for study financing recipients is not currently regulated in the study financing legislation. For the government of Sint Maarten to formally provide housing to these students, the legislation will have to be amended. In my previously mentioned discussions with Minister Plenipotentiary Arendel, we touched on the topic of housing. In the past, there was an advice sent to previous governments to engage in agreements with the housing corporations, similarly to what has been done by Aruba and Curacao. However, that was not done. As such, I do ask for the patience of parents, students, and MPs as we now try to move this possibility forward. I hope to have an update by the end of the year regarding the status of this initiative. Question 4, can you provide the passing rate from the years 2020 through 2024 for the students that received the scholarship from Sint Maarten and left for the US, Canada, and the Netherlands? Based on the study financing legislation, through you, Madam Chair, Division Study Financing monitors the academic performance of study financing recipients based on the following criteria. In the Netherlands, WO HBO students must earn a minimum of 45 ECTs per year. And in the USA and Canada, students must have a 2.5 GPA or higher per year. And they must report when they have completed their study to Division Study Financing. For the years 2020, from those countries and a few others in the region, we had 70 graduates. 2021, 46. 2022, 62. 2023, 60. And 2024, 49. Is there an MOU with the Miami Justice Academy, or are we just paying the regular rates? Just as a note, Madam Chair Lady, through you to the MP was referring to the School of Justice at Miami-Dade College. I can confirm there is no MOU between the Ministry of ECYS and MDC, nor are there study financing recipients attending the college. Question 6, does the Minister have any plans to expand more MOUs with other universities in the US, especially Miami? It is my intention, Madam Chair Lady, to begin exploring other MOUs, not just within Dade County or Florida, but outside of Florida as well. While I do not yet have a list of states that we will be targeting, I can say that the state of Georgia, specifically the city of Atlanta, is on the wish list. I will be engaging with current and former stakeholders in the area of study financing and academia in the United States to realize this goal, but I expect that discussion to start in Q2/Q3 of 2025. Additionally, I will be rebuilding the connection with the Tallahassee St. Maarten Foundation so that students and St. Maarten as a whole can take advantage of the network and professional development opportunities that stem from our more than 2-decade-long sister city relationship with Tallahassee. Question 7. MP mentioned that the budget was cut. Does this have to do with studying in the region, and what is considered the region? He understood that this project started per instruction or suggestion from the Netherlands, encouraging students to study more here, which also helps the university here. The ministry received funding for a project focused on studying in the region, which was approved by the Ministry of Education, Culture and Science in the Netherlands. From 2012 to 2023, the ministry implemented this project, providing study financing to students pursuing tertiary education locally and regionally. At the conclusion of this period, a new agreement was established and a project file was submitted in alignment with the country's agreements under the Strategic Education Alliance Project, the C project. The new project focuses on priorities aimed at strengthening and enhancing secondary education to better prepare students for the transition to higher education. Recently, the ministry received funding from the Netherlands for projects under the C project and is currently preparing to execute the associated activities. When it was the Study in the Region project, the region was defined as St. Maarten, the Caribbean, the USA, and Canada. Question 8. Can you share the number of persons that receive funding from this project to study at USM, the US, or elsewhere in the Caribbean? From 2012 to 2023, approximately 250 students received funding to pursue tertiary education via this project. Is this Study in the Region scholarship still available to students who did not qualify for regular study financing? And if not, which efforts are being made to revisit discussions to tap into extra forms of financial assistance to our study financing program? The problem is that children here are taken from a small island and thrown into the ocean and left to swim alone in the Netherlands with almost no one to guide them. So it's worrisome for the MP to see that that budget has been cut. As mentioned in my previous response, the funding received through the Ministry of Education, Culture and Science in the Netherlands under the Study in the Region project for regional scholarships has come to an end. The newly allocated funds are now directed towards a different project. Students can now participate in the Caribbean Academic Foundation Year, CAFI, program, which is scheduled to be executed in the school year 2025-2026. This program is designed to better prepare those students who need such support to be able to transition to higher education. Question 10. The MP saw the list of priority studies that students use when making their choice, but would it be in line with the profession St. Maarten needs in the short and long term, and how is it determined? In 2022, Madam Chair Lady, the Ministry of Education, Culture, Youth and Sport conducted comprehensive research into St. Maarten's labor market needs to guide the development of the study financing priority list. This research combined qualitative and quantitative methods to identify the skills required in the local labor market over short term, 1 to 2 years, medium term, 2 to 5 years, and long term, 5+ years. The findings from this analysis served as a critical foundation for the Department of Education to create the 2023 to 2026 study financing priority list, ensuring it aligns with the professions essential to the country's development. Question 11. If the MP, as a businessman, requested 3 or 4 times for a work permit for a foreigner to come in, is that profession then placed on this list? The survey respondents included government officials, educational stakeholders, students, and business representatives, ensuring a comprehensive understanding of the priorities for aligning study financing with labor market demands and societal needs. If a profession has consistently emerged as a top priority based on the research findings, it would be considered for inclusion in the list. When was the last time such a list was updated to meet our present situation? In September 2024, the Ministry of ECYS conducted a survey to gather input to update the 2025 study financing priority list. The survey aimed to identify fields of study that should be added or removed to better align with St. Maarten's economic, social, and labor market needs. Input, as mentioned, was solicited from a diverse group of stakeholders, including government officials, students, educators, and business reps, as stated previously. While feedback was received, the response rate was limited, and key stakeholders did not provide input. As a result, the 2025 list remains unchanged from the approved 2024 list. However, the feedback collected will be retained for reference during the comprehensive labor market research planned for next year, which will inform the development of the 2027 to 2031 priority list. Additionally, Madam Chair Lady, the priority list should be in line with the reality facing our job market, but it should also be in line with global realities. There are many layers to several areas of study on the current list, so these should be fine-tuned to bring us in line with what is happening globally. An example would be cybersecurity. Currently, the list says computer science, but in reality, an ICT technician is not a cybersecurity specialist. Specifying what is possible in the realm of one major field helps both the government and the students when identifying what we need and what is possible. There was a question about how many work permits, question 13, were requested from 2020 to 2024 and for what professions. This question was referred to the Ministry of Public Health, Social Development and Labor to provide the answer, and I've been informed that they will do so when they're answering. Question 14. Can a minister provide a list of preferred education institutes and please include those for which there is presently an MOU? Is it the intention for Minister ECYS after reviewing the list to expand it to include other schools in the USA and Canada? The MOU institutions currently are the American University of the Caribbean, Concord University, Flagler College, Florida A&M University, FAMU, FSU, Panama, Indian Hills Community College, Kaiser University, Monroe College, Nova Southeastern University, Tallahassee Community College, the University of Nebraska at Kearney, and the University of the Virgin Islands. Yes, it is my intention, as I mentioned previously, to expand the list of schools with memorandums of understanding to include institutions beyond Dade County and Florida, exploring opportunities in other states. Specific attention will be directed toward Georgia, with Atlanta highlighted as a target city. And as I mentioned previously, discussions will involve both current and former stakeholders in study financing and academia within the United States. Question 15. With the new study financing application period approaching soon, has any consideration been given to renewing expired MOUs and or signing some new ones with universities? Yes, as previously stated, the establishment of new MOUs is being worked on. All existing MOUs have a tacit extension clause in them. They automatically roll over unless specifically cancelled. Question 16, how many employees of the Ministry ECYS are currently on aanloopschaal? What is your plan to deal with this? There are currently 2 employees within Ministry ECYS who are on aanloopschaal. I've informed my SG that following this budget handling, the resolution of all pending personnel matters is high on my priority list, and I'm hoping for the full cooperation of P&O and all stakeholders to get them resolved in as amicable a manner as possible, but for now, the handling of the budget has priority. Question 17. With the new schools being built, what is the plan to recruit specialized teachers to the schools, considering we have a shortage of teachers that has been for a while? In principle, qualified special education teachers should be hired for placement at the Prince William Alexander School, through you, Madam Chair. In cases where teachers do not have the necessary qualifications, the Department of Education, through its funding for professional development, has enabled individuals from DPE to receive specialized training in special education at USM. Currently, 6 teachers are enrolled in this program. Specialized teachers will also be contracted for the Education Care Center program, which will operate at the Charles Leopold Bell School in the future. Furthermore, training will be provided for the teachers selected to work at this school. Question 18, does the government anticipate having enough budget to hire the new professionals required for the schools? On an annual basis, the Division Public Education conducts a prognosis to establish the staffing needs of each public school, and hiring is done based on the available budget. At this juncture, DPE is anticipating the need for additional staffing, which the budget is projected to be able to accommodate. Question 19. Are there any promotions going on with study financing to encourage students to pursue education as a major or maybe even a minor? What are the plans? In previous meetings, the MP suggested that we use our government-owned companies and ask them to create a system where children that are interested in that field can come in and do an internship. Based on agreements between the Ministry of ECYS and the Ministry of Education, Culture and Science in the Netherlands, a Caribbean Academic Foundation Year CAFE program will commence at the University of St. Maarten in the upcoming 2025-2026 academic year. This program is being financed through the Study in the Region funds provided by the Ministry of Osewe. The objective of this program is to enable students to be better prepared for higher education. This program offers guidance to students in selecting a study major, thus improving their chances of academic success. By successfully completing the CAFE program, these students will earn college credits that are transferable to numerous universities. Currently, the ministry promotes priority fields of study, including education, through the yearly study financing priority list, which identifies sectors where there's a shortage of qualified professionals. Education continues to be a priority field, and efforts are made to encourage students to pursue teaching careers. Additionally, the Professional Development Program, PDP, provides continuous training for teachers to enhance their qualifications and skills, ensuring that those in the field are well prepared to meet the demands of this evolving profession. Question 20. For Charlotte Brookson Academy, the idea behind the school was a school created to enhance students that were good in dance and to play ball and encourage that stream. Can the minister look into if this was the truth? The question is the school following that initial goal, is it following that initial goal? The MP understood that the school has some problems and asked, was it always intended to do CXC? To the MP, a school like that should be doing GED, but he could be wrong. According to information received from the board of Charlotte Brookson, from its inception, the school was intended to be a charter-style school for the performing arts. Their vision statement states that the goal of CBA is to link all creative arts subjects and the core academic subjects with the aim of providing high-quality standard educational programs for students beginning in Form 1 through Form 5. As such, the curriculum offered is the CXC CSEC program, which offers exams in physical education and sports, theater arts, dance, visual arts, and music. The GED program does not offer performing arts or sports subjects. The GED is an alternative to the U.S. high school diploma level, which offers written exams in general subjects, meaning that it follows the U.S. high school curriculum. Question 21. Do we have a complete board at CBA? Based on the submitted Articles of Incorporation, Article 5 stipulates that the board is comprised of not fewer than 2 and not more than 7 members. 3 main functions listed are President, Secretary, and Treasurer. In August 2024, these 3 positions were filled. The current composition of the board of CBA is 5 members: the President, Treasurer, Secretary, and 2 ordinary members. Question 22. Has a new principal or school manager been hired? Since the notification of the dismissal of the former school manager in August 2024, no notice of a replacement has been received from the board. We have received notice that the hiring process is ongoing and that the board has appointed an acting director in the interim to support the continuity of school operations. Question 23. What are the passing percentages of CBA? Passing percentage for 2023 to 2024 is 76% of the candidates registered for CXC CSEC exams. Only a grade 1, 2, or 3 is considered a passing grade. 12% of students passed with 1, 32% passed with 2, and the same percentage passed with 3. Question 24. Could you please provide the number of kids that are registered for this school year 2024-2025? As of December 1st, 2024, there are 139 students enrolled, 50 male students, 89 female students. Question 25. When last was the board of CBA evaluated? Please provide that evaluation report. The Inspection Division of ECYS, through you, Madam Chair, does not have a legal mandate to evaluate school boards. The Articles of Incorporation for CBA should include clear rules and regulations for appointment, dismissal, etc. Question 26. The MP understood that the school seems to be understaffed. Are there any plans to handle that situation? There are currently 15 teachers at CBA, according to the December 2024 TUSTANT submitted to the Inspection Division of ECYS. Staffing is the sole responsibility of school boards. Question 27. Does CBA have any coordinators or counselors, and what is the ratio of students to counselors? Based on both quarterly statements, there are no counselors employed and no one has filled a coordinator role since January 2024. A student coordinator was employed for 2 months at the beginning of the 2024-2025 academic year, but has since resigned. The school board has indicated that a student counselor has been recruited and will begin in February 2025. With a student population of 139 students, the ratio would be 139 to 1 when the student counselor begins. Question 28. MP heard that a new building is being built, but that is exactly the problem that we have. We are going to build a building with a specific purpose, makes the MP think about the library. How many librarians do we have? How many certified librarians do we have? To date, the St. Maarten Library employs 2 certified librarians, which include a general librarian and a child youth librarian. Additionally, the library has a team of skilled professionals to ensure smooth and efficient operations. The staff includes general manager, information services manager, HR officer, system administrator, media coach, finance officer / general librarian, children and youth librarian, PR officer, activity coordinator, and a circulation clerk. A maintenance officer, a security coordinator / head of acquisitions, security officer, and an information technology specialist. The annual subsidy for the library also includes courses and skill enhancement programs. In 2024, the Department of Culture allocated 12,000 guilders for staff development in areas such as project writing, skills enhancement, creative industries, and service improvement. Additionally, funds have been reserved on the trust fund budget for the Fostering Resilience Learning Project, earmarked for possible training upgrades for the librarians after the completion of the new building. Question 29. Regarding the 572,404 guilder cut to the scholarship fund, could you clarify if this was cut in relation to the Study Within the Region project? Is studying within the region still a possibility? Are scholarships given for USM and NEPA? If so, where can one find that info? Yes, through you, Madam Chair Lady, the 572,000 guilder cut to the scholarship fund is related to the Study in the Region project. The ministry received funding for this project, which was approved by the Ministry of Education, Culture and Science in the Netherlands. From 2012 to 2023, this ministry implemented the project, providing study financing for students pursuing education locally and regionally. At the conclusion of this period, a new agreement was established and a project file was submitted in alignment with the agreements between the countries under the C project. The new project focuses on priorities aimed at strengthening and enhancing secondary education to better prepare students for the transition to higher education. Consequently, the budget from the Netherlands to grant students study financing for studying in the region is no longer available. Students can apply for study financing to attend USM and study allowance to attend NEPA. This information is available on the Division Study Financing website, www.studyfinancing.sx. This Thursday, January 16th, there is an information session in the Government Administration Building starting at 7 p.m., so I encourage parents and students to attend. From November to December 2024, DSF representatives visited all high schools on the island and gave presentations. There was also a general information session in December and approximately 75 persons were in attendance. Question 30. In the Central Committee meeting, the MP asked about the 522,000 guilders cut in capital investments for ICT hardware and software, and the response was there was no cut. However, the MP asked to please explain page 41 of the Getallen book in capital investments under the Department of Education budget post 6110-01120. So the MP can't understand how the minister can say there has been no cut to ICT software. Through you, Madam Chair Lady, the amount of 522,000 guilders was on the CAPEX budget of 2024 for the Department of Education for procurement of a digital tracking software for student transportation. The first payment to the respective service provider has been processed and implementation is due to commence. As such, the amount of 522,000 guilders is no longer captured in the present CAPEX budget for 2025. Please refer to page 45 regarding elucidation on the capital expenditure budget. Question 31. Have all the teachers been paid the 2% indexation? The Minister of ECYS has approved the amounts related to the compensation of the 2% indexation of teacher salaries to the respective subsidized school boards, and they have received the advance funding amount related to that 2% indexation as confirmed by the Minister of Finance. As it relates to the payment of teachers employed at a subsidized school, MECIS has no direct insight on whether all teachers have in fact been paid the respective funds, as this is ultimately the responsibility of the respective school boards as independent institutions to ensure compliance with agreements made. Question 32. Where in the budget is special needs a priority and how much is allocated for it? The current budget 2025 has 25,000 guilders earmarked in budget post 43476.6110 for the implementation of the special needs policy. Question 33, concerning NEPA. The minister said in the presentation that some expansion will be done, but what is the basis for this expansion? How many students are enrolled? Please motivate. Based on NEPA's strategic plan 2024 to 2029, the expansion of services and program offerings at NEPA is a key goal. NEPA has indicated its first priority to be the expansion of institutional facilities. Following this is the expansion of programs with a target to implement 2 new approved programs by the first quarter of 2026. There are 234 students, 134 male, 100 female students enrolled as of December 1st, 2024. Question 34. Is it possible for collaboration between the government and NEPA to re-educate unemployed persons that are collecting financial assistance from the government? I would support such a program. However, this question falls under the auspices of the Minister of Public Health, Social Development and Labor, and I will discuss it with him in an upcoming meeting that we have regarding other collaborative items for our ministries. I will state this though, as Minister of ECYS, any program regarding re-education that is funded by the government or any other entity must include conditions regarding committed employment in any specific field related to the re-education. For example, if funds are spent to train persons in carpentry, metalwork, mechanics, etc., the individuals in question must take employment in these fields or risk penalties. That is how these types of programs are managed elsewhere in the region, and I firmly believe it's how we must manage them here or risk the public's money being taken for a ride. And question 35, foster kids are falling through the cracks, especially when 18. Minister ECYS should look into it and see where and how we can help those kids, again, maybe using NEPA. I recognize the difficulties faced by foster children, especially during their transition out of care at age 18. To address these challenges, the Youth Department plans to engage with foster homes, justice, VSA, and education stakeholders to identify existing gaps and develop effective support strategies. Exploring opportunities to partner with NEPA will be a key component of this initiative, ensuring these young individuals have access to the education and skills they need to succeed. I now move on to the questions, Madam Chair Lady, from MP Lyndon Lewis. Regarding question 1, regarding the manager of Prince Willem Alexander School, they should have been heard prior to initiating the investigation. When investigating a matter, it is important to hear their perspective before inquiring and starting investigations. Honourable Chair Lady of Parliament, my predecessor, the Honourable Member of Parliament, was the one who agreed to allow an independent group to carry out the investigation initially. This decision was made because the union and staff members had expressed a lack of confidence in the process initiated by my predecessor. While my predecessor had originally agreed to the investigation, sometime after this, he appeared to have a change of heart and informed the Windward Island Teachers Union that he had stopped the progression of the independent investigation. Consequently, the authorization for the investigation was not officially signed off, and more time was allowed to pass without finding a resolution to the situation. After I was sworn in on November 26, 2024, the critical nature of this situation was brought to my attention, and based on the contents of the file presented to me, I made the decision to move forward with the independent investigation as a priority. Question 2. Considering that we are already in the second week of January, when exactly will the investigation into these allegations commence? It is important for staff and parents to know when this matter will be addressed. The independent investigation is scheduled to commence this month. I will be meeting with the committee responsible for executing the investigation next week. Madam Chair Lady, through you, further details on the dates will be communicated to all staff, parents, and other concerned parties so that this can move forward in a transparent manner while respecting the privacy of all involved and preserving the integrity of the independent investigation. Question 3. Why was the individual never called in to be questioned after receiving accusations from their colleagues? Shouldn't a proper investigation involve questioning all relevant parties as soon as possible? Madam Chair Lady, through you, I'm unable to answer this question as I was not the sitting minister of ECYS at the time that the accusations were received, and therefore had no influence over how the matter was handled at its inception. I do agree that proper investigation should always ensure that all relevant parties are consulted and offered the opportunity to state their case, and I will ensure that the upcoming investigation under my purview is conducted in accordance with standard investigative procedures. Question 4. Why was the accusation report never given to the manager, especially since the allegations were directly related to them? How can an investigation proceed without the accused being properly informed of the accusations against them? According to documents I received in the Poisse case, Madam Chair Lady, the accusation report was provided to the manager on the 25th of October 2024 with a request for a response by 3 p.m. that day. And indeed, on that same day, the 25th of October 2024, a response was received. Question 5. Why weren't the teacher assistants who made accusations against the manager called in by the Department of Public Education for an investigation? Isn't it important to verify these claims in order to ensure an objective and thorough investigation? Madam Chair Lady, through you, 7 staff members submitted a request to have a meeting with DPE management and a neutral party on the 14th of June 2024. The neutral party requested was the acting SG. The meeting was rescheduled for June 18th with the following persons in attendance: the staff members requesting the meeting, DPE HR, the teachers, and 2 Y2 representatives. Following the meeting, the then cabinet took lead on follow-up. On September 4th, another complaint was received by DPE from a teacher assistant with the subject unsafe work environment. A meeting was subsequently held on September 11th, separately with the teacher assistant and the cycle coordinator. This matter was resolved with both indicating their willingness to maintain cordial work relationships. Question number 6. How is it that the students, all 63 of them at the school, have never complained about being mistreated by the manager? Is it not concerning that no students have come forward to report such behavior? Madam Chair Lady, there are reports from entities such as UNICEF that have been provided to the Ministry of ECYS that highlight the fact that our young people at any age do not feel sufficiently empowered or secure enough to be their own advocate. This means that neurotypical or regular students do not normally advocate for their own safety, security, and well-being. It is therefore not unusual to assume that students who are neurodivergent or who have developmental challenges may be unable to even recognize that they are being mistreated. As such, I am unable to verify the truth and validity of the statement, how is it that 63 students have never complained about being mistreated? Question 7. Minister, being close to students generally means fostering a positive relationship where students feel comfortable communicating with their teacher and manager. How does a manager's closeness with students suddenly translate into accusations of abuse? Shouldn't we be questioning the sudden shift in these allegations? Madam Chair Lady, the independent investigation is being commissioned, and the final report will shed light on the allegations and provide recommendations for the way forward. Question 8. The person worked for years and then the situation arose. When did these accusations take place? Was it during the whole 2 years or when the former acting minister ECYS took office? Madam Chair Lady, there were 2 incidents brought to DPE's attention by the director prior to the acting minister's tenure. These matters were first handled at the school level and then later escalated to the attention of DPE. Question 9. Why was the White and Yellow Cross part of this investigation? Why did they have anything to write about the situation at the Prince William Alexander School? Madam Chair Lady, for the record, there has been no official investigation conducted at Prince William Alexander School to date. Therefore, White, Yellow Cross and CARE has not participated in any investigation. On October 23, 2024, staff members of the White, Yellow Cross went to Poisse on a pre-planned visit. After witnessing an incident that they deemed alarming, they decided to write an official complaint that was forwarded to DPE and the Ministry of ECYS. And I want to make a very clear point here, Madam Chair Lady. When I was at university in student government, I learned one of the most important lessons I've ever had to learn. If it isn't in writing, it doesn't exist. Very often in this country, persons are intimidated or outright bullied into not putting their sometimes very valid concerns in writing so that formal processes can be executed. This phenomenon has a negative impact not just on the private sector of Sint Maarten, but also and especially within the public sector. Political intimidation, favoritism, nepotism, etc. have long contributed to this practice of hearsay that he or she did so and so, but not a written official statement in sight. Written reports, however, are very difficult to ignore, and that is probably what the White and Yellow Cross employees had in mind when filing their report. Allow me as well, Madam Chair Lady, to address the insinuation that because a family member sits on the board of the White and Yellow Cross, that had any influence on my decision to initiate this investigation. In a nutshell, it didn't. And I would thank the good MP to refrain from engaging in attempts, however weak they may be, to cast a shadow on my integrity and my commitment to ethical decision-making. But because this is Parliament, and because I believe the members of Parliament and the public that they represent are owed the facts, please allow me to share them. In June 2024, it was indeed agreed that there would be an independent investigation launched into complaints involving several staff members at Prince William Alexander School. On August 14th, 2024, the then acting minister informed the then director that she and the then student care coordinator would be reallocated to the Sint Maarten Vocational Training School, effective immediately, and that the then cycle coordinator would be installed as interim director. On August 18th, 2024, a letter was sent by the Windward Island Teachers Union Y2 asking the then acting minister of ECYS to reconsider his reassignment of the then director and the then student care coordinator of Prince William Alexander School due to their dedication and expertise in their roles and the rapport they had established with students and families. In their letter, which referenced a meeting they had on August 16th with the then acting minister, they wrote, "During our meeting on August 16, 2024, you mentioned receiving complaints from the cycle coordinator regarding these two employees being the then director and the then student care coordinator. However, it is concerning that these two employees were not given the opportunity to defend themselves against these allegations. Moreover, you stated that the teachers who formally expressed their concerns about the then cycle coordinator during a meeting with the head of Division Public Education and HR DPE only did so after the then director had been reprimanded by you. We wish to clarify that we have evidence showing complaints were submitted well before this time, with one dating back to December 2023. In a meeting held later that month, towards the beginning of September with Y2, the then acting minister admitted that he had informed the head of DPE not to carry out the independent investigation. On September 5th, there was communication from the division head of inspections following a visit by the inspectorate to Prince William Alexander to allow the interim director to explain what had transpired during a staff meeting. On September 12th, in a meeting held to discuss the way forward, the untenable and unacceptable situation at Prince William Alexander School was highlighted, and the notes actually stated that an advice was en route to the minister to have a team conduct an independent investigation into the allegations made. While this is being done, all will be given temporarily a task according to their individual job descriptions in separate locations. It was further stated that there needed to be a retraction letter prepared for the decision that had been made to transfer the then director of Prince William Alexander School, as she had been appointed by an LB, and it is not the competency of the Minister of ECYS to appoint or remove a civil servant from their function who has a national decree appointing them. On September 19th, an email was sent by the division head of inspection to the previous cabinet ECYS with the then acting minister in CC regarding his decision to appoint the now former interim director. The email states that the appointment was not aligned with Article 5, Sub-Article 1A and C of the legislation foundation-based education, so therefore a violation of the law. On October 23rd, there was an incident report filed by the Inspectorate of Education regarding concerns submitted by an educator at Poisse on October 21st about mistreatment of students, as well as the removal of the water cooler. In the report, the educators stated that they had informed the then acting minister of these same issues and was told that teachers are making things up. The report continues that the then acting minister was meant to put an investigation team in place. However, that investigation was stopped. On October 25th, there was an incident report submitted to the ministry, including cabinet, the then acting minister, as well as division inspection, submitted by the department manager of the Sister Basilia Center attached to the White and Yellow Cross Foundation regarding an incident observed during an October 23rd visit that had been pre-planned by ATPOAS. In that report, it was stated, witnessing this incident has affected me personally as I am in utter shock. Students at the POAS are all vulnerable students who need a safe and nurturing environment outside of their homes, and it was witnessed that this wasn't the case. I'm writing this letter as an official complaint with the expectation that something is done immediately to safeguard the well-being of staff and students at Prince William Alexander School. Also on October 25th, there was an email sent by the division head of inspections to the former cabinet and the then acting minister with the subject line, urgent attention, POAS, which stated that there were numerous anonymous tips and complaints surrounding the dire situation at the school, detailing gross negligence, child abuse and neglect, and verbal abuse towards students, as well as abuse of authority, among other points. On November 26, 2024, I was sworn in as the Minister of Education, Culture, Youth and Sport and met this situation unaddressed, unresolved, and essentially swept under the proverbial rug. And I made the decision to address it in the way that had previously been agreed upon by internal and external stakeholders, including Y2. Madam Chair Lady, the situation at POAS was already precarious before June 2024. Impulsive and incorrect decisions, followed by a lack of action and urgency regarding the written reports of valid concerns submitted by both internal and external parties on a variety of issues at the school, added fuel to an already burning fire. None of it happened under my tenure, but when one assumes a title, responsibility comes with it. I am now assuming the responsibility of finding a tenable solution to the situation at POAS, with an outcome that will be in the best interest of the students of that school. Over the years, Madam Chair Lady, education, and in particular DPE, has continuously been used as a political football or for people to score cheap political points, whether politicians or not, while negatively impacting the people who matter most, the students. In a conversation I once had with Dr. Yardira Boston, she told me that when she's approaching anything in the field of education, she starts with the child at the center, and the rest is simply meant to support that center. Above all, in the decision-making process, what is in the best interest of the student population must always be paramount, and that is the manner in which I plan to continue to approach matters within education. I move on to questions from MP Christopher Waver. Question 1, scholarships. What is the vision of the ministry when it comes to scholarships pertaining to sports? Should we start to provide scholarships earlier to athletes who want to attend a high school? What are the possibilities when it comes to that? In 2024, the Department of Sport collaborated with the Division Study Financing to provide scholarships to athletes, and it is the intention to continue to offer these opportunities. Additionally, for quite some time, the department has had a budget post for talent and bursts, and with these limited funds, the department has made money available to athletes who need assistance but fall outside of the parameters of study financing. For example, persons wanting to attend a high school. I move on to questions from MP Veronica Janssen. Question 1, expansion of John Larmini Center and of NEPA. When does the minister expect that these two projects will be completed? Is it the intention to add additional educational programs to NEPA as well after the expansion? For John Larmini Center, through you, Madam Chair Lady, to the MP, once the execution of the John Larmini project is approved, phase 1 will commence, which includes the replacing of doors and windows, the addition of a top floor, the removal of the entrance roof, and adding an access staircase. The construction of the building is expected to be completed within 6 months after the start of phase 1. When it comes to NEPA, based on NEPA's strategic plan 2024-2029, the expansion of services and program offerings is a key objective. NEPA has indicated that the first priority will be the expansion of institutional facilities. And then following this is the expansion of programs, with a target to implement 2 new approved programs by the first quarter of 2026. Question 2. People are sent to Curacao for construction programs. This can perhaps be provided here, plumbing, carpentry, and students from neighboring islands can come as well. Are there any educational programs subject to NEPA, and if yes, when this will be done? Since 2022, the Ministry of ECYS has granted the Board of the Foundation for the Advancement of Professional Vocational Education, which is NEPA, recognition to offer construction courses including property maintenance level 1, carpentry levels 1 and 2, and electrical installation levels 2 and 3. These programs are designed to meet local and regional needs for skilled labor in the construction industry. I am unaware of any plans to expand these offerings to regional and international students. Question now from MP Myers. Through you, Madam Chair Lady. Question 1. What is the situation with the monies that were misappropriated at the Charlotte Brookson Academy? It seems it has gone flat. This Minister of ECYS has been informed of irregularities at the school board in question and has requested the government auditor, SOAB, to conduct an audit for a proper account on how the educational funding allotted to the board has been spent during the years in question. The audit of the board in question also includes an assessment of management processes to ensure proper control mechanisms and efficient processes are in place. There has been an inherent lack of financial compliance over the years, which has resulted in sanctions currently being imposed on the monthly funding of said institution until full compliance is achieved. I move on, Madam Chair Lady, to questions from MP Peterson. Question 1, what is the Minister's plan for improving literacy and critical thinking? The Ministry is seeking to engage a consultant to formulate a comprehensive strategy for the enhancement of literacy and numeracy in St. Maarten. The strategy is to be developed by considering ongoing initiatives, St. Maarten's distinctive contextual factors, and drawing upon best practices observed regionally, within the Kingdom, and internationally. The goal is to facilitate systemic changes at multiple levels, encompassing the ministry, school boards, schools, and homes, with the aim of achieving substantial advancements in literacy and numeracy over the next decade. The content of this strategy is to be thoughtfully shaped through meaningful engagement with key stakeholders, ensuring that their insights and perspectives are integrated to support effective implementation. Additionally, the strategy will incorporate a well-defined roadmap for execution and a plan detailing the subsequent steps to be taken after successful implementation. Additionally, Madam Chair Lady, I am working on 2 initiatives to improve literacy, one of which will be tied to International Literacy Day, which is observed on September 8th as established by UNESCO. I look forward to sharing more once the planning has been completed. Question 2. In 2023, the CBA board launched an investigation into financial irregularities performed by one of their former members. Has that investigation concluded, and has the minister received a report? The board of the CBA issued a press release today providing an update on the investigation, and I will provide a copy that I received with Parliament. Further to that, on Monday, I am beginning my previously scheduled meetings with school boards, and the first of those meetings is with the board of the Charlotte Brookson Academy to discuss, among other items, the process that was followed and any results emerging from that process. Question 3. In July 2016, an announcement was made about the groundbreaking by the then Minister of ECYS about the reconstruction of the Prince William Alexander School campus in Retreat Estate. Can the minister share an update on this situation? Through you, Madam Chair Lady, the reconstruction of the Prince William Alexander School is ongoing. However, several significant setbacks have been encountered. Initially, Hurricane Irma in 2017 brought construction to a halt. The time it took for the island to recover complicated efforts to continue the project. Then the global COVID-19 pandemic further disrupted progress. These delays were exacerbated by the contractor's extended wait for approval of price adjustments in response to the global price index increase after the pandemic. Challenges also arose from the contractor's inconsistent work schedule and were further compounded by the irregular disbursement of funds by the former government. The intention is to meet with all stakeholders after this budget handling to determine the way forward, with the goal of having a picture of what that way might look like by the end of Q1 2025. Question 4. Cannabis. In light of the proposed cannabis legislation, what are the minister's concerns and thoughts on the cannabis project? Is there any concern about the impact in schools, There's currently a work group consisting of TEATT, Justice, and VSA, and the MP thinks that given the impact it will have on ECYS, the minister should also be part of that work group. The regulation from the Minister of VSA, the Minister of TEATT, and the Minister of Justice from February 28, 2024, containing measures to establish an interministerial work group tasked with the realization of legalizing cannabis for medicinal, scientific, religious, and recreational purposes, indeed does not include the Ministry of ECYS. However, it has been discussed that the ministry will be possibly added to the work group moving forward. This work group is tasked with conducting an extensive research on the social, health, legal, and economic impact and the desirability of a legislation or tolerance policy. The research includes a literature review and comparative analysis of legislation regulating cannabis. This comprehensive research includes the impact that the legislation of cannabis would have on the school population. And the working group will advise the Council of Ministers on the research outcomes and present proposals for implementation, after which a decision will be made. It's well known and substantiated with scientific research that cannabis does have an adverse and lasting effect on the developing brain of an adolescent. Therefore, this will also be considered in the research and proposals stemming from it. The subsequent draft legislation will need to take this into account when establishing regulations like the legal age for the use of cannabis, be it for recreational or medicinal use. And Madam Chair Lady, while it may seem strange for an education minister to not be against the legalization of cannabis, the reality is that it is present in our society already, so now we must regulate and control it, much like gambling. Additionally, I support the approach that most countries take to these industries and others, wherein the industry will make significant societal contributions towards combating the potential fallout of their existence in said society. So for example, where you find gambling heavily present in a society, the gambling industry, through a gaming control board, will usually contribute to rehabilitation for gambling addiction. So where it pertains to cannabis, contributions toward entities such as Turning Point would be what I would want to see, because the truth is, Madam Chair Lady, Turning Point has told me while I was a sitting member of Parliament that they have discovered tested evidence of cocaine and other hard narcotics in students as young as 15 years old in schools on St. Maarten already. So again, regulation and control and contribution towards societal efforts to combat these types of ills are what is needed. Moving on to questions from MP Duran. Question 1. Regarding the concerns of 4-year-olds, if born after October 1st, you're born too late, it was stated that there's no current policy as the law is clear. How does the ministry intend to ensure that all schools comply uniformly with the legal framework and immediate action should be taken to ensure compliance? Through you, Madam Chair Lady, the existing national ordinance regulating foundation-based education, the Landsverordening fundeer and onderwijs, states in Article 2, lit 1, that foundation-based education is intended for children from the age of 4. Currently, an amendment related to the admission criteria for students in the first year of primary education is forthcoming. Provisions are made in the draft National Ordinance on Education Supervision, one of our legislative priorities this term, which includes the following amendment to the National Ordinance on Foundation-Based Education. The second and third paragraphs in Article 19 of this National Ordinance will regulate additional moments of admission of 4-year-old children in the first year of primary education. Children who turn 4 in the period from the first day of school up to and including December 31st can be admitted on the first day of school. Children who turn 4 in the period from January 1st up to and including June 30th can be admitted on January 1st. The amendment of these paragraphs will clarify what the law of the land states and facilitate enforcement for compliance. Question 2. When will the proposed amendments to the National Ordinance on Foundation-Based Education be finalized, and can the minister share a projected timeline for this implementation? The proposed amendments to the National Ordinance on FBE have been finalized and integrated into the draft law on education supervision. The draft law is expected to be tabled in the Council of Ministers in the coming weeks so that it can be presented to Parliament for ratification. The ratification process is dependent on Parliament's agenda, but as Minister of ECYS, it is my goal to present the law to Parliament ultimately by March of this year. Once ratified, the amendments to the law on FBE will come into force. Question 3. Why can't all children born throughout the year start on the first day of school? Is there a specific reason why that can't be done? The answer provided in question 1, which explains that it is a law and it will be further regulated by the changes being made to the National Ordinance on Foundation-Based Education, give light to how we plan to enforce this law moving forward. In the CC, I mentioned that a school decided on a policy and other schools kind of followed suit, but the law is clear on what is allowed, and the coming law, changes to the existing law, will make it a little more stronger as to what the country is doing to regulate that. Question 4, for technical and vocational institutions and the subsidy calculations, an assessment would be done with a timeline extended to 2029. Given the urgency, can the ministry expedite the assessment for technical and vocational institutions? The preliminary assessment of the lump sum system aims to recommend improvements to the funding system based on an indexation and actualization of parameters applied to the funding calculations. The increased costs of goods and services, including potential categorical deficiencies, will be addressed during the preliminary assessment with a goal towards implementation by the 2026-2027 academic year. What this means through you, Madam Chair Lady, is that what is discovered in the preliminary assessment will be incorporated into the 2026-2027 arrangements for subsidized schools. The 2029 timeline mentioned by the MP refers to the long-term assessment of the LSS. This means that after being implemented from 2026, there will be an assessment done in 2029 to evaluate it and its accountability models, and this would allow for additional evidence-based recommendations to be made towards improvement to the subsidy model. Question 5, has the ministry conducted an analysis of the subsidy models that addresses the inadequacies, particularly in addressing the high operational costs of technical schools? If not, can this be a priority? The preliminary assessment of the lump sum system will focus on indexation and actualization of the parameters applied to the formula to ensure that there's alignment with the cost school boards may encounter. The long-term element of the review will delve into the diverse needs of the various school types. Technical education is a priority, considering the need for that type of skilled labor in the country, and the preliminary assessment of the LSS will take into consideration the increased cost of goods and services, as I mentioned above. Now coming to questions from MP Westcott Williams. Question 1, during the proposed retreat, can attention be paid to the orange economy as an economic driver? Through you, Madam Chair Lady, to the MP, absolutely. We've also explored the possibility of reviewing and updating the integrated cultural policy framework via the Department of Culture, which has not been reviewed or otherwise revised since it was first adopted in 2007. Considering the evolution of the orange economy to include also digital creative arts and creators, I find it's important to establish a policy framework that includes their significance for not just the physical expression of our culture, but also its preservation, particularly when we consider using technologies such as AI and AR, augmented reality, when capturing and protecting cultural and heritage symbols and artifacts from the impact of, for example, climate change. Question 2. Can the cultural script mentioned in the presentation evolve into a symbols catalog for Sint Maarten? Through you, Madam Chair Lady, to MP Westcott, currently we have the book National Symbols, published by House of Nehesi, and this has been used as a de facto symbols catalog. However, I agree that for the sake of nation building, which must stem from government, there should be an officially recognized symbols catalog that has been properly researched, updated, and endorsed by government, and then published as an official document. I will explore this possibility while also working through the above-mentioned review of the cultural policy framework. Question 3. There is an amount of 350,000 guilders allocated to the Martin Luther King School in the CapEx budget line. Is this sufficient to cover all the expenses related to the project? DPE has requested and received an estimate for the drainage and waterproofing. A terms of reference will be prepared for these works to be placed on public tender. The Department of New Works, VRAMI, has been requested to provide an estimate for the resurfacing of the play area. While the preliminary estimate suggests that the two projects should fit the budget, the projects will be prioritized as follows after receiving the estimates. Priority 1, construction of the required French drains. Priority 2, resurfacing of playground and connecting to the drainage system. Priority 3, waterproofing of the external walls. This priority setting, Madam Chair Lady, ensures that the more structural issues are addressed before any other works are performed. Question number 4. What are the top 5 priorities for each minister in the Council of Ministers for 2025? My top priorities, through you, Madam Chair Lady, are 1, improving literacy and numeracy through the initiatives mentioned in my earlier answers. 2, finalizing the long-pending legislative agenda of ECYS, in particular the Higher Education Ordinance, the Supervision of Education Ordinance, and relevant LBHUMs that have been pending and are related to the enforcement of other existing ordinances. 3, completing the assessments of FBE and the LSS and charting a way forward that allows for excellence in education at the primary level, which will contribute to excellence at the secondary and tertiary levels. 4, improving the efficiency and professionalization of the Ministry of ECYS. And 5, implementing the recommendations of related UNICEF reports regarding children's rights and supporting the relevant programs related to this, such as the Positive Parenting Support Program, the Violence Prevention Program, and the Youth Hub. And with that, Madam Chair Lady, I believe I've come to the end of my answers for the questions from members of Parliament. I look forward to any clarifications. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister, for answering the questions posed by the members in the first round. Does any member have a point of clarification? I see that that's the case. MP Sarah Westcott-Williams, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Good morning, Madam Chair Lady and my colleagues, and to the Minister and her support staff. My thanks to the Minister for the answers provided to the questions by members of Parliament. And just one issue, if the Minister could clarify 2 small issues. The matter pertaining to the Ministry's involvement in the work group for cannabis research, if that's what the work group is supposed to do. And the Minister indicated that it is possible or desirable or actionable that the Ministry of ECYS will be included in that work group. In the meantime, I've understood from other ministers that there is already draft legislation that was prepared on the basis of a request for proposals that was made by government. And so where and how would ECYS be able to get into this process to give its take, its feeling on this matter would be my question. I would like a sort of a straight line on this particular matter from all of the ministers involved, if at all possible. The minister referred to one of her legislative priorities being the law on higher education. Now that law is already in progress here at Parliament, has been responded to, and in fact, a note of amendment has been received from the government. And my question to the minister is whether the minister, now as minister, needs a review, her own review, the minister's own review on that law before the process here in Parliament continues. So those would be my 2 matters I would ask the minister to clarify, please. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Westcott-Williams. I'm seeing that MP Veronica Jansen-Webster also would like to make use of her clarification. MP, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, Minister and support staff and the listening audience. Just one small clarification. The John Lamini Center, you said that it is expected to be completed 6 months via you, Madam Chair. The Minister said it is to be completed 6 months after the start of phase 1. I would just like to have an indication of a year in which it will be finalized, just a rough indication. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Veronica Jansen-Webster. There are no other clarifications. Honourable Minister, will you be able to answer the clarifications at this point? Or will that be tomorrow? Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Based on indication from ISG, we will come back to answer tomorrow.
Thank you for clarifying that, Honourable Minister. Seeing that the Honourable Minister will come back tomorrow to answer the clarifications, I would like to thank all the members of Parliament, Secretariat of Parliament, and all the ones that stay tuned in following the budget debate online. I will adjourn the meeting until tomorrow, 9 a.m., where we will continue with the handling of the budget of 2025. We still have the Ministry of FESA and VROMI pending for the answering of the questions of the members in round 1. And after that, we will go over to the clarification round. Have a blessed evening, and we will be back tomorrow. Meeting adjourned.